Chapter 0. In my room, seething. Click, click, click. I clicked through the game's opening minutes. The dialogue boxes slid by like they didn't care that I was there. I didn't care about them either. My mouse hand moved on autopilot, and my clicker finger was faster than the dialogue box could register. It was the slice of lifestyle introduction to the visual novel life sim hybrid setting. I'd done this a dozen times already. I wasn't here for this part. Click! I was here for her, the beauty with only 3 lines, but one heck of a main lady-worthy design. Lady Elsbeth. Her lips were a deep red, unsmiling. Her eyes, downcast, but shimmering, the color of overcast skies after a storm. Her hair was dark and flowing, but streaked with silver. She came to the barracks in a gown that was midnight blue and trailed behind her, like a serpentine spirit, slithering through a moonlit pond. The fabric clung to her curves at the hips and outrageous chest before falling. Loose and elegant, suffocating thing, more prison than dress. Her figure was soft and womanly, clearly. Untouched by hardship, but not untouched by sorrow. You could see it in the little hints in her 3 lines of dialogue. She was making you think something was going on. She was built for silk sheets and slow dances, not visiting barracks to raise morale and thank unfortunate fools for their service. Round her neck hung a thin, white ribbon tied like a choker, maybe a symbol of how she was kept, but it also had to be a symbol of her purity. I mean, a white fabric in such a dirty setting had to be intentional. The name box was positioned right below her image, Lady Elsbeth, Lord's wife. The Lord that called her Wi-Fi never thought I could hate a visual novel character more. Damn developers. They got me. The 3 lines were done. I clicked through. It was just more setting details. More setting details until the second bombshell popped onto the screen. Meredi. She appeared ahead of the flicker of a forge's light, holding a hunk of twisted metal in one gloved hand and a heavy wrench in the other. Her posture was relaxed, but her arms were corded with muscle, tight and lean from years of lifting, swinging, and grinding steel into shape. She wore a plain tank that hugged her chest just enough to remind you she was definitely a woman. Not just the background blacksmith. Thick leather trousers were strapped at the thigh with tool loops, and her belt was weighed down with pliers, wire, and a pair of mismatched goggles that hung from one hip like a badge of honor. Her gloves were fingerless, oiled, and blackened with years of use. But her face, God, her face. The devs went so hard. Her left eye was sharp and amber bright, focused with the precision of someone who could measure tolerances. By instinct, her right eye was scarred shut, the lid puckered from an old burn, lashes gone, the socket miraculously still intact. It made her look like she was always narrowing her eyes on your soul, like she knew if you were worth melting iron for or not. Her hair, in the portrait, was as radiant as gold and straight, reaching down to her hips. It was like her hair did not follow the rules of the forge because it was pristine. A beauty mark sat at the corner of her lip, small and dark, a dangerous accent that almost drew attention from everything below the chin and that muscular, olive-toned body. Shoulders wide, core firm, hips that looked like they could shatter a wall if they smacked it. And her chest, it was like the devs went and referenced a lady on the bodybuilding circuit and then seamlessly stuck on assets that would draw the target market in. It was so shameless, but it brought me in. Meeting her, you'd think you'd be coming back to this workshop over and over, always greeted by this goddess as a forge as she upgraded your weapons and tools. What a delight! The introductions and tutorial were over. See you next time. Punch has spawned once for me. I jumped at the husky voice and then chuckled. I had forgotten that this game had given Meredi a voiced line. During the tutorial, damn those developers. I clicked through, but not too long. A few lines after leaving Meredi's forge, the third and final knife in the chest, came Ravela, standing under the shadow of a hanging banner, hip cocked, arms crossed beneath a chest barely contained by her high-collared leather coat. A few buttons were open too many to be accidental. Her black corset crushed her waist, but let her full, heavy breasts rise enough to make a guy's eyes commit sin. Her eyes were a deep red-brown, rimmed in black liner that made her look permanently unimpressed. Her skin was sun-kissed, a shade deeper than the other two, and gleamed with that impossible kind of glow that said, expensive oils and shady living. Her hair was dark auburn and asymmetrically cut short on the right side, long on the left, with a streak of white dyed in, trailing down like the warning streak many animals had. Her ears were pierced 3 times over, glittering with obsidian studs, and a tiny chain connected one lobe to the tip of her ear. Her neck bore a choker of black velvet, with a dangling ruby that swung like a pendulum whenever she smirked. And that smirk? That was the real accessory. It outclassed all the fancy jewelry. She flipped a coin between her fingers as she stood there, leaning against a wall, staring the player down. Her introduction made you think you'd be cutting deals to get some high-risk, high-reward items from her. I didn't click through this time. I had gotten to the end of what I wanted to see. In my heart of hearts, before I died, I wanted to go through routes with all of them. I wanted to play through all those sweet lovey-dovey moments. But I couldn't. They weren't for me. They weren't for anyone. Because I threw my hands up into the air. The damn developers and their bait tans, which I still hate it so much. My irritation had boiled over. Those damn developers, record of a life of pain and triumph. The literal translation of the original title was a game that marketed itself as a life simulator where you fought monsters, managed a town, fell in love, and achieved prosperity. What it did not tell you was that the town you were in during the prologue was doomed. Everyone you met for the first little bit was going to die, and you, the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed squire with a dream, were going to fall into a river, lose most of your memories, and start fresh at a remote village. It did not tell you that your love interests were going to be limited to girls who looked like they were barely 16, and one of them was feral. Oh, and those 3 women at the start, significantly more generic NPCs, would occupy their roles. It just didn't make sense. Why would anyone do this? The prologue of the game made you think you would be playing something the devs thought was going to sell 500,000 units. But the rest of the game looked like a budget title that would be lucky to get 20,000 in sales. I did find interviews before everything went to the crapper the director-writer guy. Why he did this. Gave those women amazing designs and had that prologue because he wanted to surprise players. In a just world, players would revolt. But apparently, this guy understood his target market because all those jailbait collections of pixels made people go crazy. They were happy with the game. Those moms deserved roots too. Damn it. Why put in all the effort and make them so interesting if you were just going to kill them? But no, they get 3 lines, some tragic lore in a codex entry, and then they're gone. I slumped in my chair. I know why. It's because he wanted to get this reaction out of idiots like me. The alarm of my battery meter blared. Oh, well, there goes my art of escapism. With a smile, I turned off my computer, shut off the lights around the desk, unhooked the batteries from the rest, of the house and let out a breath. Record of a life of pain and triumph. You have such a way of making me relive my youth. The devs, I hated them. Curse them with everything I had for making me care about their NPCs, but you. No. It was nice getting worked up about something so stupid. Made me forget how miserable the hellscape outside was. I went to the window and peeked through the blinds. Yeah, probably be another week until we get some good sunlight again. I shook my head and relinquished myself to my bed. And we're supposed to be the lucky ones. What would have been lucky? Would have been being born in any era but this one, where everything went to shit. I don't remember falling asleep. I just remembered closing my eyes, busted head sinking into the pillow, resting in the darkness. And then, something felt off. I opened my eyes to a weird, unnatural glow filling my room. It was soft, flickering bluish, but not the warm blue of a monitor screen, something weirder and maybe radioactive. My eyes locked onto my desk. The computer was on, except I knew I shut it off. Heck, my batteries were totally disconnected from the house. There wasn't supposed to be power in the whole house. My eyes focused. It wasn't just on it had booted up into the title screen for Record of a Life of Pain and Triumph. The music was playing, low and distant, as if it were underwater. The cursor blinked, pulsing like a heartbeat over new game. What the hell? I started to sit up, but immediately felt something pressing down on my shoulder, like a weight in the air. And then, a voice. Oh, you're awake. I am so sorry. There was a girl in my room, a weird, otherworldly girl with angel wings growing from her head. She was standing in front of my door, glowing faintly like a candle flame about to go out. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were wide with panic. She had the body of a young woman, but she looked like she had stopped mid-action. I blinked hard, tried to speak too. You're too pretty to be one of the monsters from the mainland. No time, she shouted, flapping those weird head wings. We're evacuating everyone we can. I sat up. Evacuating? What? Is the island being attacked? Her eyes went past me and to the computer. Oh, there's already a world you resonate with. Great. We won't have to drag you to our world. What? Pardon me? A world. Beneath a roar of gales and a raging ocean, the wall behind the girl flew off like it was paper. My mouth dropped. Bricks, boards, wires, all of it was being ripped away piece by piece. It flew into the air and was sucked into the gigantic black hole that had replaced the sky. Everything was being sucked into the black hole, brick by abstract brick. What the hell is happening? The woman held her hair down as she gritted her teeth and pointed her hand at me. That world will take you. Live happily, okay? If you have any friends or family. My eyes met hers, and she cracked a nervous smile. We'll try to get them to safety too, okay? Okay, I stammered, tears born from fear rolling from my one good eye. Hold your wishes tightly, she said. And then the world went white, and I felt myself pulled in every direction until I went unconscious. Chapter 1. In my workshop, shocked. I can't believe this. No matter how many times I blinked, the mirror wasn't changing. My reflection stared back at me younger, leaner, with a sharper jaw and less disfigured face, and a pair of tired, wine-dark eyes that hadn't belonged to me 24 hours ago. My old body was gone. No scars I recognized, no blemishes I remembered. My face looked like it had been hand-carved by an overworked JRPG artist who was told to make someone handsome, enviable, but overworked. Dark hair, a little tousled, neatly trimmed beard, not too long, not too short. Skin just pale enough to look like I'd never gotten sunlight, which, given where I was, made sense. I looked like a man who could sell you some sketchy potion while chuckling and dreaming of going to bed. I raised a hand. The mirror guy raised his hand. I sighed. Yep, that's me. I'm the prologue's alchemist. Timaeus. Not even a cool one. Not a rogue apothecary with a tragic backstory or a battle alchemist with magic grenades and a flask cannon. No, I was the guy from the prologue who sold you antidotes, had no voice lines, and didn't even get a death scene or a passing mention of a death scene. This is really happening. I turned slowly, taking in my surroundings for the 1000th time. Shelves, tables, barred windows that hadn't been cleaned in years. There were jars of things everywhere. Powders, roots, dried eyeballs, scrap metal, mushrooms shaped like anatomical jokes. A single moth buzzed around a glowing vial in the corner like it was worshipping a god. The floor was wood. Sort of. Mostly wood. And partly mystery grime. A trail of sticky footprints led from the front door to the back room, which I'd already declared a biohazard zone and blocked off with a chair. This was my alchemy workshop, and it was a disaster. Half the glassware was chipped. There were burn marks on the ceiling. One of the curtains was just straight up missing. The place smelled like someone had boiled mint tea in regret. To be honest, I'd been here for 3 hours. And 3 hours ago, it had not been a disaster. No, it was as clean as a workshop could be, but 3 full hours of poking at jars, touching reactive things I shouldn't have touched, and freaking out while trying to figure out if this was a fever dream, a psychotic break, or the world's slowest death hallucination had a real way of messing stuff up. I knew now this was real. I felt everything vividly. The pinch of my boots, the sting on almost burned fingertips, the quiet hum of magic in the building's pipes, the smell that accompanied a man freaking out. This was real. I was inside record of a life of pain and triumph. I placed my hands on my hips, took a breath, and nodded. This is a pretty good deal, all things considered. Then I burst out laughing, loud and full-bodied. Not the kind of laugh you let out when you're living day-to-day in a miserable hellscape. Yes, I got to leave that hellhole. Everyone who survived that crummy apocalypse did. Awesome. Yes. Woohoo. Good for us. There was a point to holding on after all. I spun in place like I was doing a slow-mo victory pose. Dust puffed up around me like celebratory smoke. A jar rattled dangerously on a shelf, but I caught it mid-wobble and grinned even harder. This is really happening. I had a pulse. Long-lost secrets were below the floorboards, and glass bottles with illegible alchemy labels were everywhere. Hell yeah. Okay. I clapped my hands together and marched toward the mess on the floor. Time to get this dungeon of a shop into something usable. I kicked a pile of broken vials into a corner, grabbed a broom from behind the counter, which I immediately stabbed into a spider web the size of a dinner plate and started sweeping with the grace and enthusiasm of a caffeinated raccoon. As far as new lives go, I said to no one, this one's got potential. I mean, I already know this city like the back of my hand well, technically. And I know the magic system well enough. I know what's coming mostly. I just need to figure out when in the timeline I am. I swept a pile of old ash and crushed herbs into something vaguely resembling a dustpan and tossed it into a metal bucket that hissed when it landed. I swear, if I've landed after the big invasion, I'm gonna drink poison out of spite. But no, this feels too early. The shop's intact. Ish. No sounds of chaos. This body is still intact. I laughed again, more to keep the adrenaline pumping than anything else. My hands were covered in powder from someone labeled vile, and I didn't even care if it was corrosive. I'm an alchemist now. I was certain I could figure it out or something. And if I'm here, I paused and gripped the edge of the counter with both hands, knuckles whitening as I leaned forward and grinned like a lunatic. Then that means they're here too. Lady Elsbeth, Meredi, Ravela, alive, walking, breathing, as real as I was somehow. I wasn't going to question it. Not doomed to be crucified by angry citizens or killed between cutscenes. Not background set dressing or a trivia entry in the codex. Real as me, maybe. I could pursue routes with them and conquer the routes like the old gamer I was. I stopped and stared at my counter of ingredients. Can I do that as the alchemist? Then again, my design got a good share of the prologue budget, so maybe I've got a better shot than I'm estimating. I did a little bounce on my heels and attacked a cobweb with a rag like it owed me money. I should probably be more serious about this, I said, knocking over a bottle labeled bone biter resin. I stopped and re-examined the label. Oh, holy shit. I could read that nice. I know how to read the language. I'm not illiterate. Huzzah. Food. Shelter. The potentially apocalyptic darkness creeping in around the city all will be easier to deal with. If I'm literate. I picked up a broken pair of goggles from the counter, wiped the lenses, and jammed them on my head like a man born for this. I'm going to romance the hell out of those unromanceables. I struck a pose with my broom like it was a sword, standing amidst the half-swept, half-burning wreckage of my new shop and grinning like an idiot. The door creaked open with the sound of warped wood and a poorly maintained hinge. I flinched mid-sweep, the broom nearly flying from my hand as I scrambled to stand upright and look professional. Welcome. Hi. Sorry for the mess. I just had an experiment go wrong. But I sell potions. Probably. If you're here for alchemy stuff, you are in exactly the right horrible smelling place. The figure that stepped inside was cloaked, dark hood pulled low. Fabric thick enough to hide her build, but not the scent or fair chin. She paused just beyond the threshold, glancing around like she was taking mental notes of every stain on the floor and the way I'd absolutely failed to clean the left window. I forced a smile. Can I help you with anything specific? Healing potions? Antidotes? Possibly a free sample, if you don't ask what's in it. I let out a chuckle. Okay, I don't know what's in it either, but I'll figure it out. She didn't speak at first, just stood there, still as a statue. And then, you're more energetic than I remember, she said softly, stifling a giggle. My head suddenly buzzed. My hand was cradling my head before I registered it. Sorry, I'm feeling a little dizzy. She reached up and slid the hood back, and everything stopped for me. Dark hair streaked with silver spilled out, half tucked behind one ear. Her skin was pale, but somehow the white ribbon around her neck still stood out. Her eyes, those storm gray eyes, met mine with a quiet, amused calm. She wore a faint, tired smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, but reached my heart more than an image on the screen ever could. Lady Elsbeth, I muttered. Her smile, already so weak, faded a little. Hey, Timmy. My breath caught in my throat, and then everything hit me at once. Memories that weren't mine flooded my mind, starting from childhood in this miserable city, all the way to our teenage years. You're my friend, I whispered. Her lips parted. Her eyes seemed to water. She nodded. Yeah, she nodded again and sniffled. We're Friends, Chapter 2. No way. I couldn't move. This was more than I thought I could ever experience. When was the last time I felt such a rich, mixed cocktail of emotions? She tilted her head slightly. You're staring. Her hair fell in front of her eyes, and she pulled it back again. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I shook my head. No. Sorry. I was just shocked. Wow, what a surprise, right? Her smile widened just a touch, and she let out a chuckle like she was expelling the tension from her chest. Forgive me. I know I shouldn't have come in like this, but I was in the area, and I just thought. It's all right. You don't have to explain yourself. I spotted the one chair in the room and pulled it up. Do you want to see? She hesitated a little, then shook her head and offered a polite smile. I really didn't mean to interrupt, she said. You looked busy. I looked around at the very visible piles of dust, mystery stains, and something bubbling in a cracked beaker that I was probably responsible for due to my manic teardown of the place. Nope. This is just a normal day. I assure you. Elsbeth smiled shy and small but incredibly heart-melting. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Again. We just stood there, and I wondered if we were 30-somethings or teenagers. This was so unreal. Not only was I in this world, standing in front of one of my favorite characters, but she knew. The alchemist, who I now was. Of all the things, I started the new life with a pre-existing connection. I wasn't starting from level 1 with. Elsbeth I had progress. I'm in. She already trusts me. I'm not some stranger off the street. I'm her friend. Her childhood friend. Was this hidden somewhere in the game? A piece of lore suggesting the alchemist and Lady Elsbeth had a connection like this. This is like the childhood friend route with how it's set up. Couple that with the fact that the lore goes crazy and kicks off the invasion along with Elsbeth's cryptic but suggestive lines. This must be a route where the alchemist saves her from her evil husband. How did this come about? Did the devs intend for this in the game? Honestly, she said, looking at the counter like she was gathering her words. I came by because I thought I could handle seeing you again after so long. I'm glad you did, I replied, without thinking too much. She cracked a smile. Is it strange, Timmy? Before I could answer, the front door creaked open again. Thought I smelled smoke. Blow up something again, Timaeus? Hope you didn't burn yourself. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. I turned to the doorway. There she was, a tall, muscular woman in blackened trousers and a brown tank, a strap of tools across her shoulder and grease on her heavy-duty gloves. Meredi the blacksmith. I must have been catching flies with how open my mouth was. Her scarred right eye was still shut tight. Her left eye was full of dry amusement. Her voice was as husky as the voice line in the game. So, playing with dust and broom while in the presence of sneaky nobility, she said, shooting a glance at Elsbeth. Should I come back later? Timaeus? Elsbeth shook her head. No, you're not interrupting anything, Miss Meredi. Meredi chuckled and shook her head. Come on, kid. You don't got to call me that when you're the Lord's wife. But it feels wrong to call you anything else, Elsbeth kindly replied. I just stared, unable to make sense of their relationship. And then it hit me again, a tidal wave of memories that belong to this character. Quiet dinners in a cluttered workshop. Meredi pulling a hot pan out of the oven with one hand and tapping my knuckles with the spoon in her other. The smell of metal and roasted vegetables. A firm hug and the smell of oil in her hair. Mom, I asked, my voice cracking. The word had just slipped out so naturally, like the memories had rewired my tongue before I even had a chance to second guess it. Meredi was my stepmother, with me the alchemist since I was 13 or so. Meredi's response, though it caught me by total surprise. She blinked. Her expression shifted. She froze mid-step and stood there, silent. A little grease smudge darkened her cheek. Her mouth half open like she was about to respond and forgot how. Then slowly she looked away, scratching her temple with the back of a gloved hand. "You've never called me that before," she muttered, voice low. She still wasn't looking at me. This tough, scarred, wall-breaking, scrap-welding blacksmith who could swing a hammer through a wall sheet fidgeted nervously. "I mean, yeah," she mumbled, trying and failing to sound casual. "I'm your mom, I guess." She cleared her throat. Loudly. Twice. I didn't think I could love this woman more. Was it possible for a woman that muscular to look adorable? The way her single eye darted to the side. The way she wiped non-existent sweat from her brow, trying not to smile, it was cosmically cute. This wasn't fair. I was just a husk of a man a day ago. And now I was being put in front of these goddesses? I was undeserving, but so grateful. I opened my mouth to say something, and then the door creaked open for the third time. There was a thought in my heart of hearts. No way. I can't be getting this lucky. Oh, wow. Who died in here? Came the smoky, playful voice. Smells like a rotten explosion. You get pranked. Again. Or did you screw up your prank? I was sure I heard the sound of coins rubbing together. Looks like someone's going to need more ingredients, said the third visitor, Ravela. She casually walked past Elsbeth and Meredi and sat on the chair I had pulled out. Thanks, Tim. My feet were killing me. She wore a high-collared leather coat, tight black corset peeking from beneath it. Dark auburn hair swept to one side with that unmistakable white streak slashing down like a lightning bolt. Her lips curled into a slow, amused smirk as she eyed the room and us. Who would have thought I'd see you here? Elsbeth, she said, arching an eyebrow. Should I have brought drinks? My brain short-circuited. Again. More memories hit me like a blunt alchemy flask to the face. Late-night arguments between sisters over borrowed tools. Ravela sneaking in through the side window with bruises and treasure. Her laugh echoing in the shop as she enticed me into buying rare ingredients she brought up from the depths. The way she'd look at Meredi with that mix of concern and mischief. Ravela was Meredi's sister, which meant she was my step-aunt. Holy shit. What was this dream scenario? Elsbeth, Meredi, Ravela, all three of them were connected to the alchemist NPC. I gasped. One more memory resurfaced, but it was mine. It was what the woman who evacuated me to this world said. Hold your wishes tightly. No way. Did my wish to be able to romance these three put me in the body of the NPC with the best shot at doing that? If so, I wasn't going to give this life up for anything. So if I wanted to hold onto this life, a question needed to be asked. Hey, I said, drawing the eyes of the three women. What year is it? And no, Ravela, stop looking at me like that. I'm not crazy. I just drank a strange potion. Chapter 3. The world I've found myself in. Record of a life of pain and triumph. The game opened in a grimy, iron-gutted fortress city. This place the resplendent city, Bastion Reach was. Your home during the prologue. Bastion Reach was a walled city built into the bones of a grand hill, vaguely tiered like a rotten wedding cake. The further down the layers you went, the darker, grittier, and grimmier the place got. The city was divided into 3 sections. The upper layers, the middle layers, and the lower layers. These layers were then divided into 3 sublayers. At the top of the stack sat the man in charge, the city lord, Reinhold. Barely seen by anyone below the upper layers, but always felt. The upper layers were the nicest place, aesthetically. Below him and the upper layers, the city spiraled downward into choking smog, rusted pipes, broken cobblestones, and alleys that stank of synthetic compounds, metal, and other people's miseries and all the byproducts it produced. The buildings were a fusion of Gothic architecture and industrial salvage arch towers, with collapsed scaffolding, balconies supported by rusted girders. Entire homes built into the shells of broken engines of ancient machines. Steam hissed from valves that hadn't been maintained in decades. Lanterns sputtered against the wet. Fog smog mixture that always lingered. Even the nicer areas of the middle layers, the ones with market stalls and finer buildings, looked like they'd been dipped in liquid rust and were held together by hope and alchemy-grade glue. And the people who wallowed in the misery day in and day out, thin, suspicious, with real restless eyes. The further up you went in the layers, the healthier people looked. However, the NPCs, I was familiar with the alchemist, Meredi, and Ravela were all from the lower middle layer, the Saint Giselle layer, where the fog and pollution were less than in the lower layers. The majority of the prologue took place in Saint Giselle, so it was the one I was the most familiar with, which wasn't saying much. Thank God for this inheritance of memory mechanic. Below the city, in the underground of the hill it sat on, there was an ancient scrapyard full of all sorts of archaic, impossible to understand machinery that sometimes suggested they were machines from the modern world. Meredi and Ravela both got their goods from this underground area, and it was where the majority of the poor worked like slaves to pull out anything they could. The game world surrounding Bastion Reach was just the most miserable stretch of marshland that a mishandled budget could create. Dark swamps, rotted canals, half-sunken ruins, and forests ripped from dark fantasies that breathed madness-inducing spores into the air like sighs. Out there roamed the gloom-spawn-wisted creatures that haunted the world that no one knew shit about. If I recalled correctly, the original game suggested the Gloomspawn were the warped figures of the civilization that existed before the current game world. Spooky. Anyway, these things generally looked like a failed abstract art piece. Usually dark monsters with rings or cables of glowing light riddling their bodies. Some wore armor fused to their bodies. Some had faces that glitched when they moved. Originally, the main character was a new recruit to the ill-fated city guard, tasked with taking out any gloomspawn that came too close to the city. According to the prologue, Bastion Reach was the last stronghold of humanity after the city fell to the invasion. You'd wake up at a comparatively nicer-looking rustic village and learn that, no, the city was not where the last of humanity was, but instead, there were pockets of civilization beyond the marshlands called havens. Go figure. So, what did all of this mean for me? A very slight advantage. The year was X-Fort 72. After the prologue, players would wake up in the new village on the 10th day of spring, X-Fort 73. In the game's world, a year had 4 months, one for each season, and each month had 28 days. So, spring was the first month in game. In this more fleshed out reality, a year had 13 months, and each month was 28 days long. I was dropped into the 5th day of the first month, and I'll just use Earth names for months for E, so I essentially had the whole year to save the 3 women who deserved more than the brutal deaths they got. Saving Elsbeth, Meredi, and Ravela would be the priority. If the city could be saved too, then great, but I wasn't aiming for that. There were a total of 6 record of a life of pain and triumph games made. The first 4 games each featured a different village and a different survivor from Bastion Reach. I played the second, but didn't play the third or fourth, nor the fifth or sixth, which I read were spin-off titles. I did keep up with the lore, though, and it implied that a good chunk of the population survived the invasion. Made me hate the first game even more, though. Anyway, my priority was ensuring the trio lived. If Bastion Reach was saved as a consequence of that, then great. Elsbeth would be the hardest, according to my current understanding. She dies because of her proximity to Reinhold when the people come for his head and succeed in taking it. Her being a super upper class lady would make it harder for me to see her, so I had to hope she would keep sneaking down to this layer. Meredi could very well be the easiest to influence. According to the newly integrated memories, Timaeus was welcome at her workshop and home at any time. I could literally walk in there for a glass of water and leave without saying a word. Meredi, apparently, dies while trying to kill a gloom spawn. Ravela would be almost as easy to influence as she already has a working relationship with Timaeus. I couldn't see her as freely as I could see Meredi, but she would come to the workshop every 2 or 3 days. Ravela's death wasn't described in the first game, but the second game implied that she died impaled on a pile of scrap. Cursed developers coming up with something so cruel. I hated them so much for that lore drop in the second game. Of course, beyond just saving them, I wanted to experience what knowing them could be like. Since yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. If there was a shot for romance, then great. But as a fan of the characters, my priority was their continued life. The trio didn't linger for long when they visited me. Elsbeth was quick to leave. Meredi just came to check on me, and Ravela was just tagging along with Meredi. I was just shocked to know what the best course of action was in that situation. With them gone, I had no distractions. I buckled down, cleaned the workshop, found a very well-kept journal, and read through it. I found myself saying, oh yeah, I remember that, to a lot of the events I was reading about. The memories seamlessly integrated with my current self. After the journal, I read up on all the alchemy notes in the workshop and experienced the knowledge bleeding into my consciousness. The original game was about maintaining your plot of land, managing the village, and protecting it from gloom spawn. The alchemy system was integrated into the crafting system, which meant it was extremely simple. If my memories served me correctly, the spin-off titles developed the alchemy system further. Alchemy in this version of the world seemed to be closer to chemistry than magic. The trick with it came in understanding the magical traits of some items. But really, when you looked at it, a magical trait was just another trait a compound could have. There was also this idea about compounds having boiling, breaking, resonating, and reactive temperature ranges. All alchemical concoctions were the result of combining different ingredients while heating them to the correct temperatures. I was simplifying it, but that was pretty much what I would be doing if I were going to be an alchemist. Find ingredients, figure them out, identify their traits, then try mixing them to produce something greater than the sum of the parts. Before my arrival, Timaeus seemed to be obsessed with discovering new potions. So, as a show of respect to him, I would follow up on that when I had the chance. So, keeping track of my goals so far, they were as follows. Save the trio of goddesses who deserved better. Follow the path of the alchemist. Reading through all of the notes I could find took me to days of diligent study. Good thing that I was used to. Going hungry for days at a time. I was completely absorbed in the process and learned everything Timaeus knew, or I guess I could say I remembered everything. For my next move, I developed a workout routine. I needed to have a body that could rival Meredi's. Thanks to a certain character from the first game, I learned that Meredi lamented not being able to find another partner after her first husband, who I now knew was Timaeus' father. She was too intimidating. Thanks to my inherited memories, I now knew Timaeus' father was a hardworking salvager too, and really buff, which completed the picture of Meredi's type. So, if I wanted to give myself the best shot at possible romance, having a strong body for Meredi would be good. But again, romance wasn't the priority. But having a good, reliable body would be beneficial. I already lived with a body that was failing on me. I didn't need to do it again. I wanted a good body. It was another goal. Changing destinies was going to be a challenging task. I needed to break the game and turn my slight advantage into an overwhelming advantage. In the original game, the MC unlocked something unique. They had a stereotypical blessed by the land shtick, but they could also make use of a monster consumption system. By eating monsters, the MC could unlock new powers. Not everyone could do it. However, the reason the MC could was because his mother had been attacked and scarred by a gloom spawn while he was in the womb. That bit of lore came from the 4th game of the series. Anyone else who tried to eat gloom beasts would either almost die or just straight up die. So, that avenue was not accessible to me. But there was a second one, getting my hands on an ancient weapon or something similar. Those relics were ridiculously powerful. Having high rank potions, too, would turn even the hardest encounters into an exercise in patience. So, with exceptional gear and excellent potions, I would be as good as the late game MC. The potions would come, but if I wanted the gear, I knew the best place to start. And so, these were the official goals I had settled on. Save the trio of goddesses who deserved better. Follow the path of the alchemist. Develop a killer bod. Get my hands on legendary gear. Chapter 4. Momma Goddess of Stew. Meredi pulled a pot off the stovetop with a wide grin, steam curling around her head like she was summoning a soup-based spirit. I still can't believe it, she said. You actually showed up for dinner. She had tied her thick blacksmith's apron around her waist over a sleeveless shirt, and the heat of the kitchen had added a soft sheen to her olive skin. Her single amber eye gleamed with surprise, her scarred eyelid twitching, slightly as if her missing eye yearned to see the sight. I gave a casual shrug, already sitting at the dinner table. You make an open invitation enough times, eventually someone takes you up on it. She let out a soft laugh. Sure. I was starting to think I'd have to drag you here myself with a pair of tongs. Then she placed the pot in the middle of the table and gave its contents a firm stir. Stew's good to go. Bread's in the warmer. Don't go poking around the workshop after dinner. I'll toss you out headfirst, she said, with a wink. Oh, come on. I'm an alchemist, not a thief, I said, letting my voice drip with fox offense. She raised a brow as she walked to her cutlery drawers. If you spent less time hanging around my sister, I'd be more willing to believe that. This is no way to treat a guest, I joked. Your family, not a guest. She glanced over her shoulder. Oh, and that means you do the dishes, she continued, sticking her tongue out. God, she was cute. I don't care how many times she smacked me with a ladle in those memories Meredi being domestic was just too damn good. I knew it. I just knew these girls were fleshed out. I hated that those devs made me miss out on a domestic route with her. That one I always looked like it was trying to figure out if I was playing some game or was here for real. And when she grinned while stirring the pot, like now, it was devastating. AWW, damn it. I wanted her to. Know that I really was here to spend time with her. She deserved it. My eyes drifted across the cramped but cozy space. Her house smelled like cooked onions, charred metal, and oil. The forge was right beside us, separated by an admittedly sturdy stone wall. "You've been quiet lately," she said, glancing at me while grabbing two bowls from the shelf. "Word was you hadn't left your shop since, well, the last time you saw Elsie." "Elsie, oh, you mean Lady Elsbeth." Meredi shuddered so hard she almost dropped the bowls. "It's odd hearing you call her that." "Yeah, I'll get it out of my system." But no, I wasn't disturbed because of her or anything. So what was it then? Drinking more of those piss-colored drinks again? I sighed. "I know what you're trying to do. I did not drink piss of any sort." She grinned. "So what then? If it's not Elsie, and it's not your piss drinks, then what?" "Studying." "Really?" she said, sliding into the seat across from me. "You told me last year that you had studied everything that was available in this layer and the one above. Elsie smuggled something to you?" "Oh, and Synth is going too." "Be a bit, probably. So we can just get started." "I'm surprised you think Elsbeth and I had such a great meeting. It was just a greeting." "Well, you be careful, okay? She's the Lord's wife. Last thing I want is for that man to find out his wife is sneaking out to see an antisocial alchemist down here." We dug in. The stew was hearty and thick, with real vegetables and strips of some sort of meat that definitely didn't come from a rat. Meredi was a better cook than the game ever gave her credit for. Oh, and the vegetables? As it turned out, the city had sun lamp installations that allowed people to grow crops. The vegetables from the higher layers were still better, but the people of St. Giselle were still crafty buggers. "So," she said between bites, "you come here just to eat my food and enjoy time with family. Or is there a catch?" I just knew immediately that she was putting on a brave face. She tried to make it seem like she didn't mind, but she was really hoping I was here out of a sense of family. I was about to shatter her hope. I swallowed my mouthful. "I won't bullshit you. I want a weapon." She blinked. "A what now?" "A weapon," I said again. "Whatever you give to the guys that go to the swamps outside, I want that too. Please." Her eye narrowed slightly, and then she burst out laughing. That heavenly laughter went on for a couple of minutes. I didn't think it was so funny, but the amount of joy it brought her, I could die happy right now. Finally, she wiped the tear from her eye. Okay, sorry, Tim, but you're the last boy I expected to come here asking for a weapon. Please remember that I'm a 32-year-old man, and for the last 14 years, you've been the exact same person." I grinned. "Great. I'm overdue for some positive development in my character." She leaned back in her chair, arms folding loosely. "Timaeus, you sell potions to kids with fevers and old ladies with gout. What do you need a blade for? And to some of the guards. I sell potions to some of those brave, foolish men. I'll ask again. What do you need a weapon for?" Her head tilted, and she leaned in. "Did someone threaten you? Do you need protection? Hey, Tim, you tell us if someone's threatening you. Your aunt and I will handle it." I leaned in and met her gaze. "I want to hunt Gloomspawn." She stared. Then she gave a short laugh, soft but incredulous. "Well, shit," she muttered. "I almost believed you could handle a weapon without poking an eye out. If you don't think I can, you can train me on how to use whatever you choose to give me. Slapping a price on a product you haven't even made yet, don't you think, Tim?" The front door slammed open so hard the latch pinged off the wall. "I'm back, and I didn't punch anyone today came a voice far too loud for the size of the house. Meredi smiled and chuckled. That's too bad. I, meanwhile, let out the longest internal sigh that I could manage and stomped Cynthia, the bane of my existence. 16, lean and flat as a sword born from her mother's forge, and just as eager to stab someone. She had that kind of weary build that came from swinging weapons and chasing poor criminals through alleys. Her boots were caked in dried mud, and over her patched trousers and sleeveless tunic, she wore a half set of guard armor, bracers, one shoulder pad, and leather chest armor that looked a size too big. Her hair was tied into twin tails, so tight they probably gave her headaches. And a thin scar ran across her left brow like a badge of honor. Her sharp gray eyes snapped to me, narrowed, and then rolled hard enough to rattle. In her skull. "Oh, it's you," she said flatly. "Didn't think you ever left your shop?" "Hey, brat," I replied before sipping the broth. Her mouth dropped. "I'm not a brat." "Mom, tell him." Meredi chuckled and sipped her broth. "You can be kind of bratty sometimes. Now shut up and come have dinner with your family." Cynthia's mouth dropped even further, but miraculously, she came to the table and sat down. She was grumbling, and that scowl was mighty, but she didn't yell. And me, I loved Meredi even more. The putdown was so swift, and Cynthia even listened. I was in heaven. Oh, Cynthia, I disliked her so much. I could write paragraphs about how much I disliked this gremlin. She was one of the 6 official love interests in the game. A market guard, she was one of the 2 other prologue. Survivors to end up at the same village as the MC. Hot-blooded, violent, and ridiculously hot and cold this girl. Caused me so much stress. It wasn't like she was badly written. The devs gave her a full character arc and everything. But in the early game, she was just the worst. She argued with every character you liked, picked fights she couldn't win, and had a knack for breaking important plot devices with brute force. And then the escort missions the devs programmed her to run into every single enemy. You had to switch your build into a hybrid damage dealer, party healer if you wanted to keep this maniac alive. "Oh look," she said, her voice restrained just enough to not incur Meredi's wrath. "He's eating food that isn't moldier and soggier than a dog's excrement." "Cynthia," Meredi chided gently. I gave her a winning smile. "You do know that fungus can be used to make medicine, right? Not when you eat it raw, dickhead." "Cynthia," Meredi repeated, the depth of her voice startling Cynthia again. "You're not going to ruin family dinner, are you?" Cynthia stuck out her tongue and helped herself to the hot stew, piling it into a bowl like she hadn't eaten in a week. She didn't even look at me as she spoke. "So, why is he here? Mom, did something explode again?" Meredi and I exchanged a glance. The mood from earlier was gone, snatched clean away like a pot off the stove. I chuckled and enjoyed my stew. Explosions are the allies of progress. "Yeah, I guess if you survive it," she shot back. "You'll totally know how not to almost get yourself killed next time. Almost sounds like you care about my health." "Well, yeah, obviously. If something happens to you, Mom will be all messed up about it." "You jerk." I glanced at Meredi, who just looked down and played with her stew. She didn't chide Cynthia this time. My heart twisted from the sight. I shook my head and enjoyed another spoonful. I'm not going to mess her up because I'm not going to hurt myself. "You better not, dumbass," a familiar voice called from the hall. "Dumbass? Is Timaeus here?" I turned just in time to see Ravela saunter in, flicking her black coat over one shoulder like a businesswoman. Done with a long day. Her corset barely held her generous chest in place, and judging by the satisfied grin on her face, she knew exactly what she was doing. Every movement was a problem for my heart. Cynthia's eyes lit up. And Ravela. Chapter 5. That tank is hanging in for sheer life. Ravela's auburn hair, with a single streak of white, hung over one shoulder in its usual stylish chaos. A smirk tugged at her lips the moment she caught sight of the dining table. Well, now this is a sight, she said, cocking her hip as she surveyed the room. The whole family eating good. Food. Did I die in the scrap heaps and get sent somewhere nice? Put on a shirt, Meredi said, deadpan. Ravela blinked, then turned her smirk on her sister. Says the woman whose tank top is doing overtime holding back the local fruit harvest. Meredi's brow twitched. Ravela, they're threatening to spill out and scar him for life. I coughed so hard and nearly fired the chunk of meat sliding down my throat. Scar me? Please. My fanboy heart could explode. Sure, but I'd die with honor. Hell, if it ever came down to it, this young body was spry enough to whip off my own shirt and preserve Meredi's dignity in one heroic swoop. I wouldn't even try to sneak a peek unless she wanted me to. But I'm a gentleman, so only if she really wanted me to. Ravela plopped herself down next to Cynthia, still grinning. Relax, relax. I'm just here for food. Meredi's eye narrowed. You're not going to put on a shirt, Rav. Ravela rolled her eyes. Saints above, come on. It's just Tim, not one of those perverted buggers out there. Cynthia chuckled. Auntie, I put one of those perverts in jail today. Big Blue Vase even gave me a bonus for it. That sorry excuse for a man had been troubling Vase's niece. Ravela grinned. Atta girl, making a difference, one full at a time. It was then that I checked out both Meredi and Ravela, or rather, the things they had hidden on their person. Meredi had a large wrench strapped to her belt, and Ravela had daggers strapped to her thighs, and a few hidden on her corset. The prologue implied that the city could be a rough place, but I didn't really get to dive into it too much. According to my memories, the St. Giselle layer was safer since we were in the middle region. The lower layers were definitely more dangerous, to say nothing of the underground. MMM. Smells amazing, sis, Ravela said. You season it with spice, or just pure spite. Love, Meredi said simply, and Ravela snorted again, clearly pleased. Ravela looked around. Oh, there's love here. I would never have guessed. Meredi sighed and just resumed eating. Ravela saw the victory, chuckled, then turned my way. So, what do you think of life? I haven't heard from you for 2 days. Did you even leave your workshop? Tim? I grinned. I was studying. Her eyes narrowed. You drink something funky again? Need me to tell you what day it is? Nope. All good this time. But I'll let you know if I need something funky again. You can come watch me drink. It, too. Ravela let out a loud ha, looked at her sister, and then tilted her head as she looked at me again. Sure, I'd love to see what you do, you little mad man. Is Val not coming then, Rav? Meredi asked. Ravela shook her head and had a spoonful of soup. No, she's out of the city for the next 3 days, Ravela replied, the joy noticeably missing from her voice. Meredi let out a sigh. I'm praying for her then. Me too, Cynthia said, rubbing Ravela's back. Valor Valray was the other character who ended up at the village with the MC and Cynthia. She was Ravela's daughter and just a better Cynthia. Valray was more cool and measured. She was still willing to go into danger, but unlike Cynthia, Valray had her own healing abilities and had ranged attack options in the game. I liked Valray. Her only sin was that she wasn't her mother. She'll be fine, I said with the surety of a man who was certain he knew the future. My confidence must have caught Ravela's attention because she raised her gaze from her stew. And how do you know that? She asked, a noticeable coldness in her eyes. Because, I said, shrugging. She's not the type to die on something as pedestrian as a routine patrol trip. Ravela slowly raised a brow. That woman's destined to take down gloom spawns we can't even fathom. She's a legend in the making. Cynthia huffed. Why are you nice to Val but never to me? Because she doesn't try to break pots over my head when she's mad, I said without missing a beat. I haven't done that since last year. Last year was a week ago. I agree with Tim, Meredi said, smiling at her sister. Valray is impressive. I've never doubted that girl. And she's gotten real good at stitching wounds. That made Ravela smile. Yeah, she really is something, isn't she? The mood improved. The women shared a few more chuckles as they talked about their days for a bit. And then the bread came out, and we enjoyed that too. Being here in the warm atmosphere reminded me of a second thing I wanted to know about, but had forgotten. Hey, Meredi, I said. You don't have to answer this, but I'd really appreciate it if you did. Meredi responded with narrowed eyes. Everyone. The other two quieted down too, curious to hear my question. So, my birth mother, do you know how she died? This was an educated gamble. Timaeus, in his journals, mentioned his father, but never his birth mother. That had to mean she wasn't around. Unfortunately for me, I was pretty sure that the memory integration had to be provoked by an external stimulus. Without something like a journal entry talking about the person, I wouldn't get any flash of memory or understanding. Meredi recoiled slightly. You didn't know. She died during childbirth. I was ready for that. Death during childbirth was typical. And that's why I had my follow-up question ready to go. No. I mean, was there anything that made the birth worse? Like, did something poison her? Or did she have an illness or something? Ravela leaned back as she nodded to herself. Oh, I get it. This is some alchemist way of thinking. Timaeus, you're okay, Meredi said, adopting a motherly tone that made my heart feel like it was being hugged. You were a healthy baby, your father told me so. A real miracle. I leaned in. So, was something wrong with my mother? Meredi nodded. Your mother was in the city guard, and 5 months before you were born, she was slashed by a gloom spawn. My eyes widened. It was a small hope that I held, but holy shit, it was happening. A gloom spawn? I asked, hoping Meredi would continue. Meredi nodded. She fell ill a few days later, and, well, she had to stay at home with your father up until you. No, Meredi sighed. Cynthia didn't say a word. You came along, Meredi continued. But she really loved you, Timaeus. Your father would tell me about how often she spoke to her belly after they realized you were in there. A strange swell of emotion occurred within me. It wasn't just joy from knowing that I might be able to power up by eating monsters. I was also feeling that desire for a life that didn't happen. Another mom got cut short. I muttered, I bet, knowing the way this world worked, that Timaeus' mother was probably an amazing character too. Timaeus? Meredi asked. I responded with a grin. Thank you. I needed that. I returned to my meal. A meal with family. I'm so glad I forgot what this was like. Getting to experience it here. With you, all this is pretty amazing. Meredi responded with a gentle smile. But Ravela looked horrified. What have you been drinking, kid? all dinners eventually come to an end. I walked out of the house and greeted the foggy night. Meredi stepped out with me and quietly closed the door behind her. "Hey," Meredi said, her voice quieter than usual. I stopped mid-step, then turned to face her fully. "Are you really serious about the weapon?" she asked. "Extremely." She sucked in a slow breath. "Timaeus, if you're serious about this, I am." There's no shortage of people who'll throw their lives away for glory or revenge. "I'm not one of those people," I replied. "Timaeus, I just don't want you going out there to kill Gloomspawn because of what happened to your mother." I shook my head. I wouldn't be fighting for a mother who has already passed. "Timaeus, I'm not sure I like this turn you've taken. I'll ask Ravela then." Meredi's eyes widened. "What?" I think she'd say yes to me. And if she doesn't, I'll just have to save up enough money until she does. Meredi gave me a long look, then exhaled. "TCH. Fine." She stepped close and bumped her knuckles lightly against my chest. "Don't ask Ravela. I'll put something together for you within a few days. It won't be flashy, like some idiots like to ask for, but it'll be able to cut through some blasted spawn hide." "That's perfect," I said. She turned to go back inside, but I stopped her. "Hey, what's for dinner tomorrow?" Meredi blinked, caught off guard by the question. "I don't know yet." "Why?" I smiled. Just wanted to know what I had to look forward to. Her ears went a little pink. She shook her head, grumbling something too soft to catch, and disappeared back. Inside, I took a long breath and walked off into the fog. She's so damn cute, man. I might die from cuteness overload before I save these ladies. Chapter 6. The Slants. After 5 days of patience, further study, and cataloging of my materials, diligent training, and heartwarming family dinners, I had a weapon strapped to my back, pockets full of gear, and many pouches strapped to my body. The next stop was the Slants, the 3 colossal bridges that jutted out from the southern side of the lower middle layer like they were support beams keeping the city of arcane metal in place. Functionally, they were long pathways that took the city's brave and desperate out into the miasma fog-covered marsh surrounding the grand hill. Their incline was just shallow enough to drag a cart down by hand, but steep enough to make the climb back up an act of penance. On either side of the central walkway ran thick walls that prevented people from just falling off. But they were no mere safety walls. No, they were monofed tracks for lift sleds. Standing at the top, one could watch a sled shoot down. Those metal cages bolted to a rune-covered plate were fast. Large gears churned along the walls of the gateway too. They were essential to the sled tracks, but you'd have to ask Meredi if you wanted to know exactly what they were connected to. Shoddy shops were built right into the walls of the lift tracks full of salvagers and crooks trying to peddle their wares. The Slants weren't really part of the city, but interestingly, they were a place where people from the lowest layer strived to be. They would climb up from the ground floor just to have a chance to live in the comparative luxury of the Slants. The people of the Slants, they were not kidding themselves. They knew that if there was ever an attack, or if some madman decided to cause trouble, they were on their own. The gates at the top of the Slants would come down, and they'd be locked out here. Their price to pay for leaving their designated place in life. All that said, the only attack I knew of was the one that killed the moms. So you could say it was a pretty good gamble to take. In the game, this area had functioned as a simple transition zone between the city and the wild. It didn't really do much other than offer some atmosphere and a tutorial on the bargain hunting system. built into the shopping system. The village setting didn't really have an equivalent to the slants. So you could argue that the concept of this gritty transition area was wasted. I was stopped at the gateway dividing the slants and the city by a pair of tired-looking guards. They gave me a hard time, thinking I was a crazy man for heading out there. Then they found out I was related to Meredi and gave me an even harder time. But ultimately, they were here to collect fares and have a record of who went out and came back in. They also had to check if I had the respirator mask made for surviving out there, which I did. With my name and next of kin registered, I stepped into the outside world. My goal was firmly in my mind the harvesting of a gloomspawn's flesh, preferably its heart. Chapter 7, VS Early Game Enemy. It took 2 hours to find a low-level gloomspawn. Meredi, you looked so sad during all those dinners. Heh, I feel stupid remembering it now. The creature loomed ahead, knocking over stones as it lurked about the muck. I've got to get my head in the game. I am about to learn what combat is like in this world. The battlefield for this first lesson would be a muddy arena fenced in by gnarled trees and vine-covered boulders. I'll put you to the back of my mind, but your smile, I'll return it to you. The enemy was a gloomspawn with long limbs, too thin at the joints, that dragged low like an ape's. Its spine was hunched and crooked, vertebrae glowing faintly beneath its oily black hide like a line of distant stars. Loops of spectral light pulsed along its arms and chest like luminous rings stitched into flesh. Its head jerked slightly, sniffing at the air with a snoutless, tooth-lined face, and then slowly turned toward me. I recognized it as one of the early game enemies, the gloomspawn Thrasher. I gripped the side of my head. Looks like your detection range is as limited as the game suggested. The combat in the game played like an action RPG. You go out into the wilds and swing your weapon. Monsters could be snuck up on for extra damage. In the early game, you would need to be within 5 paces of an enemy before they would notice you. Really lenient gameplay, but I was thankful for it now. What I didn't expect was the strange reaction in my head. I could feel something tugging at the edges of my vision. Like my brain couldn't make sense of the spawn's figure. The good thing is, I shifted my grip on the weapon strapped to my back and slid it free. I think I've forgotten how to perceive fear in any normal way. Meredi hadn't named this weapon, but I was tempted to name it something that would fit on a legendary weapon. It was a stylized greatsword, long, and with curving, almost haphazard, wavy edges. A testament to how difficult the metal was to work with. The spine of the blade had faint grooves running down its length, like old circuitry. The blade was wide enough to double as a shield in a pinch to. It looked heavy, and in another world, maybe it would have been, but the material it was made of was some ancient miracle metal, salvaged from the depths, reforged by Meredi's glorious hands. It felt thematically appropriate. This weapon was more vulnerable to a specific element rather than vanilla physical damage. Thankfully, low-level gloomspawn wouldn't be problematic. I remember your crash course, Meredi. The idea behind such an exaggerated weapon was simple. Reach over risk, swing wide, keep your distance, and let the weight and width carry you. If you were lame enough to let a spawn slip in, raise the flat of the blade, stand your ground, and block the attack. I had been laughing every time she corrected me. I just loved spending time with her. She'd hit me with a broom handle when my grip slipped. I loved it too. I never thought being corrected could be such a wonderful feeling. Something she said came back to me. I can see the traces of what your dad taught you when you were younger. Let's reinforce that. Just enough to keep you standing. Alright, enough reminiscing. I chuckled as I held the sword out, gauging the distance between it and me. Meredi the Merry Edge and I are going to do more than keep standing. The Gloomspawn lurched forward, its arms swinging like pendulums, each step accompanied by that awful squelch of wet flesh on marshy ground. The rings of light pulsing along its limbs sped up in rhythm, like a heartbeat hastening. We're running right into the fray, I told myself before launching forward. It slid to a stop and then lunged. I took in a big breath of stimulant from my mask. Its knuckles slammed into the wet earth as it sprang forward, and I sidestepped, then swung wide. The blade cut through the air like the armored wing of a righteous Valkyria. But the spawn was faster than it looked. It twisted just out of range and came in low. Claws scraped against my greave as I kicked back and swung again, this time dragging the edge low in a rising arc. The tip of the blade caught the beast's shoulder and slashed through, sending a burst of black ichor into the air. It shrieked and staggered, the rings of light along its body flickering erratically. I pressed the advantage, pivoting into an overhead swing, aiming to bring the edge down just as Meredi had. Drilled into me, the spawn roughly raised its arm, but the metal carved down through the creature's arm, snapping a loop of straubing light and cleaving halfway into its chest. The gloom spawn screeched, a noise so high, so alien, my teeth rattled. The blow had nearly split its chest in two. With a violent twist, it yanked itself back off the blade, stumbling along the muck and stones with a shriek still gurgling in its throat. It crouched low, twitching, spasming like a puppet fighting its strings. I didn't chase. I settled my heart and had a deep inhale, letting the stimulant fill my lungs. "This isn't so hard," I muttered. Suddenly, it arched, spine backward, chest flaring open, not splitting with gore, but peeling like a blooming flower. Beneath the putrid ribs was a fleshy silver cavity lined with bioluminescent fangs and spiny glands, twitching in anticipation. What the hell? It fired. A storm of shimmering needles launched from its body, each one like a glimmering bone dart. My instincts screamed, and I threw the blade up in front of my chest. The wide metal rang like a bell as the first few needles slammed into it. I crouched low behind the blade tight, coiled, trying to minimize my profile. The needles kept coming. I could feel them rattling off the steel. They bit into my shoulders, my thighs, my sides. One caught the edge of my mask, skidding with a sharp ting that made my ears ring. Another grazed my upper arm, tearing cloth and skin alike. Shit, a few just pierced through my glove and got my fingers. I gritted my teeth and felt warm blood trickling out of me. My awareness of my body intensified. I felt it, the fire burning through my veins. It had to be a toxin, holy shit. It was a toxin. The final barrage ended in a faint clicking sound as squelches echoed. The gloom spawn slumped forward, panting in that wet, mewling way a creature does when it's still alive, but barely hanging on. I shifted the sword and focused on the creature. I couldn't help but smirk. I'm getting real lucky today, aren't I? I turned one of the canisters attached to the filter mask and took a nice, long breath of this special batch as it filled the mask's cavity. The marshlands were a place of noxious, dangerous fumes. Miasma, natural chemicals, gloomspawn breath, it was all stuff that could kill a person. Everyone who went into it had to wear these special respirator type masks. Their filter capabilities weren't super high, so instead, people breathed in stimulants, powering up their bodies' natural capabilities in order to overpower the effects of the antagonistic air. But see, me, The Alchemist? I didn't settle on the standard issue stimulant. I needed an advantage, and thankfully, Timaeus had notes on his special, aggressive blends. I'd have to take a potion for my kidneys later. But this special stimulant, SPS07, would give this body a performance boost equivalent to an adrenaline rush. 4 times more potent than the standard. Not done with using tools. I pulled out a vibrant red prism from a pouch and slotted it into the merry edges. Hand guard. The circuits in the blade lit up immediately, and the edge glowed red. Got to make sure not to ruin the heart. I ran toward the creature, and before it could react, I plunged the sword into its abdomen and pushed it toward a boulder. We hit the boulder within moments. The blade melted through the stone and pinning the creature. It suddenly flailed, but I pulled the sword out and, with a flourish, cut through its arms. Then, with one more stroke, I relieved it of its head. The body slumped over with a wet, defeated sigh. The rings of light lining its body flickered one last time, then faded like cooling embers in a doused campfire. I stood there, panting, sword lowered, but still alert. Then I pulled the prism out from the merry edge's guard. The red circuits dimmed instantly, retreating into the weapon-like veins going cold. The faint hum that had accompanied the charged blade vanished, leaving behind only the whisper of wind and the distant cries of unseen birds. I let out a breath. That was actually way more fun than I thought it could be, and kind of therapeutic. I knew what I was getting into with the weapon, thanks to the game. The majority of people didn't have magic aptitude, but they could make use of weapons that had their own source of mana, or make use of mana crystals, and the mana-conductive miracle metal to make magic-powered weapons. The Merry Edge was one of those. Weapons, where its guard was more like a piece of repurposed machinery, and the circuitry created conduits to control the flow of mana spilled by the mana crystal. Meredi had made this sound like it was just a scrap project, but in actuality, this was an amazing weapon, and even if it wasn't, I would make it amazing because it was the weapon that she gave me. I looked down at my shoulder and poked at one of the spine-like needles still lodged in the fabric. Slightly, another one stuck out of my thigh at a bad angle, and a third had broken off entirely in my glove. The tip, biting into the web between my fingers. Must have been a desperation move, I muttered. Maybe against a normal person, you would have gotten the opening you sought, but I once kept fighting even after a rust-covered spike had been driven through my right eye and into my brain. You weren't going to take me down. I'd keep swinging even if you killed me. I winced as I pulled the broken spine free and pricked my finger with it. A sharp, chemical sting danced across my nerves enough to make me twitch. The stimulant was definitely helping my body stay as calm as my mind. However, can't wait to crack this open. Study what kind of compound you used. Toxin? Paralytic? Maybe something more exotic? I wonder what its nature is. I dropped it into one of my specimen vials and sealed it tight. Then I turned my attention to the corpse and got to work. I took the heart and some of the weird glowing cables that ran along the spawn's body. Then I collected the head and one of the arms. Well, I said, stretching as I stood up. That's all I wanted. No need to push my luck. From there, I backtracked through the marsh path I'd taken, collecting even more strange fungi. Half a dozen iridescent bugs, and 3 kinds of moss that refused to stop glowing even after being sealed in a dark pouch. I even found a bulbous vine that retracted from touch who would miss out on something like that. I gave thanks to the patrolling guards every time I picked up a new specimen. It was only because of them that I could have such a leisurely time in these parts. Without Gloomspawn coming down on you, your most likely enemy would just be yourself and the nervous mistakes you could make. It does make one wonder though. I mused. If the patrols are this effective, what happened to make it so that the city would be overrun by Gloomspawn? I adjusted the straps on my gear, felt the weight of my samples, and walked through the miasma-infused fog with my fair share of questions. Oh, but what if I find a legendary weapon? I wouldn't be able to part from the Merry Edge. Welp, guess I can. Learn how to dual wield. Chapter 8, Power Up. Mana Vision. The table in my workshop was covered in vials, beakers, and neatly labeled flasks. Every single one of them was something designed to undo what I was about to do. Stomach purges, liver cleansers, blood thinners, anti-inflammatory brews, and enough neutralizing tinctures to make a poisoner skittish. I had a mana stabilizer rare, costly concoction meant to dampen magical activity in the body. Even if you weren't one of the lucky souls to have access to magic like the MCs of the games. I also stopped by the stall that a woman of the city's faith ran to pick up blessed potions, just in case I got possessed or something. All this preparation just for a few bites of monster meat, truth be told. The reason I told Meredi to wait for 3 days before freaking out was because I was almost certain I would be down from what I was about to put in my mouth. I exhaled and settled my gaze on the carefully cleaned chunk of Gloomspawn limb, maybe the size of my fist. Gray-black, faintly twitching, previously glowing rings now forever dimmed. I'd seared it lightly, but no amount of flame made it look less revolting. In the game, I muttered to myself, all you had to do was take a bite. That was it. One mouthful, and boom, up popped a development screen. 3 options every time. Sometimes weird and underpowered, sometimes clearly game-breaking. The game let you shape a build gradually. Specialization based on choices made after each first consumption. Each Gloomspawn had a rank, from rank 1 grunts to the total budget sinks rank 12 nightmares. You got 1 upgrade per rank, no matter how many of that rank you devoured. There was a funny trick I respected. If you skipped a rank and ate something stronger first, the system would retroactively grant you the missing developments. The third game later confirmed that the power unlocked wasn't just based on the spawn. It was shaped by the person eating it. Personalized developments, in other words. It made it so that each of the MCs was unique by the end of their games. Oh, and the third game dropped the bombshell that the heart of a Gloomspawn was always considered 1 rank higher than the flesh. So naturally, I wasn't starting with the heart. I was in the world of a game, but I didn't have the luxury of menus or stat screens like some other lucky bastards. In Isekai stories, I needed to figure things out without skipping steps, which raised the question, how the hell would I even choose a power, given that the lore said that the development was unique to every person? I was willing to bet that I would have no choice at all. Figuring out what power I ended up with could be the most realistic process I might ever go through in this world. I didn't have a system screen to guide me. No menu, no 3 flashing choices, no auto-sorting of abilities or stat bars to admire, just intuition, and a very unpleasant piece of flesh on my workbench. It's for all the moms cut short out there. I picked up a pair of tongs and rotated the meat in the light. Still warm, slightly rubbery, smelled like swampa. Most unexpected smell to have to contend with. Okay, I said aloud. Moment of truth. If this does nothing, I wasted time and risked poisoning myself. If this does something, then holy shit, I'm a genius. I took a long breath and then just stuffed it into my mouth. I chewed for what felt like minutes. It was gamey and pleasant, but tolerable until I hit a pocket of juice that flooded my mouth with an earthy, sour taste reminiscent of that time I tried magic mushrooms. I gulped it down, finally, and washed it down with sweet juice. Then I looked around. I guess that wasn't so bad, pretty good sear, if I do say so myself. I didn't want to rush anything. An important part of science was observation, so I just sat there and took notes of any little change I felt in my body. As I did, I thought about the setting. In the games, ingesting anything that was spawn-related was considered taboo, largely because 99% of the population would die if they did so. The taboo was so strong that not even Timaeus tried to break it. Wasted opportunity, evidently. Eventually, I got up and stood by my dirty window. Maybe I should clean the exterior sometime. I wonder how long it can stay clean. For in this grimy city, my eye itched, I rubbed it, and then my head throbbed. Oh, here we go, I said, lightly shaking my head. My eyes focused on the scene outside the window, and I paused. The steam rising from the nearby exhaust vents, which normally disappeared into the ambient fog, wasn't just steam anymore. There was light threaded into it, pale, wavering strands of pink and silver, twisting like ribbons through the fog. That wasn't there before. I tilted my head slightly, watching the steam drift past my window again. The strands of light weaving through it pulsed gently. I rubbed the corner of my eye with my knuckle, then looked down at my hand and paused. Wow, the skin along my palm shimmered faintly, like it had been overlaid with a glowing, phantasmal circuit. A network of thin threads ran up my wrist, not bulging or pulsing like veins, just existing as quiet, glowing lines, right on the skin. I held my hand closer to the light. Can I see the chakra circulatory system? I muttered, eyebrow raised. Then I smirked. No, just reminded me of that one ninja show. The one with the yelling and trauma and giant animal demons. Come to think of it, didn't that main character's mom get killed, too? Damn, what is wrong with those people? And their vendetta against moms? My moment of renewed irritation aside, I focused on the matter at hand, the circuits covering my body. The resemblance to the show I watched in my youth was uncanny. I twisted my wrist a few times, studying how. The glowing network stayed stable, locked to the exact position on my arm. It really was like I was looking at a circulatory system. I reached over and grabbed one of the red mana crystals from the bench. Same quality as the one I inserted into, the Merry Edge. I rotated it slowly between my fingers, enthralled. Yeah, that confirms it, doesn't it? The core gleamed brighter than I remembered, like a miniature star trapped in mineral. Wisps of color different. Shades of red spiraled lazily out of it. God, no wonder alchemists spent half their lives blowing themselves up. How were they even supposed to direct this stuff without seeing it? I let out a low, amused whistle and set the crystal down on the bench. Then I tapped the side of my head lightly. So the first thing I unlocked is Mana Vision. Huh? I knew this ability. Introduced in the second game in the series, players were railroaded into having this be there. First unlock. It was essential for a lot of the puzzles of the second game because you need to use it to follow trails of mana to find stuff. I would have complained about that, but the second game introduced to more ranks of Gloomspawn, so they made up for it. Anyway, the Mana Vision I unlocked was evidently more fleshed out. In my case, I could see the mana in everything, including my body, despite how little I was supposed to have. I'll need to make a point of finding the MC of the game. I can use them as a baseline of what someone with actual magical ability is supposed to look like. I turned back to the window, eyes adjusting to the new visuals. The world outside looked a little more magical. Thread-thin trails of magic leaked from vents, lined the edges of buildings, and flickered through the air. I can't see through thick materials. It seems I'll keep that in mind. Was it a good power? Well, if I were going to be heading into dungeons, then yes. But otherwise, in theory, having an extra point of information on things should upset the balance of things. But it really hinged on me, being proactive about turning it into an advantage. I crossed my arms and watched the city breathe for a while. I don't know if I want to see the circulatory system of the women at all times, though. Feels kind of creepy. Like I'm looking at them without skin. Can I turn this thing off? I couldn't. It was going to have to be a problem for another day. You had to activate it in the game, so hopefully I would be able to deactivate it. Well, so far so good. Next up, the heart, I said, letting out a maniacal laugh. Goodness, if the women heard me, they'd think I was mad. Chapter 9, Brains. I was standing in front of the workshop mirror. Oh, I had finished eating the entirety of the heart a few minutes ago. HMM. The second game stated that the whole heart had to be eaten. So I did that. HMPH. My skin had started tingling, and I was pretty sure I saw something weird in the mirror, out the corner of my eye, but I hadn't managed to replicate it yet. Could also be a hallucination. I stared intensely at my reflection. What could the new power be? Was it related to my skin? Oh, I was in the mirror again, but a moment ago, I wasn't. Invisibility or optical camouflage. Either way, that could be a game breaker. As far as I knew, no game had an MC that could go invisible. The systems weren't really set up for taking advantage of the power, especially not with how shoddy the detection ranges of the enemies were. I stared at myself in the mirror while making all sorts of faces. It was then that I realized I had missed having a face that could still function. Thank you, mysterious lady, for letting me have a functional face again. But no matter what art gallery worthy face I made, I couldn't reproduce the effect. Shit. This is hard. Think, Tim, think. You've just gotten a superpower. How do you activate it for the first time? Nope. I had too many ideas, but that meant I had ideas. I went and wrote them all down, every single activation, condition, ritual, or chant I could recall from any story I had in my head. If I couldn't just intuit how to use these powers, then I'd go down the trial and error route. Anything to save the goddesses of my heart. 20 minutes and 86 attempts later. Okay. Activation word. Vanish veil. Nothing. Not even a twitch. Okay. Maybe it's not an dramatic. Let's try a low energy one. Veil on. Still nothing. Blood sacrifice. I bit my finger hard enough to draw blood. Nothing. I licked the blood. Still nothing. Great. Now I'm edgy and have the taste of iron in my mouth, but good to know that my blood tastes how it should. Next. Strong emotion. Maybe I just need to feel it. I started reaching for my worst memories. Nope. 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 Can't, don't. Won't do it. Not doing it. Then I imagined the dev team sitting in a room deciding to kill off all the moms in the prologue. There. A flicker. Just for a second. Oh my god. Am I fueled by spite? That can't be healthy. I jotted that down regardless. I don't think I was angry earlier, though. Next. Physical motion-based triggers. I tried a spin. Nothing. A clap. Nothing. Ninja hand seals. Okay, that was stupid. I didn't know I was doing. I was just smashing my hands together in exotic and random finger configurations. But then I had an idea. I put my fingers together the way meditating people did and let out a nice long ohm. Nothing. Shit, I really thought I had it there. I scribbled in my notebook. But I should consider doing meditation just in case there are some hidden cultivation-like mechanics. I rubbed my chest as I looked at the next idea. Could it be breath-based? Deep inhale. Hold. My reflection disappeared. Clothes and all. Holy shit, I said, snapping my fingers. I was visible again. Thinking about it, yeah, I did tend to hold my breath when I was focusing. It was an old habit. Excited, I held my breath again and saw myself disappear. This is awesome. I got it. My rank to power is invisibility, and it's really convenient. This was a game changer. With this, the infiltration option became significantly more viable. But I need to break it. I rifled through the potion shelves. Bottles clinked, corks bounced, and one tiny unlabeled vial spilled onto my sleeve and started burning a hole through it. Whoops, not that one. Finally, in the back row, behind some suspiciously wiggling mushrooms growing from the shelf, I found what I was looking for. A dark glass bottle labeled in Timaeus' tiny, precise handwriting. Nymph's Bane, breath retention inducer. Do not combine with any stimulants. Well, that's a suggestion. I turned the bottle to reread the label. The thing was developed for prolonged underwater retrieval expeditions and toxin-rich cavern diving. It slowed the body's respiratory system while pumping it full of easy-to-absorb nutrients and chemicals. It could extend a held breath to anywhere between 4 and 7 minutes, with suicidal ideation and fatigue being the after effects. Not the worst. If I master some breathing techniques, maybe I can extend the time some more. Is there a potion that minimizes energy consumption? Why don't we have more magical potions, like something that turns me into a fire elemental? Done with griping, I uncorked the bottle and put one of the pellets under my tongue. It dissolved within moments. I felt the difference, and I held my breath. It felt like the air I was holding in my chest was freezing. My heart rate slowed. My chest stopped rising and falling noticeably. I wrote down my observations in between, confirming that I was still invisible. After about 5 minutes, I couldn't do it anymore and let out the breath. It came out like an exhale on a snowy day. 5 minutes isn't really enough, but on-demand invisibility is still useful. Just requires me to be smart. I finished my note-taking and congratulated myself. I had 2 new abilities now, proving that I had the same trait that the MCs from the games had. I clasped my hands and prayed, thanking Timaeus' departed mother for her bravery and love. I never met her, and I didn't have any memory of her, but I just knew that she was probably the type of character who would have inspired me just as hard as the trio of goddesses would have. The day of eating was not done. There was still one thing on my table, the brain. I approached it cautiously, eyes narrowing on the gray, wrinkly mass. It's unnerving how much it resembles a human brain. Hearts had a special property. Would it be unreasonable to think that brains might, too? A brain was more impressive than a heart. Would that fact be reflected in this world's power-up system? What sort of alchemist would I be if I shied away from this inquiry? Could I really say I would stop at nothing to save the Momma goddesses if I wasn't willing to eat wrinkly flesh? I would not back down. I seared the meat, spiced it, and ate it. Holy shit, the consequences came fast. I hit the ground hard. My legs had given out without warning. I didn't black out. I was very awake, painfully awake. My eyes flu-eyed as my whole body lit up with a burning heat, as if every cell had just decided to develop nerves and hook into my spine. The shadows in the corners of the room jittered and pulsed. The light in my workshop flickered even though nothing was wrong with the flame. My hand, the dim network, came alive. It was like magma breaking through the earth. Then images flashed across my eyes. Marshlands, eyes on the ground, the muck, the water, the smell of the air, the sound of the splashing. A pain came from the center of my head. It was like nails had gotten an inch into my brain and were now being scraped back and forth like someone was trying to etch glyphs. I screamed. Or maybe I thought I screamed. I wasn't sure my voice box and breathing were working the way they should. The high-pitched buzz that burst from inside my own ears was maddening too. My stomach lurched, and I barely had time to grab the bucket I'd prepped before vomiting hard. I was cognizant enough to see that what came up was just stomach fluid. There was no sign of the cursed meat. Nano shit. I gripped the edge of my table and forced myself up. It was the hardest pull-up of my life. Leaning against the table, my focus narrowed on the potions. I grabbed one by instinct and bit off the cork like a lunatic. I downed the stomach purger first. It scorched my throat on the way down, and I vomited again, violently enough to make my torso cramp. Shit. Did it get digested immediately? I yelled, seeing no trace of meat in the mess. Next, liver cleanser. Then the mana dampener. This one actually did something. The blazing mana network across my body settled down. It didn't look like nature's wrath anymore, but I was still in giant trouble. I reached for the blessed liquids, drank half of it, poured a quarter of it over my head, and then used the last quarter to draw a cross on my forehead with my finger. God, why have you forsaken me? I yelled as I desperately clawed the table. My veins felt like they were full of fireflies made of razors. My arms twitched. I felt every organ in my body trying to crawl out of me, like they'd all grown feelers and nails at the same time. My reality was flashing. 1 second, I'd be staring at my hands gripping the table, only to flicker to the arms of a gloom spawn gripping a boulder. This is misery. I had one solution: Sleeping Beauty. I grabbed this potion and downed it. Within 5 minutes, I would be forcefully put to sleep, after which my body would be forced into a sort of hibernation state while it repaired itself. It was sort of like taking sleeping pills upon getting the first sign of a migraine. In order to just sleep through it, I quickly pulled bottles of the supplements that needed to be taken with the potion and ate a pill of each one. Sleeping Beauty required the nutrients in the body in order to function, so loading up was recommended. Thank God I had been used to operating while in pain. A flash of incredible insight then visited me. Knowing my luck, one of the women is going to come to the workshop while I'm down. They'll probably find me in a sorry state, and then they'll see the head and torso of a spawn on the floor. Then they'll lose their shit. No, I was smarter than that. I quickly took the brainless head and the heartless torso, dragged myself across the floor, pried open a hidden compartment below the floor, and shoved the parts underneath. There, my body crumpled, sweat flying from every pore. I've taken enough drugs. My eyes closed. My body should be resilient enough, right? I trust the mom who died so that her son could live. Chapter 10. Waking up to a smuggler in my room. I opened my eyes, head fuzzy, mouth dry, and throat sore. The ceiling above wasn't my workshop's. It was my bedroom in the back, and I was in my bed. How did I get in my bed? Do I sleepwalk? That could be a serious problem. Before I could sit up, A voice spoke from beside me. Thank the saints. You're awake. My heart skipped a beat. Ravela was lounging in a chair by the bed, legs crossed, elbow propped, and chin resting on her gloved knuckles. Like this was all a pleasant morning tea. Her tone was light, teasing even, but her eyes were far too focused on me. If only she knew how over the moon. This sort of focus made me. I swung by the workshop this evening, she said. Saw the lights were still on. Door was locked, felt a little offended that you would lock me out. So I popped in. I closed my eyes and chuckled. As long as you didn't break the lock again. She shrugged. I already replaced it. I guess that's what I keep the spares around for. I can tell you I didn't expect what I would find at all. My dear nephew, face down on the stone floor, sweaty, twitching, and reeking of half a dozen potions. Huh, I croaked. Guess I screwed up a potion recipe. Or maybe it was all the mixing I did. A potion recipe, she echoed, voice velvet and sweet. I tried to sit up again. My body ached. I looked at Ravela again, but I hated how noticeable her monocirculatory system was. I didn't want to see it, not to say that it wasn't beautiful in its own way. The glow veined across her cheeks, her arms, her collarbone, but I was more of a face guy. I closed my eyes, but when I opened them, again, the monosystem was gone. My eyes widened slightly. I looked at my nightstand because I had left a monocrystal there. And yeah, it wasn't as vibrant. Hey, you okay there, Tim? I put on a grin. Yeah, sorry. Just waking up still, I thought I'd be out for longer. Ravela reached down to the floor and fished up a bottle Sleeping Beauty's bottle. Sleeping Beauty, Hud, she asked. I nodded. I know a little bit about alchemists. Sleeping Beauty is what you guys take when you botch something so hard that the mere act of existing makes you shit your pants from how much it hurts, she said. Her voice straddling the line between sweet and furious. An exaggeration, to be sure. But I'm fine, especially if I woke up within 12 hours. I really thought I'd be down. 4:48. Ravela raised a cautious brow. So, you're okay? Aside from the soreness? Yeah, I think so. Ravela smiled gently, leaned forward, and patted my arm. Sweetie, she said, I'm so glad you're feeling better. Her hand left my arm, and then she whacked me across the head with something solid, heavy, and faintly damp. What? She snapped. The actual fuck is this? The Gloomspawn limb landed with a wet slap on the sheets. I stared at it. I stared at her. Oh, I managed. Oh, Ravela shrieked, mouth set in that livid smile only smugglers knew how to weaponize. Why? For all. That's good in this world. Do you have a Gloomspawn limb? She grabbed the collar of my shirt and rattled me. I didn't know heaven could welcome me so vigorously. You little freak level with me. Did you eat this shit? People die, you punk. I glanced at the limb. Oh, I see. This thing is so flaky. It must have flaked off and contaminated my potion. Wow, thanks, Ravela. You helped me solve the mystery. Her expression flattened and her voice dropped. Are you fucking with me right now? I looked her in the eyes. The last thing I want to do is upset you. It wasn't a total lie. But also getting to see an angry Ravela? I didn't get to see that in the game. So this was novel. I'm fine now, I said with a chuckle. I probably would have died if I had the whole thing. Tim, she growled. I found you in a pile of your own vomit. I tilted my head. Good thing I placed myself on my side. Take this seriously, man. You could have died. I gripped Ravela's shaking fists. If you saw my vomit, then you must have seen my stomach contents. She raised a brow, the comment disarming her slightly. Yeah, so, were there traces of anything strange? No, she cautiously replied, releasing my collar. I didn't want to let go of her hands, though, and to my surprise, she kept her hands there, nestled in my grip. Thank you. If there was blood or something, I would still be in trouble. So, thanks. She let out a breath and gently pulled her hands away. I swear, she mumbled. What would I tell Meredi? I inspected my shirt. Oh, this is fresh. I lifted the sheets and inspected my shorts. Those are fresh too. I lifted my shorts and inspected my underwear. Those are fresh. I looked at Ravela with renewed vigor. Rav, I am so sorry you had to do that. Ravela shrugged. I've seen worse, she said, holding her head as she came down from the heights of her rage. Tim, where did you even get one of these things? I don't deal with any of this. None of my associates touch the stuff either. Her eyes narrowed. Did you beg my daughter for this? I grinned. Nah, I got it myself. Ravela's mouth dropped. What? I went and hunted a spawn, I nonchalantly replied, returning to testing mana vision. It looked like I had gained control of it. Tim, are you serious right now? She asked. You like snooping, right? You probably saw my weapon downstairs. It looked like one of Meredi's. I thought you were coating it with something. Well, I do want to do something like that. I collected a ton of Gloomspawn fluids, so coming up with a coating that's resistant to them should be trivial now. Ravela shook my arm. Hey, look at me for a second. We're depths people. We don't go out there, Tim. We stick to the depths and the sludge monsters. Not Gloomspawn, she said, a noticeable sense of anxiety behind her. Words. It pained me to see this choking darkness behind the eyes she directed at me. Val goes out there, I countered. You talked her up. Val's different. She's like a guiding star. We're not like that. I nodded. I couldn't really disagree with the assessment. Valray was an amazing character. Ravela was still watching me, her lips pressed into a tight line. One hand still hovering like she wasn't sure if she wanted to pat my head or slap it again. I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. She blinked. Tim. I gave it a soft squeeze. I've got big ambitions, Rav. I'm going to do whatever I need to do to get it done. Even if that means becoming a dirty, foolish, swamp man, I said, trying to wear a smirk like hers. Her eyes narrowed slightly, searching mine. Then her gaze flicked to our hands. Wait, she said, why are you holding my hand like this? I raised a brow. Ravela, you stripped me. She froze. You must have seen me naked. If you can handle that, you can handle a little hand holding. Her lips parted, probably to throw out a quip, but no words came out. Her ears went faintly pink. Oh God, she was flustered. Holy shit, I was living my best life. She glanced away with a little scoff that didn't have any real heat in it. Yeah, true enough, I guess. I didn't think she could be so cute when she didn't know what to do with herself. My chest actually fluttered a little. I had to suppress a grin. There was actually a Ravela route for me. There really might be one. But I couldn't get distracted. I wasn't here to gush over goddesses. I was here to save goddesses. All right, enough of you being cute, I said. Her eyes widened. Pardon me, she said, her voice a little shriller than usual. Help me up. I lost control of my legs, and I can already tell that the feeling hasn't totally come back. Ravela helped me out of bed without a word. Her grip was steady, but her whole demeanor had shifted. She Looked like someone trying not to think too hard about things. You can tell yourself that I'm still disoriented from my episode, I said. Eyes focused on the door. You don't know what I'm thinking. Can you let me know? I'd love to be privy to your inner thoughts, I said, letting her guide my arm over her shoulder, just helping my idiotic nephew not collapse. She replied quickly and with a grunt. I chuckled. Hey, are you okay? You're almost as red as your hair. I'm hot. Yeah, I'd agree with that. She made a tiny noise like a kettle trying not to boil over. We shuffled through the doorway into the workshop. Wow, I can't believe my legs are still having trouble. I muttered. Something feels off with your arm, too, Ravela added. Ravela was putting in more work correcting me. She was focused on the task, so focused I wondered if she saw me as a carriage wheel about to fall off. I focused on my feet and I slowed my breathing. There was a flicker again. The ground was the marsh and my feet were the legs of a gloom spawn. I hastened my breathing and was out of it. You okayed? She asked. You're breathing hard there. The tip of your corset's poking into my ribs. Her eyes widened, she looked down, and then at me with our twisting her lip. No, it's not. Heh, made you look. She frowned. This isn't the time to take up being a little gnat. Did I miss dinner? I asked, glancing at the muted lantern light. I willed Monavision to turn, and with a blink, it did. Dinner was 4 hours ago. 4 hours, that's not so bad after all. I really wasn't that out of it. Ravela rolled her eyes. Oh, great. Glad your period of unconsciousness wasn't that bad. She glanced at me, and her pout intensified. She even clicked her tongue. Is something the matter? I asked. Since when were you taller than me? I don't know. Since puberty? She clicked her tongue. You're barely walking straight. Yeah. Maybe I can shake it off. We made it to my main workbench. I reached out and fished up the compact satchel I'd prepared earlier. My portable alchemy kit, folded leather, reinforced with brass corners, lined with color-coded vials and tiny instruments. It clipped neatly to my belt. What are you picking that up for? Ravela asked, incredulous. I want to go see Meredi. Get real. Tim, she's probably sleeping. I shook my head and smiled. I bet she's not. Yeah, and why would you say that? Because she's the person who cared for me when I had no one else. Ravela's lips parted, and then she scowled before looking at the floor. Come on, no one else. Seriously, or she muttered. I heard the pain in her voice. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. I was just acknowledging Meredi's maternal side. Damn me. I let my admiration for one hurt the other. I chastised myself 9 times. I had to be more even-handed. I know you care to, Ravela. You're the one who busted in here to save me. Ravela grumbled something I didn't catch, then caught sight of something on the tray nearby. Her brow furrowed. She reached out and picked up one of the gleaming, needle-like shards. This tray here. What the hell are these? She asked. Oh, I said, casually adjusting my satchel. The gloom spawn I fought fired those at me. Poisoned me, too. What? She held the needle away like it might explode. It wasn't that bad, I added quickly. Just a pain-based deterrent as far as I could tell. Pretty easy to neutralize with the right stuff. Heck, I think a body with stimulants can neutralize it pretty effectively. You are insane, Ravela hissed. Why do you sound so calm about that? I shrugged. Pain's just the body reminding the mind it wants to stay alive. She stared at me. Then, in a softer voice, could I have some of it? I blinked. The poison? Yeah. You planning to use it on someone. Not you, if that's what you're worried about. she said with a wicked smirk that meant she was starting to recover. But maybe I know a few folks who could use a dose of just pain for cooperative purposes. You, no business dealings. I don't mind, but give me a couple days to brew the antidote in measured doses. You don't want to overdo it. Even just pain can be too much if you're not careful. Don't patronize me. I'm not, I said. I'm enabling you responsibly. She laughed a low, genuine sound that made my spine tingle. When she noticed me looking, she shook her head, but didn't argue. Fine, she said. Let's go bug my sister. But Tim, if you can't walk straight by the time we get to the door, I'm hauling you back. I don't care. Heh, I might just need you to distract her until I get to the dinner table. If you can manage to walk from door to table on your own, then sure. Ravela groaned and muttered something under her breath that might have been a prayer or a curse. Either way, it sounded like affection in disguise, and I was buzzing. If this kept up, I might get distracted and doom us all. Nah. I almost vomited blood making that joke. Chapter 11. The Ravela root is real. Meredi opened the door wearing a loose housecoat over a tank top and soft shorts. Her hair hastily tied back. Her face was drawn, tired, but the second she saw me, something in her shoulders released. She kept staring at me, like the breath had been knocked out of her. Hey, I said. She stared for a beat, mouth opening slightly. Then, without a word, she stepped forward and pulled me into a tight hug. I could feel her shuddering relief through her outrageous muscles, goddamn. Oh, I wheezed. Wow, this is warm-eyed forgotten. You're back. She muttered into my shoulder. She pulled back and looked me over for any sign of something. Amiss. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? You have more bandages on. I'm all right. Maybe a bit sore. Not planning on heading back out for a week or two, though. Meredi let out a sigh of relief. Thank the saints you're not that far gone. She pulled me in one more time, gripping me like I could vanish at any moment. If I could move my arms, I would have hugged her back. Meredi's hand on the back of my head then tightened. Rav, she asked. Hey, sis, Ravela replied, casually slipping past us into the house. We came together. Meredi turned on her with a nasty look. Were you two together? Yup, Ravela replied. Like I said, we walked over together. She then chuckled. Be careful there. The spawn didn't kill him, but you might. I just let out a satisfied sigh. There could be no sweeter demise. Meredi, gripping my arm, pulled me into the house and shut the door. Rav, did something happen that you're not telling me? Did you go out there with him? The accusation incensed Ravela. Her teeth were already bared. Before the fight started, I walked past the two and toward the kitchen. I didn't miss dinner, did I? Meredi kept her attention on Ravela. I left stew on the stove. Heat it up a little. I chuckled. I knew I could count on you, Meredi, I said, already taking a bowl of stew to the table. I didn't go anywhere with him, Ravela said. In fact, I didn't even know that you gave him a weapon until I visited the shop. You're the one who should be getting questioned right now. Meredi's response was a sharp, why do you care? Because he's my family to marry. Meredi shrugged and walked toward the kitchen table as I started setting up my alchemy station. You would have gotten him a weapon. I would not have, Ravela snapped. Yes, you would, Meredi said calmly, scooping stew into a bowl for herself. He would have asked enough times and worn you down, and then you'd grumble and snap, then hand it over. Ravela threw her hands up. I have standards. You don't have standards with him. He's your little accomplice, more than your daughter is. So, I can be friends with my family too. Wow, I said. This is better than any dream I could ever have. Ravela threw a spoon at me. Eat your stew and shut up. I caught it and kept grinning. Don't worry, I can multitask. Meredi sat at the table and kicked a chair out for Ravela to sit. Go on. Sit and stop kicking up a fuss. What the fuck, bitch, Ravela replied, disgusted. I didn't do anything. Don't turn this on me. You're getting mad because you thought me and him were out killing spawns together without you. Meredi pouted and angrily scooped stew into her mouth. It didn't happen, Ravela repeated. Then sit down, Meredi growled. I, for one, really enjoy the soup, I said. Ravela gave me a look that could kill a lesser man. Eat your stew, Tim. I kept pulling out my portable alchemy kit tiny flame cradle, metal tongs, little case of starter reagents. Jokes on you? I like the way you're looking at me right now. Meredi's head swung toward me while Ravela went wide-eyed. Then Meredi turned to Ravela again. What the fuck have you been doing with my son? That made me shudder. Stepson, I corrected. Don't look at me like that, Ravela yelled. The kid just likes yapping these days. Not a kid, I corrected. Ravela leaned in, her breasts resting on the table. What an illegal move. But then I noticed that smirk. Okay, screw this, she said. You should be thanking me, Meredi. I clenched my jaw and braced. I wasn't going to stop this. Stopping this would imply that Ravela could do something wrong. And as a fan, I had decided that I would never imply that the goddesses could ever do anything wrong. I would not let the devs win. Why should I thank you, Rav? Meredi asked. Ravela's smirk turned into a toothy grin. Because I found that little idiot beside you lying in a puddle of his own puke and piss. Meredi, wide-eyed, turned to me. I, meanwhile, nodded. Oh, it was just piss then. Not the worst. Tim, Meredi's jaw tightened. What did you do? Please don't yell when I'm right beside you. My mortal ears can't handle your mighty voice. Meredi pulled back and looked timid all of a sudden. Oh, sorry. I quickly laughed it off. No, I'm fine. God, I hated that. I needed to remember that Meredi needed someone who could match her, not someone she felt. She was allowed to take care of. But seriously, Meredi, don't worry about it. A potion went wrong, and Rav helped me out. I looked at Meredi with a bright smile until she sighed and calmed down. Okay, thanks, Rav, she said. Ravela rolled her eyes. Whatever. Meredi tried to reclaim a calm mood by taking another spoonful of stew. So, how was the weapon? Awesome, I replied, pulling out one of my flasks. I named it the Merry Edge. With an innocent smile, she tilted her head. Why Merry Edge? Ravela groaned. Say your name and then say the name of the weapon, sis. Meredi did so, mouthing the words until her eye finally widened. Oh, she covered her mouth and looked over toward the stove. It's a pretty shoddy weapon, hardly deserving of a name, she mumbled. My grin only widened. It's the first weapon you made for me. That's more than enough to warrant a name. I saw Meredi's shoulders jump and felt pure bliss flow from my heart. Curious, I turned on Mana Vision and saw that Meredi's network was roughly as bright as Ravela's. Hey, you okay over there, sis? Ravela teased. I'm fine, Meredi quickly replied. I turned my attention back to my hands. I was sure of it now. They were slightly brighter than theirs, and I was. Sure, brighter than when I first unlocked Mana Vision. So, Tim, Meredi said, her voice sounding normal. Why are you turning my kitchen into a lab? Inspiration struck. Want to test some anti-spawn coatings with me? I noticed the fluids of the spawn do some damage, so I figured we could come up with a coating that better resists them. Meredi lit up. Oh, that sounds great. She turned to Ravela. Val would love that. Ravela rolled her eyes and rested her head on her fist. Yeah, I guess she would. The stew didn't last long. Once it was gone, Meredi rolled up her sleeves and joined me at the table, eye-bright and curious as I showed her what I was testing. It wasn't much, just a primitive version of stress testing. Coatings, but Meredi was enraptured. Watching her get swept up in this was addictive. Her tiredness melted away the second we started working. She seemed so happy, and her smile was so bright. Whatever shred of guilt I had was burned away. This scene was worth it. Ravela, for her part, said very little. She took up her usual corner seat, swirling a half-finished drink, watching us over the rim with a look I couldn't quite pin down. Every so often, I'd glance at her and find her staring at me. Was she trying to figure out if I was messing with her or hiding something? I would wink at her and chuckle. Why not? Right? She would roll her eyes. The night rolled along gently forward until Meredi finally yawned and caught herself halfway through, scribbling notes. She blinked blearily at the table, clearly fighting the urge to sleep. All right, I said, rising carefully. That's our cue? What? No, we can keep doing this, Tim, Meredi protested. I shook my head and grinned. We have our whole lives to work on stuff, I said. Her eye widened like I had caught her by surprise. We can pick up on this tomorrow, right? Meredi grinned and nodded and started blinking a lot. Yeah, of course. 100%. Tomorrow, you can come during shop hours too. To my surprise, Ravela stood too. I'll walk him back. That raised a brow from Meredi, but she didn't say anything. Just nodded once and walked us out. Outside, the streets were quiet. The ambient haze was thin tonight, and the lamps barely flickered in the breeze. I stole a few glances at Ravela as we walked, expecting her usual saunter. But her hands were in her coat pockets, and she was unusually quiet. Careful, I teased. You're giving off the impression that I can actually mess with you. That earned me ace cough. Don't push your luck. But the edge wasn't there. We reached my front door, and I paused to fish out my key. Ravela lingered nearby, shifting on her feet. She didn't leave. I unlocked the door, but didn't open it. Something on your mind? I asked. Ravela tilted her head. You're just not how I remember you. I nodded. I've got ambitions, and I've decided to be serious about pursuing them. She didn't answer, just narrowed her eyes a little, as if that made it easier to read through me. Are you messing with me? She asked, quieter this time. Like, really messing with me? Because you've been saying some daring things. I shook my head. I'm not messing with you in the way you might think I am. But you are messing with me? I smirked the way she would, which I could see immediately annoyed her. I opened my door. Step inside here with me. I'll close the door and clear up any confusion. She rolled her eyes and looked off to the side. I shrugged and stepped inside. Then I heard a groan and hold on. She stepped inside, just a few steps past the doorway, and leaned against the wall. So, you gonna clear up my confusion? I closed the door, and then I came closer. I looked down at her, and she looked up at me. You're right. I'm taller than you, I said. But you're one knee in the nuts away from being short again. I laughed softly. I appreciate that you never leave any doubt in your threats. I stepped in closer. She didn't move, just leaned there, arms crossed loosely now. Her weight shifted like she wasn't sure whether to stand her ground or leave. Her gaze flicked up to meet mine again. You're not scary. I cradled her chin. Her breath caught, just faintly, and I kissed her. It was as soft as it was direct. Just me and her. She didn't move. I pulled away. She blinked at me repeatedly. What was that? I looked up and thanked that heavenly woman who sent me here. A wish come true. Ravela stared at me, flustered, cheeks flushing even under the dim light. I met her gaze properly. I thought you were into men, she said, brow creased and eyes narrowing. What? Are you not into men? She asked, exasperated. No, I said, firmly. I even searched my memories. There was no indication that Timow's liked men. Heck, the guy was borderline, asexual according to the journals and the memories. At times, it seemed like he hated socializing. Ravela just blinked at me. I nodded, and then she pulled me in and kissed me again. My heart thumped twice in one night with minimal pain. A miracle. It was rougher than I expected, fast and hot, like she was trying to assert dominance again. Her fingers tangled briefly in my collar before she shoved me back with a sharp breath and took a step away, eyes wide. No, 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 she said, shaking her finger at me. I grinned. She opened the door. This, she said, outlining a shape with her fingers. This can't happen again. She stepped out of the shop. Good night, Tim. And then she closed the door. I counted to 5 and cracked the door open enough to see her walking away. She looked over her shoulder once, and then hurriedly disappeared into the night's fog. I closed the door, leaned against the wall, and looked at the ceiling. The Ravela root is real. I pumped my fists. Yes, but I can't slow down now. I'm saving those goddesses. Chapter 12. The next day, I was feeling a bit more melancholic than usual when I woke up. The lingering sweetness on my lips from the kiss was soothing and helped me push through. Every so often, I'd trigger the flashes of being at the marsh while practicing turning monovision on and off. And then I practiced invisibility. There was a change now. I could hold my breath without going invisible. My volition was now playing a bigger part in it. I wondered if there was something I was missing. Why was it affecting my clothing? Some items I picked up were also affected, but something like a chair wasn't. I had a guess, but I needed to stop by one of the temples and pick up some reading material to confirm. Couldn't be today, though. I was pretty set on going back to Meredi's. The forge was hot and roaring when I got to her place since Meredi was busy finishing up an order. I took that time to chat with her and tell her all about my epic first battle with the Meredi. She learned all about the Gloomspawn's attacks and my own moves. Meredi was excited. She talked about how so many people would love spawn-resistant weapons, and I got to gripe about not having enough Gloomspawn parts to extract ingredients from. That got me a stern talking to about how dangerous those parts were. Fear was really a powerful thing. But you know what? Meredi working and speaking with me so casually just had a way of making all that negative stuff just melt away. We were having such good conversations, and then an annoyed voice came from the doorway. Oh, Tim's here again. Morning, Rav, I replied, glancing at her. She was wearing an oversized vest that stopped midway down her thighs. Sleep well. She stared at me and nodded. Then she turned to her sister. Meredi, I'm going to have some of the fruits. Go ahead, Rav. As soon as Ravela was out of earshot, Meredi snickered. Someone's cranky. Oh, was she? Probably upset that my weapon brought you glory. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of alchemical trials and the steady percussion of Meredi's forge. We moved the tests out to what counted as a backyard in this setting. An enclosed space surrounded by tall metal walls and patched over with makeshift roofing. Some of the coatings actually held up under Iker exposure longer than expected. The rate of damage was slowly being minimized. Meredi cheered whenever a coating didn't immediately hiss and dissolve. Another turned, unexpectedly rubbery upon contact with the Iker, which cracked her up and endlessly fascinated me. She jotted notes down on a grease-smeared ledger, and we went to the next batch of formulations. Ravela lingered like a shadow. She sat on an overturned crate near the fencing, a half-eaten piece of dried fruit in her hand. Her eyes followed everything, but her mouth stayed shut. She was just a shadow interested in watching me. It was almost lunchtime before I realized I was starving. I think I'm gonna head to the market, I said, stretching and brushing rust flakes from my shirt. Need to pick up a few things for work anyway. Meredi perked up from her project station near the forge. Oh, you go on ahead. I want to get a head start on that alloy test I was telling you about. She grinned. Working on your stuff just got me inspired. Got it, I said with a salute. See you in a bit. Then, I turned to grab my coat and head out, but Ravela pushed off the wall. You're going out? Yeah. I slung the coat on as I reminded myself of what I wanted. Hope you're not offended. I just need normal stuff right now. I'll reach out when I need the exotics. She eyed me. Alone? I raised a brow. Pardon me? You're going alone? She asked, cracking her neck. Oh, yeah. It should just be an hour or so. Her brow twitched. You're not gonna ask me to come. I blinked at her, then shrugged with a grin. Didn't think you'd want to? Aren't you busy or something? She crossed her arms. I don't think she knew how much the pose accentuated her chest. That scowl was venomous, though. I tried not to linger on it and opened the front door. I mean, I added over my shoulder, you can come if you want. But it's not going to be exciting. I didn't hear anything for a second, so I walked out. TCH, fine, came from behind me. She followed, muttering something about not letting idiots wander into danger. Even though we both knew it was just the open market. Well, actually, Cynthia was probably there. So yeah, maybe I did need the protection. Chapter 13, a sort of date with Ravela. Having Ravela with me would never be a bad thing. It caught me by surprise because I thought today would be a Meredi day, but I was happy to go with the flow. It worked out for me, too, because it gave me a chance to flesh out my understanding of the setting further. The marketplace buzzed with layered noise bartering voices, clanking carts, and the occasional barked warning from a market guard. The air was thick with the smells of spiced meats, burnt oil, wet stone, and the faint, metallic sting of mana leakage from a cracked pipe. It was funny, all the constant moving, old fans at every stall, and fragrances actually made the market one of the cleaner places on the St. Giselle layer. I glanced toward a patrol squad idling by a corner post. How dangerous would you say the St. Giselle layer is? I asked. Her eyes scanned everything but me. Safer than the 3 layers below the slants, not as safe as the layers above. If you've got a good rep and good eyes, you'll be fine. HMM. Hope people know I'm associated with you. They do. I snorted, but I was also taking mental notes. In the game, this part of the city was just a glorified setting detail. So I never really thought about how it worked day to day. It was a gritty, overly dark setting, but a place like this couldn't run without some kind of order. Meredi's shop wouldn't survive if people couldn't walk home without being stabbed every night. I can't help but notice all the guards. Wow, look at you, Ravela replied dryly. Finally opening your eyes to the world around you? I seized the chance and looked over my shoulder at her. I've definitely opened my eyes to what's around me. Her eyes widened and she looked away. TCH, watch where you're going. Would you say guards are reliable? I asked, stopping at a stall selling lamp-grown nightshades. Ravela greeted the owner and stood beside me. Are you kidding? What a stupid question. Humor me, I said, buying an assorted bag of nightshades. Yeah, they're reliable. The outfits have good leaders. The captain of the city guard is a great lady. Came up from the lair above us. The captain of the patrol is a great man. The guild master of the merchants and salvagers guild is a great man. The paladins of the bastion are annoying, but they're passionate about their work. The nobles can run their mouths, but it's the paladins keeping the order. Ravela spat. Her nose wrinkling. But the captain of the noble guard's a piece of work. I quickly dissected what I could of what I had been told. So, the city had 3 people Ravela believed in. The captain of the patrol, if I recall correctly, the first game mentioned him. But the direct superior of the MC was the one you interacted with. That guy seemed really honest, strict, and reliable. He wasn't a hateable character the way Cynthia was. It sounded like he was a reflection of this leader Ravela talked up. We stopped by the next stall that sold mushroom spores. Memories flashed before my eyes as I greeted the kindly old couple behind the counter and waved at their adult son standing by with a sword on his hip. This body had visited this stall many times. These are the ingredients for my stimulants, I mumbled. Yeah, I know. Tim, I pay attention to your shopping trips, Ravela spat. I chuckled. Hey, Rav, how easy would it be to sneak into the upper layers? She gave me a look like I just confessed to licking public railings. What? I laughed and looked over at the son, who was listening in. Hey, man, what would you say? Is it easy? He let out a laugh and took a second to think about it as his parents made jokes about how tight a noble's riches are. I had a body who went up there for a delivery, so it was honest work. The guards arrested him within an hour because he was having trouble finding the address. I nodded. Thanks? That actually tells me a lot. Ravela nudged my arm. Hey, don't get any ideas. The nobles have all kinds of depths magic tech. They've got fewer security personnel, but they've got way more means of keeping their shit under lock and key than we can. Even fathom. Interesting, I said as I paid the family. We went down an alleyway. I greeted the guys standing outside the doors of the brothels in this area. Evidently, Timaeus had gone here a lot because it was one flash of memory after another. But it wasn't sex that he had come here for. We reached a dead end with only the door to an old alchemy shop to our left. You know, this guy could have made so much more money if he weren't in such a sketchy neighborhood. I said. Ravela scowled. What does that say about you? Who seems to know every half-naked man down here? I looked at her. That I'm friendly? Ravela rolled her eyes and walked into the shop. The alchemy shop store let out a squeal that could wake the dead. Inside, it was dim, humid, and filled with the smell of vinegar, charcoal, and pressed flowers. Jars lined every wall, brown glass, green-stained corks, crooked paper tags. Near the back, behind a metal mesh counter, sat an old man with a wicked widow's peak hunched over a broadsheet paper stained with something purple. Studded monocle glittered on one eye. He didn't look up. If it ain't the scrawny one-handed junkie. Morning, Olton, I said brightly. I'm glad the memory of me coming in with a frozen hand keeps you company. So, well. His eyes flicked up. Still not dead. Can't decide if that's a blessing or a divine oversight. I went to a counter with a bunch of ingredients sorted on it. Just had to get one more in. Huh? Then his eyes slid past me to Ravela. No smuggler trash allowed. He muttered and snapped his newspaper taut in front of his face. Not unless you're bringing me the good whiskey this time. Ravela walked around like she owned the place. Why so gruff? Just tell me you want to get your wife some of her favorite contraband whiskey. I don't judge. You talk too much, he grumbled. You love the sound of my voice, you old coot. I left them to it and drifted toward the shelves, embracing the gentle buzz behind my eyes. Every shelf was labeled with narrow tin tags, and beside each cluster of product jars was a little slip of paper under glass, outlining the name, effects, volatility risk, shelf life, and usage suggestions. I slowed to read them all. Every single one triggered a memory. Flickers of a younger Timaeus bubbling things over a scorched pot. The first time, he got a flame catalyst just right and leapt like he'd won the Saints lottery. Olton's scolding voice. Notes written in tight script. I remembered the exact smell each of these ingredients provoked mid-reaction. The recipes were in my head now, too, like they never left. Timaeus had never bothered writing about these products. I would never have known about them on my first read of his stuff. But it wasn't because they were not important. It was because they were basic. Timaeus had only written about the ambitious, difficult concoctions. Everything else had been assumed. Knowledge like writing a cooking book and skipping over how to boil water. But now, with each label I read, those early steps were returning. I was rebuilding my foundation. Every bottle here was a reminder that Timaeus had once started from scratch, too. I glanced at Olton as he and Ravela traded verbal jabs at the counter. This foundation was what this place sold, not the flashy, thrilling breakthroughs. I gathered what I needed. Salt crystals, dissolvers, a small bag of fire element mana crystals. I'd love to make them all myself, but the truth was, these things took time to prepare. That's why Olton was a hero to alchemists. Buying from Olton meant we didn't have to waste time doing the boring, foundational stuff. Olton had given up on the wild pursuit of alchemical greatness a long time ago. His joints didn't like heat. His breath rasped too much when he handled volatile fumes. And his eyes were too weak to judge color shifts in reactions. But he'd found his purpose in supplying those who hadn't given up. And Timaeus, well, he'd written about him, tucked between the bitter. Dry rants and footnotes of trial runs were whole pages of Olton anecdotes. His cranky advice, his love of bad newspapers and terrible gossip, his obsession with keeping notes public-facing, even if no one else cared. That's how I knew to come here, because the original Timaeus had written, if I'm ever reborn as a brat, remind me to thank old Olton. His fundamentals are still better than mine. I carried the reagents to the counter. Thanks, Olton. Your stuff's still better than mine. Chapter 14. Fortune telling your love life. Olton didn't look up from his paper. You sure about that echo oil? Heard it makes your dreams louder. I chuckled. I'm sure. He huffed and started ringing me up. Ravela leaned on the edge of the counter, watching me while pretending not to. You really shop like an old man, she muttered. I had gotten an unexpected surprise when I came here to bathe in the memories. Ravela, that deadly woman in a corset, kept showing up in the corners of my memories of this store. I really thought it was going to be Meredi, that I had the best starting relationship with, but Ravela was there, accompanying Timaeus more often than not. I was starting to understand why Meredi was so quick to acknowledge how Timaeus was Ravela's henchman. Tag along. It's called being thorough, I replied. Oh, finally snapping back at her. Olton added dryly, bagging the goods in brown paper and twine. He smirked at Ravela. You must hate that. Ravela forced out a dead laugh. Go huff fumes, old man. Something sitting on one of the counters to my left caught my eye, making me forget to reply. Kid, something the matter? Otlin asked. I went to the counter, read the label, filled a small bottle with it, and brought it back to Otlin. I held it in front of him. Hey, what's this? He raised a brow. You know what it is. It's an obsidian-based salt. A nice base to work with for the harsher stuff. I pulled out one of the shards and held it in front of him. This thing is packed with mana. It's practically a mana crystal. Otlin recoiled and took the shard. He held it up to the light, adjusted his monocle, and squinted. What's the tell? I took a second to formulate a response other than mana vision, a concoction that made my skin sensitive to mana discharges. Otlin froze. Then he let his head drop. Come on, kid. My kidneys can't take your bruise anymore. I chuckled. Alchemy, the eternal war on our kidneys. Am I right? He chuckled back. And sometimes our livers, too. He handed me the shard again, and I purchased it without any trouble. I'll do some tests to confirm what your skin is saying, he said, giving me a knowing glance. Some of the others might like to know the salt's got mana. Let me know. I've got one more thing I need to buy from you, I said. Olton gave a grunt, already halfway to pulling out an under-the-counter pouch of reagents. What is it this time? Something volatile? I shook my head. A textbook. Traditional alchemy. He stopped, slowly lowered the pouch, and for the first time since I'd walked in, he looked me straight in the eyes across the full mess of the counter, right at me. His lips parted slightly, like I'd just spat on his floor. A what? Ravela leaned in closer and let out a low whistle. Wow, Tim, I've never seen the coot this offended. You're just messing with everyone now, aren't you? I ignored Ravela and met Olton's stare. I want to study the old stuff. Got anything that isn't garbage or covered in mold? Olton squinted at me like I was speaking a dead language. You're joking. I'm not. You want me to dig out one of those nonsense parchment bricks from the bin I used to prop the broken leg on my table? If it still has the glyph diagrams and notes on mana flow? Yes. For a long second, he didn't move. Then, very slowly, Olton folded his newspaper and laid it down with uncharacteristic care. I've watched you since you were barely able to light a clean flame, Timaeus, he said. And not once did you give a speck of care about middle world babble. It's why you're so smart. Sorry, Olton. I need to dedicate a day or two to being thorough. He scoffed, muttering, trash will give you the runaround for weeks and give you nothing but a wad of spit on your face for your trouble. But he moved, shuffling through the door behind him and up the old stairs. Ravela, watching all this, looked confused. Wait, why is he acting like you slapped his mother? I exhaled. Because I did. I just spat on the alchemy we spent our whole lives loving. That was the truth of it. Timaeus, like the moms in the prologue, had clearly been built with care. You didn't give a background in PCA consistent alchemical philosophy unless you wanted lore-hungry players to dig. But like the moms, he just went nowhere. The only way to know would be to become Timaeus himself and read his notes. Timaeus, Olten, and a few others were the keepers, the torch-bearers of a relatively new approach to alchemy. In Bastion Reach, they were considered heretics by the traditionalists, those who insisted that chanting, moon cycles, mana flows, alchemy circles, and hand-cut runes were still relevant. Timaeus and the others thought it was mostly ceremony and theater that just happened to get lucky 4 times out of 10. The new style was the reason that I initially likened this world's alchemy to chemistry, with the nature of magic in mind. Modern alchemy brought controlled reactions, functional equipment, high-quality measuring tools, and above all, reliability. What offended the traditionalists most was that modern alchemy had kept the philosophy. You needed it, after all. Most of the old texts were still written in visual riddles and metaphors books where the breath of the moon actually meant apply low heat while stirring counterclockwise. Timaeus and the modernists had scoffed at it. But me, the man on a mission to save the moms, I'd seen how magic moved in this world, and I had realized something. Modern alchemy didn't guide mana. It removed it from the equation as well as it could because mana was the confounding variable. That's what mana stabilizers were. Blunt tools to keep the reaction from going wrong. Modern alchemy worked because mana was either restrained or not required at all. So many of our recipes may have been built around tricks to circumvent mana's primal nature. That was the theory anyway. Modern alchemy was more reliable because it gave up working with mana on a more intimate level. Traditional alchemy wasn't as reliable because those guys couldn't fully predict how mana wanted to move naturally. Not to say that traditional alchemy was totally on the way to extinction. They could produce the fundamental stuff slightly faster and with fewer ingredients. And there were some funky products they could make that Timaeus and the rest had conveniently disregarded as not very useful. I was going to be different. I wanted the equivalent of the old world tech that directed mana through its miracle, metal, but in my alchemical work, where my circuits were my ingredients and the recipes, all for the moms. Any edge I could have, I wanted it. Here, Olten grunted, setting a dust-covered, cloth-bound tome on the counter. Pages are dog-eared. Some of the ink's faded, but it's the real deal. A trove of nonsense. The cover was black and wrinkled, with a triangle inscribed eye and curling script that looked like it was from an era before the signage of the city. I'll take it. Have it for free, Olten muttered. Can't bear to charge you for trash that will rob your time. Thanks? Ravela raised an eyebrow. So you're gonna start casting spells like the kids in books now? No, I said, tucking the book into my satchel. But I'm going to see if there's anything worth learning. I started saying my farewells to the man who was essentially Timaeus' teacher when we heard a clatter from upstairs. Oh no, Olten muttered. Before I could ask, a blur of floral fabric and jingling charms swept down from the upper floor. She ran up to the counter with a speed not befitting a woman in her 70s. Gray hair flowing and smile lines prominent, she was the ray of sunshine in this cranky shop. Timmy sang the kindly old woman's voice, high and bright and absolutely delighted. Olten winced. Please, Mava, don't harass the boy. He's already overthinking everything. Oh, hush, dear, she said, sliding up to Olten. How could I not say hello, especially when he's curious about magic? I didn't mind. The flood of memories came fast, and warm her pressing cookies into my hands while Olten ranted about improper measurements, her gentle fussing whenever I came in with a scuffed boot or a bloody nose. She always smelled like mint and bread. People don't have magic. Only our materials do. Olten grumbled. It's good to see you again, Mava, I said, smiling despite myself. She beamed and clasped her hands. And you, darling. Oh, I knew you were coming today. I just knew it. That's why I pulled the cards. Olten groaned and half covered his face. Mava, please. Hush, she snapped. Then back to me, like a child sharing a secret. Timmy, love, I've got a fortune for you. It came through very clearly. I just have to tell you. Normally, I'd roll my eyes and smile and nod and chalk it up to sweet nonsense. But this was a fleshed out game world, and there was a minor fortune-telling mechanic in the game. It had been a simple system. Someone would tell you if a natural disaster was coming, or if someone in town liked you. Pretty basic, but because it was a game with pre-programmed events, it worked. Heck, I think one of the plot points in one of the spin-off titles was that a village fortune teller had a massive prophecy. I narrowed my eyes, activated mana vision, and nearly gasped. Her whole body lit up not in brightness, but in complexity. It was like there were 3 different mana networks, overlaid on top of each other. These things looked woven in places, especially round her fingertips and across. Her face, it was like someone had etched 1,000 spell diagrams into her skin and set them humming just under the surface. I nodded. All right, let's hear it. Mava clapped once, thrilled. Good. Soul love is blooming around you, like vines on an old tower. Soft and strong and very, very close. Oh, it's like the vine is being watered. I blinked, then I grinned. Love, huh? The love fortunes were never wrong. They were reading based off the relationship chart, after all. And you just keep doing what you're doing. Be kind. Be bold. It's working. I could have floated through the ceiling. I turned toward Ravela, who had been leaning with arms crossed, exuding maximum skepticism. She met my gaze. Then her face flushed deep red. Oh my god, she muttered, backing up a step. I tilted my head, all innocence. You okay? Fuck off, Tim, she snapped, and spun on her heels. The bells above the door jingled furiously as she stomped out of the store. I turned back to Mava, who winked. I shrugged. Well, thank you. See you in a few days, I jabbed. You mean weeks, Olten jabbed back. I stepped outside, back into the filtered grime light of the alley. Ravela was quietly leaning against the wall with her arms folded. So, I said, sliding the paper bag into my satchel, lunch. She tilted her head, then gave me a sideways look. Only if I pick the place. Sure. You have good taste. Chapter 15. Definitely a lunch date. We ate at one of the busier food stalls in the St. Giselle market, tucked beneath a rust-streaked awning just off. One of the main throughpuffs. The scent of sizzling meat and singed spices hung in the air like perfume. And behind the counter, the vendor, a stocky man with a thick apron and a mane of silver hair, was fanning the flames under his clay-lined grill. These goats, I tell ya, he said as he basted a skewer. You give 'em rusted nails or mushroom stalks, they'll eat. 'Em the same. Stomachs like compact alchemy kilns. That's why St. Fleur raises 'em like prized hounds. St. Fleur, I mumbled. That's the upper middle layer. He laughed, flipping a pepper-studded pork skewer. Pigs, too. Won't complain. Give 'em trash and sludge. They'll turn it into fat. I nodded along, taking a bite from my own skewer and letting the spice hit. Didn't think anything fed on sludge could taste this good, I said between mouthfuls. I get why you've got a line. The vendor grinned. Praise the pigs, not me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Ravela looking at me. Her eyes were narrow, not quite a glare. Not quite. Curiosity. Irritated, maybe. She never liked being confused. And, to be honest, how pigs fed sludge could be this. Good was very confusing. You like yours? I asked. She looked down at her skewer like it had just offended her. Obviously. I smiled. The way she was chewing, you'd think she had a vendetta against the morsel. When the vendor turned away to take another customer's order, Rav lowered her voice. You seriously thinking of sneaking into the upper layers? I shrugged, brushing grilled onion off my lap. It's a fun idea. Not sure I can do it just yet. You don't have business up there, she said flatly. True, I said. But then, business can be made. Don't you have work to do? Don't waste time scheming. I've got a system. All my upcoming orders are already done, I said, grateful for Timaeus and the ease of his version of modern alchemy. She didn't look at me, just stared at her food like it held answers. Is it because of Elsbeth? She asked suddenly. I blinked. How? You were different after seeing her that day. You haven't been the same since. I leaned back, letting the heat from the grill soak into my coat. I didn't want to laugh, not because it wasn't funny, but because Ravela looked genuinely uncertain. No, I said softly. It's not because of Elsbeth. Her brow whereupon. Then what? It's because of her. And Meredi. And you. She paused, mid-chew. What the heck does that mean? I smiled and tossed the stick of my finished skewer into the nearby bin. I am a big fan. Of the three of you, that's all. There was a long, heavy silence between us, long enough that I could hear the sizzle of the next round of skewers behind us. Ravela kept her eyes on her food, but I could tell her grip on the stick had tightened. I want to reach you three, I said. That's all. I'm just trying to step up. You've got ambitions, apparently, Ravela muttered. I do, but it's enough that you're still sitting next to me. I could die happy with just this. She clicked her tongue. No one wants you dying, you idiot. I stood up, dusting my hands. I'm heading back to Meredi's. I got her something. Ravela glanced at what I was holding. A lunchbox? When did you get that? While you were staring at your skewer? I nodded and grinned. I went to see what kind of face she'd make when she opens it. She rolled her eyes, but there was no malice in it. You're exhausting. Thanks for letting me exhaust you, I replied. She sighed. Shut up. She stood up a second later, and we walked together toward the next street, weaving through the crowd, the scent of grilled pork and charcoal trailing behind us. Chapter 16. A tense and heat-pumping talk with Rav. When we got back to the workshop, Meredi was hunched over the forge table, hammering out the copper rings for a mechanism she was excited about. It took a while for her to notice I had returned with food, but it was cute. The rest of the day was slower. Just spent time with Meredi watching her test alloys in between waiting for my coatings to stabilize. We did some cleaning too, since there was so much downtime. Ravela had vanished by then. No goodbye, no snark, just gone. Cynthia showed up in the evening with a fresh cut across her forearm and a bag of groceries slung over one shoulder. From there, we had a normal dinner. Cynthia talked too much. Meredi's laughter was heavenly. It was the only thing keeping me from busting Cynthia's balls too much. There was no big revelation, no dramatic breakthrough with Meredi. This was the sort of pace I had expected. Just nice, pleasant times at the forge. When dinner wrapped up, I helped clean up and went on my way with Meredi seeing me off. The only thing that was off about the day was that Ravela wasn't there. But then I reached home. Ravela was waiting there, leaning against the doorframe. She didn't speak, just tilted her head at the workshop door. I unlocked it and opened it for her. She walked past without a word, stopped just short of the alchemy desk, and folded her arms. She only made a sound after I closed the door. "I've been thinking," she said, eyes still on the far wall, "about what you did last time." "Oh, all right," I said, setting my stuff down. "Should I sit?" "No, this will be fast." I nodded and stood in front of her. She searched my eyes, seemingly for any hint as to my thoughts. And then she sighed. "Timaeus, this me? And you, I don't think it can happen." I felt my heart sink a little, but that was okay. I had already gotten way further in the route than I ever thought possible. I nodded slowly and smiled. "Okay, but you're still my supplier, right?" Her eyes narrowed and her brow creased. "Yes, obviously." "Then great. Thanks. I'm happy I didn't blow you and me up." She looked at me with bewildered eyes as she slowly shook her head. "Unbelievable." "Pardon me?" Ravela rolled her eyes and marched to the back room. "I'm staying here tonight." "What whiplash?" I followed her, unlocked the door to the back room, and followed her up the stairs to the bedroom. "You are?" I asked, confused. "Yeah, been seeing too much of Meredi recently." What threw me off was the casualness with which this was happening. I searched this body's memories, and I think I was getting fragments of Ravela hanging out here. But staying over? Sure, I guess I'll just take the floor. "What?" she asked, looking over her shoulder. "The bed's big enough." I tried to keep my eyes from widening. "Right. Yeah, she was right. That bed could fit for people." Honestly, it was kind of weird that I had it, but I didn't question it. I chuckled, trying to go with the flow. I was gonna go to bed anyway. "Yeah, because you spent the whole day and evening pawing around with Meredi." Got to my bedroom, placed my shoes outside the door, and peeled off layers until I was in comfortable wear. I was too confused to do anything else. So I just climbed into bed and tried to understand this situation. Ravela went to the closet in the room, opened it, and then reached inside to the left. Just like that, she pulled out a sack and then pulled out a large shirt. She took off her coat and threw it onto the chair in the corner with practiced precision. I couldn't help but be mystified. Ravela had clothing here and already knew where to place it with her back to me. She began unlatching her corset before she suddenly looked over her shoulder and clicked her tongue. "Hold on," she said. She walked out of the room with her shirt, leaving me confused. "What the hell?" I muttered. I closed my eyes and tried to trigger memories that would explain this. Interestingly, whenever I searched for a memory of Ravela changing in my head, I instead got a memory of Timaeus reading his notes or scribbling in his journal. Obviously, this meant that whenever Ravela was changing, Timaeus was more interested in his own devices. Wow, what a guy. No wonder Ravela thought he was gay. I gasped. Now that Ravela knew that Timaeus was interested, she was being more careful. That's kind of cute. Ravela walked back into the room wearing her large and loose white shirt and let out a soft groan. When her eyes met mine, she went toward the bed like she was about to climb over me, but then corrected herself. The bed was pressed into the corner of the room. I knew that Timaeus always slept on the open side, which meant that Ravela slept on the side, pressed to the wall. She went along the foot of the bed and avoided me to get to the side closest to the wall. The white shirt she was wearing covered her well enough, reaching halfway down her thighs. But getting to see sleepwear Ravela was a surprise I didn't know was possible. She landed on the bed with a thud, her back to me. "Good night, Tim," she said sternly. "Good night, Rav," I said, barely containing myself. I turned onto my side and counted my blessings. The Ravela route was a route of twists and heart-pumping turns. Wow, but I was really so astounded by Timaeus. Really? Just holy shit, Timaeus. I walked into one heck of a relationship here. This world really let me occupy such an awesome character. If I had known, I would have spoken the praises of Timaeus back when Earth had an internet. What an awesome guy. And so pure too. He was so dedicated to his alchemy that he never gave into temptation despite having someone like Ravela next to him. I'd be falling short if I let the goddesses distract me. I couldn't fall short and defile that character's legacy. Ravela let out a loud sigh and sat up on the bed. "Hey, Tim, open your eyes. We need to talk." I turned onto my back. "Yeah, I thought we already talked." She smacked me with a pillow and then pulled it back to reveal her scowl. "You aren't reacting right. You jerk." "I'm not," I asked, yawning. "Why are you taking this so casually? This is serious." I took a second to think about it, and then I nodded. "Okay, fair enough. You in my bed is pretty crazy." "Not that. Those stupid ambitions," she spat. "They're not stupid. I promise." She scoffed and chewed on her tongue. I just need you to be more conclusive with me here. Timaeus, you're really throwing me off here. It's getting a little hard to focus." I chuckled. "I know the feeling. What do you want me to talk about? Help me narrow it down." Ravela looked at me for a few quiet seconds and gulped. "When I tell you that this can't happen, can't you? Respond to me with something other than that stupid smile?" My head tilted. I was really trying to understand, and I was almost certain that Ravela saw that earnest effort. That smile makes it seem like all of it's frivolous. You're trying to blow this up, and then you put on that breezy smile like it doesn't bother you that I'm shutting you down. "Oh," I said, looking up at the ceiling. I see. "Yeah. Do you get it?" she asked, running her hand through her hair and scratching her head. "I think the reason I'm still smiling is because I'm just really happy and excited to be speaking to you. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of it." "What? You need to explain some more here, man." I turned to her with a gentle smile I'd be careful to keep from turning into a grin. "You could tell me that there's no shot for us, even if all the saints rooted for me, and as long as you still spoke to me, I would be happy." I shrugged. "I can't help it. I'm just happy to be your friend." She stared at me before letting her head hang low. "This isn't fair, man." Her hands were rolled into fists and shaking despite being pressed into her thighs. I placed a hand on hers. "Don't do that," she muttered. "Do things really need to be so dramatic, Rav?" She looked at me with tired eyes. "What do you mean?" I'm going to advocate for myself a bit here. Do you really need to draw a line in the muck? Why not just let things flow? She scratched her head again. "Okay, and what are you trying to say with that? Please, could we just enjoy each other's company?" I placed a hand on my chest. "I promise I won't be rude. I'd rather die than violate your wishes. But seeing the way you're acting, I have a tiny little hope," I said, a little bashful about revealing myself like this. "In the game, you could date the love interests, There wasn't any notion of you have to get married with the person you did the dating events with. That meant that this world had some sort of dating culture, which in turn meant that Ravela should understand how dating worked. If you could keep in mind that I'm interested in something more, then I'd be beyond happy. But otherwise, I'm fine with this kind of strange dynamic we had. Ravela looked at herself, then at me. It wasn't weird until you made it weird. Oh. With a huff, she collapsed onto the bed again and pulled a sheet over herself. So what is it you want? She asked, looking at me. Just keep spending time with me like you would while keeping an open mind or something. Just see if you actually would like something more. My sister told me you would be able to talk me into anything, she muttered. I chuckled. Well, that's wrong. If I could do that, we'd be making out right now. She looked at me for a few beats and shook her head. It's because you're not trying. She covered her face. Oh, why'd I say that? Because it's confusing, I replied. Rav, to be honest, I wasn't expecting this so soon after setting my sights on bigger and bolder things. These feelings have been a nice surprise for me. Her hand moved from covering her eyes to covering her mouth. Great! I thought back to the game. There was a penalty if a player tried to get engaged with a girl while married, too. Another, hearts would be lost, and the village would comment on it, which meant no harem route. A damn shame. For everyone who wanted to experience every route. If I could force a harem route here with my intervention, then I had to do it in a way that respected these goddesses as well as I could manage. Anyway, Rav, maybe this will help your mind. I'm going on like this because I'm your biggest fan. Her eyes were locked on me now. She must have had a sense of what was coming. But I'm also the biggest fan of Meredi and Elsbeth. She removed her hand from her mouth so that I could see that her mouth was hanging open. Motherfucker, she said. I stifled a chuckle. It was a funny label. Ravela rolled onto her back and let out a sarcastic laugh. Of course, the boy has ambitions now. From homosexual to wanting more women than he has hands. I was never into men, I whispered. She rolled back onto her side, a fierce scowl on her face. Even your mother? Meredi's not my mother. She's a beautiful woman who deserves to have a full life and be showered with affection, same as you, same as Elsbeth. Ravela clamped her mouth shut, but she was breathing hard, her chest rising and falling very noticeably. Then her gaze softened. I deserve to be showered with affection? Yes. Can you say that properly? I grinned. You're a beautiful woman who deserves to have a full life and be showered with affection. Ravela gulped and sniffled. Her eyes met mine again, and her lips curled into a weak smile. Then she leaned in and kissed my forehead. Without saying a word, she turned so that her back was facing me. I turned the other way. Good night, Rav. Night, Tim, she replied. What a wonderful day, but dang, Timaeus was one heck of a character. I was starting to feel cheated that there wasn't more information about him. Chapter 17, Meeting the Owner of the Body. The scent of tinctures clung to the air, faint traces of alchemy oil, reaction salts, and that sharp synthetic tang from stabilizers, too. The glass tubes shimmered with reflections that flickered even when nothing moved. Cauldron bubbled silently, but there was no fire beneath it. It was weird, but I was standing in the middle of my workshop. But evidently, something wasn't right here. Every bottle was exactly where it should be, yet they all felt like props. My fingers traced the worn edge of the work desk, and there it was. No dust, no grime, vague warmth. It was unnerving and maybe in a way idealized. I exhaled slowly. Okay, this isn't real, I muttered. But this is way too coherent to be a dream. The feeling reminded me of something. It was like the night I was shunted into this world. Am I about to get ejected out of here? I asked, a tiny bit more panicked. A quiet breath stirred the air behind me. No, not at all. I turned. There, standing by the bookshelf, flipping through a familiar black leather tome with idle precision, was someone who looked just like me. Or rather, someone I looked like. His expression was unreadable. His hair was messier than mine. I was definitely a little more muscular than him. He glanced up, eyes catching mine, and offered a small nod. Sorry, he said, voice calm. Not every day one does this. My mouth opened. No words came out. He smiled faintly. It's all right. I know this is weird. I forced myself to breathe. Are you? He shut the book and walked toward me. Yeah, I'm him. The original. The guy who was in that body before. You. Timaeus, I said, absolutely rocked off balance. My brain clunked like rusted gears. My knees nearly gave, and I leaned against the desk. Holy shit, I breathed. You're real. You're here. Holy shit, I hijacked your body. He shrugged. Not really. That made me blink. So you're what? A ghost? Did you die before I got here? Or something? Am I occupying a body that would have been a corpse? That happens in the stories a lot. Timaeus casually shook his head. No, nothing like that. See, his grin widened. I got offered the opportunity to go to a world where alchemy is everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. My head tilted. Really? Yeah, he excitedly replied. Everyone who matters is chasing the heights of their alchemy and fighting to be the alchemy king. I'm going to be doing that too. And Tim, let me tell you, their alchemy is so developed and fantastical. There are people who can conjure fire from thin air and a formula. And most of everyone can grab a clump of earth and mold it into a dagger with just a clap of their hands. It's so out of this world. Wow, I said, sincerely astounded. And you just got to go there? He grinned. Yeah, great deal, right? Do you want to come? I recoiled. What? Do you want to come? That world I'm in now is way better than this crappy prison. Everything is so much more free, and the people actually understand someone like me. I chuckled, unable to ignore the humor of the situation. The grass is always greener on the other side. Huh, I muttered. I smiled at Tim and shook my head. No, Timaeus, I appreciate it, but I'm right where I want to be. His smile faded and was replaced by a confused twist to his lips. Really? You might not believe this, but the world I came from was. You know, it was a good world, but it was pretty. Much ending. Yours is nice. Timaeus clicked his tongue and shook his head. The way he did that reminded me so much of Ravela. I don't believe that. Mine isn't nice. Maybe that was the wrong word to use. But yeah, it's the people. I'm here for the people. Oh, you can stand to be around the people there? Timaeus asked, sincerely confused. Maybe if I were 20 years younger, I'd say I couldn't, but before coming here, I had already spent a long time pretty much by myself with only stories to keep me company, so yeah. I'm at the point of my life where I want to be around the people I'm a fan of. Huh, sorry, he said, scratching his head. I thought you'd be more like me since it was my body you were coming to. Don't apologize. We're probably similar enough. His smile returned. Yes, we must be. As I understood it, there was a soul who wanted to occupy my body of all things, so that probably says it all. No need for me to complicate things. Was that how it was presented to him? I didn't want to come to his body, but rather, it seemed like things were decided for me based on my interests. How peculiar. This has been a good meeting, he said, letting out a relieved sigh. I just visited to make sure you're not feeling guilty about taking over my life or anything tedious like that. I blinked at him a few times. This is going to sound terrible of me, I said, but I never once felt a single shred of guilt about this situation. Oh, I never once thought about what happened to you. I just thought this was how it worked. I thought it was consequence-free. I thought you weren't actually real. Sort of. Timaeus nodded. Great, then. Nice. Simple. Not dramatic. I think I like you. I approve more than I did before. I think I like you, too. You seem like a real simple guy. There was a little bit of a lie in there. As a fan of the goddesses, I didn't really like how Timaeus seemed to have kept his distance from Meredi, inadvertently making her glummer. But as the man reaping the benefits of the arrangement, I'd find a way to be okay with it. Great, so no problem then? Timaeus asked. Do you care that I'm a remorseless, thoughtless bastard? No, you're to the point. I wish more people were like you. Great. So I can go? He awkwardly asked. Yeah, good luck with the Alchemy King thing. Thanks? I'm excited. It's a real opportunity for me. Good luck with my body. I'll treat it well, oh. Can you just visit me whenever you want? Timaeus tilted his head as he thought for a few beats. I think so. Then, I'll share with you some new alchemical concoctions next time. Timaeus lit up. Really? You think you'll have new recipes? I snickered, which only got him more excited. I'm going to break so many taboos. You can't even imagine it. Tim. Yes, do it. I'm excited. Okay, I'll leave you alone. Won't distract you from your work. Just blow me away with those recipes. Don't worry, sir. I've got you. Timaeus grinned and extended his hand. A promise between alchemists? I delivered a firm handshake. A promise between world-hopping men. Oh, wait. Did you occupy someone else's body over there? He shook his head. I'm a baby right now. Just a few weeks old. I gave a knowing nod. All right, so that's what they went with. Okay. So, right now, I'm rediscovering your memories by pretty much by trigger items and people. Okay? He replied, clearly engaged. There are way too many holes with this approach. Could you unlock all of your memories for me? I don't want to run into the most important person in the setting and suddenly learn that I actually had a relationship with them spanning decades. What an annoying way of integrating you into the world. I can understand why someone wouldn't want to risk making you an infant given the infant mortality, but still then again, I suppose that's why I'm here. Timaeus closed his eyes. I will try to give you my memories. I closed my eyes. Thanks? And then I gasped. Did it work? He asked. No, I'm just messing with you. He replied with a sigh. You will probably get along with Ravela. We closed our eyes again. If only you knew, I replied. We stood there for a few minutes. It felt like something was happening. When we opened our eyes, we did it like we were mirror images. I think I got it, I said. I think so, too. My mouth dropped. You met a goddess? Is she here? Timaeus looked around. I don't think so. She seems busy. I'm sure you'll meet her eventually. Hope so. I have the memories, but I don't have your inner thoughts. So I've got to ask one thing. Okay. Ask, why did you buy such a large bed? Timaeus slumped, sighed, and then laughed like he was glad he got away from this place. It's because Ravela is annoying. My old bed wasn't big enough, so she wanted to kick me off my bed. So I went and bought a bigger one, all because she and her sister step on each other's toes. They are so draining. I'm glad to be rid of them. I was smiling, but on the inside, I was formulating 100 ways to hurt this man. This man may very well be the avatar of the evil devs themselves, but I was greater than that. I was in a good place. I feel bad for Cynthia. I could tolerate her at least. She barely ever bothered me. Oh, this man was definitely the second coming of those cursed devs. Timaeus shuddered. Strange. The atmosphere feels much chillier now. Don't worry, friend, I said. I'll take care of them. Go back to your alchemy world. Don't waste any more time here. Timaeus smiled. Great. I'm glad you get it. Yup. Just go. Get out of here. Fortune favors the bold. Alchemists be ambitious. Just leave. Timaeus nodded, grinning like he had found a kindred soul. Took one last look at the workshop like he'd never seen it before, and faded. Chapter 18. Ravela's attempt at sneaking out. What a goddamn twit. The sound of my voice woke me up. It was morning. Direct morning light wasn't pouring and there was no sun here. But the light of the layer's fixtures was leaking in through the grated skylight. My mouth was dry. My shoulder was warm. I turned my head slightly and saw Ravela, curled up beside me, still asleep. Her hand was splayed gently against my chest like she'd claimed it in her sleep. Her lips were parted just barely, her breath slow and steady, and a few strands of her hair had fallen over her brow. Every cell in my body screamed hallelujah, but I stayed perfectly still. The goddess's cuddling was gracing me with holy warmth, and the last thing I wanted was for her to wake up and realize what she'd done. If I was lucky, she'd scoot away in her sleep and I could treasure the memory. Without making it awkward, I let my eyes shut again, heart hammering way too fast. These were the moments that would finally put me in the grave. As much as I hated the devs for the prologue, the actual events with the love interests were so heartwarming and cute, they'd make an old man have butterflies. If moments of that caliber were in my future, a guy could dream. I suddenly felt her shift, snapping me out of my fantasies. She sat up. My breathing steadied. I didn't move. I kept my eyes closed, controlling every twitch of my face with the focus of a monk. Ravela didn't say anything. She just sat there. Couldn't feel her moving. Maybe she was still sleepy. Then barely a breath of contact, her lips brushed my forehead. My heart stopped. She had kissed my forehead, pretty much as good as blessing me for the day. Then I heard the creak of the bed as she stood. Then came the rustling of clothing as it slid along a body. Buckles clicked. Fabric tightened. The smooth rustle of a coat being tugged into place. I didn't peek. I was an honorable fanboy. It would not do for me to tarnish sacred moments with petty sins. The door opened. Silence. I could relax and bask in my good fortune. I heard her take a step, but then a TCH reached my ears. She stomped back into the room and grabbed my shoulder. Hey, she said sharply. It's morning. I blinked up at her, rubbing my eyes like I'd just woken up. MMMN? Morning, Ravela. Her hair was still slightly tousled, the one streak of white hair even more eye-catching than usual. Her coat was only halfway buckled. Her cheeks were just barely flushed. She looked both stunning and extremely annoyed. I'm heading out for the day, she said with a briskness meant to create distance. Right. Got it. Thanks. She turned to leave, but I raised my voice just slightly. Hey, Ravela. She paused. Yeah, I don't think you're annoying. That hit her harder than it should have. She visibly slumped like the words had weight. Her head swiveled, then she exhaled with a groan and turned. Back. Red-faced, she sat down on my stomach with a heavy thump. Oop, but I'll take it. Ma'am, stop that. Don't enjoy it so much, she muttered. Then after a moment, she leaned forward and kissed my forehead again. I was so stunned I didn't notice when she righted herself again. I'm going to keep an open mind, she said, and see what happens. But don't get ahead of yourself. I'm only going to make an effort of being sweet with you in the mornings. That's it. That's the deal. If you sleep through, it's on you. I grinned. I'll take it. And she added, eyes narrowing slightly. I'm not telling anyone about your ambitions with the other two, including the two in question. My breath caught. Oh, yeah, because if I decide you're not worth the trouble and cut you loose, I don't want to make it impossible for you to find happiness with someone else. What a kind sentiment. It made me look upon her with awe. She stood up again, brushing her coat off like she was brushing me off. Her lips were trembling, and a smile existed in flashes of moments. That was more than I needed to know that I was doing something right. She glanced down at me one more time. Sleep in if you want. You're supposed to be recovering, right? Then she was gone, and I lay there, one arm behind my head, staring up at the ceiling lamp like it had just blessed me. But we all knew that the lamp had nothing to do with it if I was blessed. It was all Ravela. Chapter 19. One of the original love interests, Valre. My days of rest rolled on by. I had gotten into a nice groove of doing self-improvement in the early morning, keeping up with orders for clients up until a little past noon, and then going off to Meredi's and helping out over there. Then we'd have dinner. Whether Ravela was there or not depended on the day. Meredi was thrilled to have me around, Cynthia less so, but we tolerated each other. Ravela hadn't stayed over since the first time, but I understood from my memories that it was already a bit of a rare event. With each passing day, I was reminded of impending doom. I still had every reason to believe that the prologue was still going to happen. Then one day, I just decided I needed the change of pace. I wasn't perfectly healed, and there was still some discomfort from eating the spawn brain, but I decided to head out and make some progress on the gloom spawn, Hunter Path, as I called it. I didn't tell anyone who mattered and left the city early. The patrollers must have been succeeding because I didn't find a pair of rank 1 spawn until I was 4 hours into my expedition. Invisibility made the encounter a formality. The rank 1 gloom spawn were already sluggish on the best of days, and their detection ranges were already new. Player friendly. Add invisibility to the mix? They didn't stand a chance. As if I needed more advantages, the Merry Edge turned invisible with me. That surprised me. The Merry Edge was definitely longer and wider than a chair, and yet it was affected by invisibility. There was a quirk though, or rather, an exception. When I slotted a mana crystal into the sword's crystal slot and activated the magic edge, the crystal's glow shone faintly through the invisibility, like a ghost light hovering in the fog. It wasn't bright enough to clue in the spawn, but it would be noticeable. It had to be the miracle metal the Merry Edge was forged from. The property that allowed it to conduct mana must have been interacting with the ability. I thought about it in terms of the game. If the ability did exist, I would bet it would affect the player and equipment. I dispatched the spawns with ease and harvested what I could. Spinal fluid, distorted stomach humors, something. I think was its liver, and of course, the brain. I triple wrapped those. I could already feel my body reeling from the prospect of swallowing those things again. But all was for the moms. About 2 hours into my return trip, I saw a masked 3-man patrol squad down a muddy slope. Not wanting to surprise them and get stabbed by a panicked spearhand, I stayed hidden until I got a good look. Even from up here, even with the respirator mask covering her mouth and chin, I recognized one of them. Valray, auburn hair tied back in a tight, no-nonsense ponytail, light, dull armor scratched, but well-kept, eyes sharp, enough to slice iron, her mother's glare, but none of Ravela's charm, where Ravela would grin like she was playing cards with a bunch of suckers. Valray looked like she was 5 seconds from berating them for wasting her time. There was no mistaking her. The devs captured her so well in her portraits. I didn't know the others in the patrol, but I watched them for a minute just to see how she moved in real life. Girl was all business. No wasted motion, no slack discipline. Exactly what I expected from someone Ravela and Meredi raised, even if Ravela would probably downplay her own influence. That said, I noted some concern in her, which was confirmed when the other woman on the squad asked the man if he knew where they were. I chuckled. They had gotten turned around in these marshes blanketed by fog and miasma. Valray, you 3 need directions, I hollered, alerting everything in the vicinity to my presence. They all jerked toward the sound. The man in the squad already had a short, junk spear half raised, but Valray stepped ahead of him. Timaeus, she called, squinting. Is that you? In the flesh, I said, stepping into clearer view and starting my descent down the muddy slope. Didn't mean to startle you. It's quite fortuitous, though. The trio waited for me to approach, visibly relaxing. Valray gave me a nod. It's good to see a friendly face. You're a long way from your shop. I appreciate all you do. Wandered for hours out here and not a single spawn, I said. And people said it'd be dangerous out here. The man, a lean type with a muddy coat over his armor and a short beard, groaned. Well, we're lost. I chuckled and ignored him, turning back to Valray. Hey, we've been having dinner without you. What's up? With that, your mom misses you. Valray responded with a clenched jaw. We've been busier. We got sent to check out some collapsed bridges. And then we got turned around, the man said. I raised a brow. Bridges? What? It's for the expedition forces, Valray replied. Do you not know about them? I have no memory of that. Valray grinned and looked at the others. My cousin's only love is alchemy. Must be if he's gotten lost out here for it, the man said. I'm not lost. Lucky for you, I said. I'm heading back to the city. If you don't mind my pace, I can guide you. The man exhaled with relief, eyes twinkling with hope. Blessing of the saints, that'd be appreciated. The woman beside him, a thin girl who looked too frail to be a patroller, muttered. I told you we would be fine. You also said the mushrooms were whispering to you? He shot back. They were. This place is haunted. Valray cut them both off with a look, then turned to me. Lead on. We started uphill again at a steady pace. After a bit of quiet walking, Valray stepped closer to me. What exactly were you doing out here, Timaeus? She asked, her voice calm but curious. I took a moment to appreciate this an odd and calm conversation with a young woman whose future I knew. Her root was really sweet, too. Specimen collection, I said, clearing my throat. Mushrooms, moss, insects. Some newts if I'm lucky I shot her a smirk. I didn't get lucky. Out here, she looked around at the swamp. This far, newts, Valray, they don't like people, apparently. And distance doesn't matter if you leave markers. I pointed to a faint fiber of white mushroom skin tied to a twisted reed. Cities that way. My tracks are still here, too. There's never too much fog to obscure the tracks right in front of you. She followed the thread with her eyes, observant and very natural. I was being cautious. The monsters out here are scary, but I'm more scared of being ambushed by lost bandits. Fair concern, sir, the man said. Bandits out here are madmen. But really, you all deserve the thanks, I said. My tracks aren't being disrupted because you all do a great job keeping the biggest disruptors out of here. I unhooked a pouch from my belt and opened it to show a few sealed vials. Want to see my treasure? The other woman leaned over, curious. Is that glowing bioluminescent moss? I said. Might be useful in potions. Maybe gives you glow-in-the-dark skin. You never. No. The bearded man gave an appreciative grunt. You alchemists are something else. Valray chuckled. He's one of the alchemists who provide the stimulants for our masks. You don't say. I like you even more. Always happy to help, I said. Valray smiled with her eyes. You seem way more outgoing. Tim, did something good happen? I thought about the fact that I could save my favorite NPCs. And I thought about Ravela, Valray in the flesh. Wasn't bad either. It's just been a series of good things, I replied. It makes me excited about the future. Her chuckle was hushed. That's good. We traveled while making small talk and finally crested a familiar ridge. Beyond the thinning fog, bastion. Reach revealed itself. Black stone spires, high-tiered walls, and the flickering lantern lights of the slants that peeked out like grim stars on the horizon unmistakable. The bearded man groaned with relief. Never thought I'd be so happy to see that miserable place. You're so dramatic, the woman muttered. Next time, Valray said, we try not to lose the compass. From there, it was trivial. We got on the lifts, let out a collective sigh, checked in with the gatesman at the top, and officially re-entered the city. I exchanged farewells with Val's teammates and Val herself, but was stopped by Val before I got too far away. What's up? I asked. She smiled at me and then poked my bag with the tip of her polearm. I'm glad you're being so safe, Tim, but I hope you'll be cautious even at home. And be doubly cautious about the things you bring back from the marshes. What sharp intuition. I smiled and nodded. Understood, Val. I won't cause you any trouble. She cracked a grin, her fine lips curling. Yeah, my mom's already trouble enough. She turned and waved as she walked to her teammates. I'll stop by for dinner. Maybe I'll see you there. Maybe. We'd love that. Chapter 20. Coming home to find. When I got back to the shop, the first thing I noticed was the flask turned upside down on the counter near the door. It was Ravela's sign according to the memories. She'd picked it up from some old smuggler habit, probably. Upside down flask meant she'd let herself in. Shattered flask meant something had gone sideways, and I should be ready to burn the place down and run. Ravela was good at whatever she did because of these sorts of systems. I shut the door behind me and locked up. Every home in this part of the layers had doors made of heavy metal, fitted with layers of old locks and newer ones slapped on top with rusted bolts. And personal paranoia. You didn't want anything getting in once the right people were already tucked inside. After all, since Ravela was here, I would have to delay working on the spawn organs I had. I pried open the compartment beneath the floorboards, stuffed my new spoils in there, and replaced the board. Another day, perhaps, I said with a smile. The inner door that led to the back room and the stairs up to my living space were locked, too. Considering that I was here to guarantee her continued life, I was glad that Ravela was careful about locking everything. I heard water running when I opened the door. Ravela's showering. I muttered, a little happy that she felt comfortable enough to do that. Closing the door behind me, I stepped up to the top of the stairs and knocked gently against the wooden bathroom door. Ravela, a pause, just long enough to make me wonder if she'd heard me. Then her voice, echoing slightly over the sound of water. Yes, just letting you know I'm back, I said. Didn't want to surprise you and get stabbed. Another pause. Then, dry as dust, with just the hint of some malicious joy underneath it. If might stab you anyway if you let a gloom spawn mess up your face. Out of principle. Appreciate your honesty. I went over to my bedroom, took off my shoes and extra layers, and sat on my bed, happy to rest. The shower finally stopped. The bathroom door creaked open. Tim, are you in your room? Ravela hollered. Yes, I said, lying on the comfy bed. This really is an amazing bed, I muttered. Tim, I left my clothes in the room. Can you please cover your eyes? I took the pillow and pressed it against my eyes. Eyes are covered, I yelled. I heard wet steps enter the room. Don't slip, I said. Give me more credit than that, she dryly replied. I heard the rustle of clothing. I wondered if she was watching me like a hawk. Did you have a good day? She asked over the rustling. I saw you took the sword. I did, I replied. Going to tell Meredi you went out to the swamps. I'd rather not right now. TSK, 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 keeping secrets from family? She teased. I keep tons of secrets. It's nothing new. Ravela dropped onto my stomach, knocking the air out of me, then yanked the pillow from my face. You keep secrets from me? She asked. I do if you do. She scowled. Smartass. It's not like you ever took an interest. I looked at the ceiling. Yeah, you're right. But would you tell me if I asked you? I'd make the effort. Yeah, I said, searching my memories. It was a little saddening, noticing how little Timau's had asked her about her activities. Have you had good days recently? She scratched her head and looked toward the door. Yeah, I mean, money's flowing. I looked at where she was sitting on me and noticed she wasn't wearing shorts. In fact, she only had underwear beneath the shirt. Acknowledging that I was a goddess's cushion right now, I focused on the matter at hand. I'd like to accompany you to the depths in the coming weeks, I said. Ravela blinked at me, like she hadn't expected I'd actually ask to come. Her voice was flat. You want to tag along? I nodded. Her weight on my stomach made it hard to do anything else. She scoffed and looked off to the side, but I caught the flicker of a smile tugging at her lips. Fine, just don't. Slow me down, and don't cause trouble. I'm not carrying you if you get a gut wound or your leg pops off. Fair enough. I'll limp quietly. She shook her head, muttering something under her breath, then looked down at me again. Her expression shifted, flickering with something softer, fond even. Before I could think, she leaned forward and pressed a slow kiss to my forehead. I froze. She pulled back just slightly, her face still close. My heart was hammering like I'd sprinted up the slants. Wait, I managed to say. You said you'd only be sweet in the mornings. Ravela smirked. I haven't seen you in days. I can change the rules if I want. I gulped. Yeah, Of course. Change whatever you like. She leaned in again, slower this time. Her lips hovered near my ear. Keep your hands on the bed, she said, voice sultry and low. Not a finger moves. Her hands braced near my shoulders as she lowered herself further, her chest pressing into mine now. Her head nestled near the crook of my neck, wet hair falling across my cheek. I could feel the heat of her breath before the first kiss, soft, deliberate, landed on the side of my neck. I stayed frozen, absolutely still. Any tighter, and my muscles would start to cramp. I had to force myself to keep breathing just to stop my invisibility from accidentally triggering. She kept going. Another kiss, then another, higher and closer to my jaw. I was so lucky this was worth all the muck. She pulled back a little, her lips resting close to my neck. There was silence, just me, her, and the weight of her, body on mind. Then came the bite. It wasn't harsh, but it made my heart jump. I flinched, but not away. My hand moved instinctively, fingers rising to press gently to her back. Just a soft, greedy stroke, an admission of the fact that I wanted to hold her. More. She froze. I said. She growled against my skin, hands at your sides. I didn't flinch this time. My hand stayed where it was. Tell me again, and I'll do it. She didn't. She stayed where she was, quiet for a beat. Then her body relaxed again under my hand. Don't get bold with where that hand goes, she warned, voice a little hoarse now. I won't, I said softly. I just wanted to comfort you, too. She didn't reply. Her lips brushed my neck again, slower this time. She was still Ravela dangerous, sharp-dinged, aloof, but right now, I could feel how much she was trying to find a groove for us. I would have taken any version of her, honestly. This one just happened to steal my breath and make me hope for the best ending. Ravela lifted her head from my shoulder, her auburn, wet hair sticking to her cheek and collar. Her eyes found mine, and the intensity in them made my breath hitch. Without a word, she leaned down again, this time aiming for my lips. It wasn't rushed or teasing or meant to rattle me. It was just a soft, unmistakable kiss. I pressed my hand a little firmer into her back, needing to hold her, to take as much of this blessed warmth as I could get. When she finally pulled back, her expression flickered. First came the stern look she always defaulted to, then came a scowl dripping with irritation. But it cracked, and I saw it. Embarrassment. Honest, wide-eyed. Vulnerability, paired with a fledgling smile. I didn't think kissing you would feel so nice, she muttered. It's stupid. I smiled. I didn't think kissing you could make me feel so sure I was doing the right thing. Her eyes softened at that. She let out a little breath and reached up to touch my cheek. Her fingers were warm, against my skin, calloused but gentle. She made me feel I was something valuable, like maybe I'd surprised her. In the best way. Then I remembered the day's events. I meant to tell you something, I said. She blinked and tilted her head. What? Valray's back. She's going to Meredi's for dinner. Everything about her froze. Her mouth dropped open. She barked, smacking her palm against my chest. You've been lying there all cozy while my daughter is back in the reach and going to dinner. Then she was off me, leaping off the bed and scrambling to the corner for her pants. How long have you known? Why didn't you say anything earlier? She was in the marshes. Her squad was lost, so I helped guide them back, I said, sitting up and watching her hop into one leg of her really tight pants. I told her to go to dinner, said she should visit more. Gods, Tim. Despite her yelling, she was smiling, beaming, really. trying not to, but failing. This is really important information. Her hands fumbled with her belt as she kept casting glances at me, as if to double-check this wasn't some joke. I got lost in the moment, I said with a chuckle, getting up and pulling on my jacket. "You absolute bastard," she said, affection pouring out through her grin. Chapter 21. The Greatest Liar. We moved toward the stairs together, but before we reached the door, she paused. She turned, her face softer. Again, almost pained. "Sorry," she said quietly. I know the mood was good. "I just Valray. You don't have to apologize," I said. "She's your daughter. Cherish the time you get with her." I meant every word of it, but Ravela might never know how heavy those words were on my tongue. I had a nagging sense that some things from the game would have to be maintained. Valray still had to leave the city eventually. She had to go out there with Cynthia and the original protagonist. That group would end up saving the village that took them in, and in doing so, probably helped ensure the continued existence of the world. With that in mind, Ravela really only had 1 year left with her daughter, most likely. Ravela, still smiling like she couldn't help it, stepped closer. She reached for me, then kissed me again on the lips. But this one was different, slower, tender, full of everything she couldn't put into words. When she pulled back, I looked her in the eyes. "Let me hold you." She nodded. I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her again, pulling her close. Her hands clung to my jacket, and I felt her sigh into the moment before we finally let go. Then, just like that, the Ravela I knew snapped back. "All right, get moving, alchemist," she said, grabbing my wrist and practically dragging me toward the stairs. "Oh, going out there with sleepwear?" I joked, eyeing her still damp hair and loose sleeping shirt. "She and Meredi will both be grateful I'm not in full gear," Ravela replied. "And Meredi won't be able to yell at me to go put on a shirt. We can have dinner with Valray," Ravela said as we reached the bottom of the stairs. She pushed open the backroom door, continuing with a smirk, "And then we can come back here and finish what we started." Ravela stopped. So did I. Walking toward the back room, but paused mid-step, was Meredi. A small woven basket hung from one arm, one of those homespun ones made of lacquered strips. And copper wire. It looked heavier than it should have, likely packed with food she'd brought for me. I was willing to bet she wanted to make sure I wasn't going hungry after all these days I had been spending at her place. Her hair was down today, that straight, golden hair falling over her shoulders freely. She'd scrubbed off the usual smears of oil from her arms and neck, no soot, no metal grit under her nails. She wore a black and sleeveless turtleneck shirt and pants noticeably lacking her assortment of tools. And her expression? Utterly neutral, but not blank. There was a hint of curiosity in them. I felt Ravela's fingers slowly uncurl, her arm falling to her side in the smooth, practiced motion of someone who had lied with her body more times than she'd ever lied with words. "What are you two finishing up?" Meredi asked, her voice warm, even. Ravela answered before I could open my mouth. "Alchemy," she said, with a flick of her hand that was half dismissive, half deadpan. "Tim's got a little list of exotic ingredients he needs." I was gently telling him what was viable and what wasn't. I nodded along. Apparently, I'm being a little unreasonable in my requests, I added, trying to sound vaguely indignant, vaguely distracted. "She says we need to be realistic." Meredi tilted her head slightly. "Right. You have been telling her you'd get back to her." She gave a small, amused exhale through her nose. "Don't bully her too much, Timaeus. I can say no to him Ravela snapped back, getting a small chuckle from me. Meredi stepped further into the shop, the soft tread of her boots audible even on the worn planks. It's been weeks since I've been in here. I'm glad it looks more organized, she said. She looked around as if inspecting the layout, but I had the sense she was letting the silence stretch. I couldn't help but wonder if she was picking up on the earlier vibe. You brought something? I asked. That got a genuine smile out of her. Yeah, stuff for stew, some bread, and some of the reject vegetables Cynthia brought home yesterday. She held the basket toward me, and I stepped forward to take it. Thanks, Meredi. This means a lot. Her smile lingered. You're welcome. I thought that maybe it would be nice if I used the kitchen in the back and made something for you. Meredi suddenly recoiled. Then she leaned in while Ravela stood at the side. Is something the matter? I asked, my heart not prepared to be so close to Meredi. You have a red mark on your neck, Meredi replied, squinting with her good eye. Red mark? A glance at Ravela reminded me of it. Ravela had bitten me there. I took a second. If I came clean about it, maybe I could make progress with Meredi somehow. Ravela's desperate shaking of her head dissuaded me. However, if Ravela wasn't ready for that, then I wouldn't push it. Meredi, is it a bullseye mark? I asked with some urgency. Meredi stammered. Bullseye? I'm not sure. Meredi, is it a bullseye? No, I was playing with bugs today. Meredi, behind Meredi's back. Ravela mouthed, I'm not a bug. Meredi, is it swollen? Can you see a barb? No, I can't, and it's not swollen, she said, rubbing her fingers against my neck. I shuddered immediately. Tim, are you okay? Meredi asked. Just nerves, I lied. She didn't need to know that her touch made me weak at the knees. Is it just red? I think I don't know. It looks like there's blood beneath the skin. Blood? I muttered. It's probably going to be a bruise then, I said, looking at the guilty Ravela. Is it? To distinct points of blood? Like a spider's bite? No, multiple points, Meredi said, calming down with me. I let out a sigh of relief. Okay, it's probably just a reaction to something that got on my neck. Okay, who you? You had me worried there, Meredi, I said with a grin. Sorry, were you to going out? My heart jumped. Going out? I asked. Yeah, Rav looks like she's about to step out, and it looked like you were following her. I laughed. Right. Meredi, get this. I ran into Valray today, right when she was coming in from the slants. Meredi lit up, looked at her sister, and then me again. She's going to your place for dinner, I said. A heartbeat later, all joy drained from her face. What? Meredi grabbed me by the collar and pulled me toward the door. Why didn't you say something sooner? Meredi barked. Ravela let out a laugh as she followed behind us. That's what I said. I locked up. What if I was waiting in the cold right now? Meredi continued. Hurry, we can't. Miss Val. Chapter 22. The warmth of family dinner. Dinner was lively and lovely. It was the kind of meal that filled me with transcendent motivation. The laughter and warmth in a home that hadn't had enough of either. It was just so addictive. The stew was nothing fancy, but it was hearty, and Val had brought over a sweet herbal bread that Cynthia couldn't stop picking at. She got crumbs everywhere. No one minded. This was the first dinner since I arrived in this world that the household was complete. Valray, to her credit, caught on quick that I didn't want Meredi catching wind of my recent trek into the marshes. She'd raised an eyebrow when I mentioned restocking a few reagents sold at the gate, and gave me a slow blink, but When Meredi asked about it, Val cut in to tell her how she spotted me at that time. She carried the conversation from there, drawing Cynthia and Meredi into a little back and forth about the ridiculous things that are sold just a few paces over at the Slants. Ravela kept quiet most of the dinner. Not distant, just content. She watched her daughter laugh, sometimes, leaned over to whisper a joke into my ear, and sometimes gave Meredi this look that was half teasing and half admiration. I understood through the memories that Ravela had a real weak spot for Valray. She had no doubt held many valuable things in her life, but none would ever compare to even a smidge of Valray. As I always knew, Ravela was a true mama goddess. The dinner table was empty, and I was elbow deep in a metal sink of hot water and soap, watching bubbles slip round the edges of a blackened pan. Val was still here. She and Cynthia had started on some story about someone's botched smuggling run involving a feral goat, and Meredi was laughing full-bellied, leaning back in her chair, looking younger than I'd ever seen her. I could have watched them all night. I heard the quiet pat of boots behind me and felt a presence ease in close at my side. Ravela, a clean towel slung over one shoulder, reached past me to grab a plate from the drying rack and began dabbing it dry. "You don't have to. I want to," she said. There was a beat of silence before she added, soft enough that only I could hear, "Fuls. Staying here tonight." She trailed off. I glanced at her. Her eyes were still on the plate, hands precise, but I heard a hint of guilt in her voice. "It's all right," I said, smiling. "Spend time with your daughter. You never know when you won't have the chance anymore." She looked up at me, eyebrows raised. Dark thing to say while washing dishes. "Dishwashing is where all the grim truths come out," I said. She shook her head, but smiled. "Thanks for understanding." I rinsed another bowl and passed it her way. "Sounds like you had plans for me, though. Will you allow me to be disappointed?" That got me a sharp look, and then a slow grin pulled at her lips. She bumped her hip into mine. I staggered half a step to the side, just barely kept from losing my balance, thanks to my recent workout routine, and laughed. "You used to fall over from that," she said. "I've been working out. I noticed. Buffing up for Meredi and you two. TCH. Your ambitions are dangerous." A soft kind of hush fell between us then. It was the sort of quiet that sneaks in when two people are very close and very aware of it. I could hear the others still talking in the sitting room, but here, in the warm glow of the lantern over the sink, with her elbow brushing mine and her fingers brushing a plate just after mine had, it felt like we had hidden away from everything else. Just little moments like these. If I could have a series of these moments until the end of time. Was I too greedy? I snuck a glance at her. She snuck a glance at me. We both chuckled. "Keep your eyes on your plate," she said. "I will if you do," I joked back. The card game started after the dishes were done. Meredi dusted off an old deck she claimed had survived the old world, though I suspected it had just survived a few too many evenings of Ravela cheating. Cynthia insisted. She was going to humiliate me. Val kept winning and humiliated us both. I kept pretending I wasn't trying, but was seething on the inside. At least I stopped Cynthia from winning. At some point, Val yawned and stood up, announcing that she was turning in. "I'll be out of here bright and early, Aunt Meredi," she said with the smirk she inherited from Ravela. Meredi offered to set up the cot, but Ravela interrupted and said she'd handle it. I didn't think much of it until I noticed she hadn't come back. After losing another round, I excused myself to use the washroom. The hallway was dim, quiet except for the low voices coming from one of the rooms. I slowed when I passed the door. Ravela and Vol's room. It was only cracked open, just enough for the light to spill through. You're not in trouble, are you? Valray asked. Ravela scoffed, but I could hear the tension beneath it. Since when have I been in trouble? Mom, Val said, gently. You've been lighter on your feet tonight. I just want to make sure that you didn't get your hands on something that might put you on the other side of my spear. A threat? From daughter to mother? And a dramatic one at that? I couldn't step away now. If Rav was in trouble, I had to help. There was a pause, and then a soft breath. It's nothing like that, Ravela said, voice low. Nothing that would make you worry. Nothing that would ever put us on opposite sides. Val let out a sigh of relief. Is it something normal then? Her. Sort of I might be the one making it more complicated than it needs to be. I didn't mean to be listening. And I didn't want to hear any more. I moved on, quick and quiet, and closed the washroom door behind me with care. Was it me? Was I the reason she seemed lighter? Don't get full of yourself, I told myself. Still, I was buzzing from our moment at the dishes. I thought about how close she'd stood, and how soft her voice had gone when it was just the two of us. I thought about her impish smile. I shook my head and rinsed my hands. Then I apologized quietly and inwardly for eavesdropping at all. Some things, no matter how tempting, aren't meant to be overheard. Chapter 23. The Mom and the Gentle Talk. The night was winding down. The backyard was warm under the dull glow of the couple of sun lamps Meredi left on. Hazy light flickering through the slats of the reinforced roofing above. I leaned on the railing and let the breeze of the fan stir my hair, thinking of the early days with the merry edge how Meredi guided my hands, scolded me when I messed up, and then corrected me. Thinking back on it, it was quite a lot of contact. Footsteps came from behind me. I didn't turn, but I smiled when I heard her giggle. Feeling a little tired, Meredi asked, her voice a touch hoarse from the night. I glanced over my shoulder. She stood there in her long housecoat, sleeves rolled a touch too high as if her hands might need to fix something at any second. It was very tight around her forearms, but then again, her forearms were huge. She cradled a mug of steaming goat's milk in her hands, pale strands of vapor winding up through the light. I smiled. You should be licking your wounds as much as I am right now. She joined me at the railing and exhaled into the night. I don't think losing to Valray hurts me as much as it does you and Synth. At least I didn't lose to Cynthia. Maybe next time. She sipped. I'll help Cynthia out. I let out a gasp. Traitor? She gave me a small, sideways smile. So, what are your next few days looking like? I'm going to be surveying the guards, I think. I want to know what substances they're putting into their bodies. And then I'll see if there are any trends. Meredi nodded. That sounds very official. You might end up doing a better survey job than half the city council. It'd be an insult to think I'd do worse than them. She snorted. And after that, I hesitated. I want Ravela to take me to the depths. Her expression shifted just a little. The cup paused near her lips. First the marshes, and now down there? Yeah, the scrap pile beneath the city. I want to see it to now. I want to see what the old world beneath this city looks like. There must be amazing things down there, things that we just don't understand. Meredi looked down into her drink, then back at me. It's not the place for people who aren't observant, and for people who don't know how to look at another human with wary eyes. I met Meredi's good eye. I trust Ravela, I said. And I'm very discerning. She held my gaze. All right, just don't let her vanish on you down there. I'll keep a leash on her. Meredi huffed a quiet laugh. She suddenly reached over and casually knocked some piece of scrap metal off my shoulder. Is everything good between you two? I didn't see suspicion or jealousy, just that clear, innocent face she sometimes wore. A person like this, maybe. She had picked up on something instinctually. Yeah, I said, rubbing the back of my neck. I think I've recently been able to speak with her the way she wants. To be spoken to. She's still a snake, Meredi said with fond contempt. She's our snake, and you know she'll bite for us, but she's still a slippery snake. Her venom will never kill in the event that she ever accidentally bites. Meredi reached over and touched my neck. Bites? Huh. I kept my composure as I met her eyes again. She broke into some giggles. What a silly thought for me to have. How would that even work? I let out a quiet sigh of relief. I wasn't ready to declare my intentions with her. Meredi laughed quietly into her mug. If you start talking to me the way she does, I'm throwing you into the nearest water barrel. Fair. There was a lull, but it didn't feel empty. Just quiet. She took another sip. I still want to cook for you. At your place. I blinked. You do cook for me. Every time I'm here. You've basically been keeping me fed for the last month. That's different, she said, brows rising a little. I had this picture in my head. Me in your kitchen. A table set. For two. No Ravela putting her feet on the table. No Cynthia sniping at you. Meredi shrugged cutely. Like she was 20 years younger. Just me and you. I looked at her while trying to keep all the warm, fuzzy feelings locked inside my body. Got it. You want to have dinner with me. I want to cook for you, so that you know I'm always here for you, she said, smile heavenly. I'm not helping you just because you show up. I'd try to help you along even if you start to not want me around again. Again, screw you. Timaeus. It's a crime that you made her feel this way. My throat tightened in a way I didn't expect. I nodded. I would not make you doubt that you were doing the right thing. Thank you, Meredi. Her smile grew, soft and proud. Good. Your dad would have liked knowing we're getting along. And just like that, something in my chest went quiet, and the house was full. Everyone was here. He would have been happy. When's the last time we even managed? That H&M? Timaeus? I glanced away. Meredi, can I ask you something? She turned, already reading it on my face. Please don't bring him up. Not like that. Not in these moments. Her expression dimmed. Oh, sorry. Did I? No, I said, quickly. You didn't say anything wrong. It's just I need you to not mention that father when it's you and me here like this. She was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. All right, that's fair. I'll talk about it more when I feel more confident in what I'm trying to do. Okay, she said gently. Whenever you're ready. I nodded at her. I wondered how much she had picked up on. I was trying to create distance from the idea that I was her son. Heck, from Timaeus' perspective, he left the house when Cynthia was born. 3 years after, Meredi and his dad got together. Then, the dad died 2 years later, and Timaeus was around less. That mother-son relationship was a fantasy that only Meredi was holding onto. But as much as I hated it for my own nefarious, impure ambitions, it was what made Meredi shine even brighter. It slipped out at that moment. I know you're doing your best. I caught Meredi's quiet nod and gentle sip. She looked toward the back door, then back at me with a half smile, ready to shift gears. So it's pretty late. Do you want to stay over? Here? I said. Like, at your place? No, I was going to send you to the forge shed, she said dryly. Yes, here, she nudged my arm. Silly guy. But my old room's metal storage now. I mean, I could take the couch. Or, she said, stepping closer, you could stay with me. My bed's huge. You wouldn't even touch the edges. I stared. On the inside, yeah, I had frozen up. Meredi had thrown a giant, forbidden wrench into the gears. She took a sip, perfectly composed. And if you hog the blanket, I will elbow you. I shook myself free of the shock and managed a response. An elbow from you might actually kill me. She slapped my arm. Hey, mean. Chapter 24. The Mom and the Bed. The back door closed behind us with a click. Inside, the house was dim, lit only by the soft glow of a single lamp in the corner of the kitchen. Meredi moved with practice ease, setting her mug down on a counter, then locked everything down. This was as routine for her as it would be for me at my own home. I'll go get you a towel, she said casually. It was just so normal for her. Thanks, I said quietly. Yeah, I know you came here without showering. I patted myself on the back for not struggling against the gloom spawn. She patted down the hall. I stood outside the bathroom. Ravela's bed was right behind the nearest door. If she saw me now, it would either blow everything up or provoke some dramatic developments. Meredi returned, towel and a fresh shirt folded over one arm. Here, I could get you some fresh shorts, but I'm not sure if you would be okay with that. Thank you, I said, accepting the bundle. I won't take long. She nodded and drifted toward her bedroom while I disappeared into the washroom. The water was quick and cool. I didn't scrub too hard, mostly just wanted to cool down and think things through. This is a grittier world. I bet the poorer people are all huddled on the same bed, too. And Meredi, she probably isn't thinking much of it, yeah. That's probably it. It's just the culture. If gods were real in this world, maybe they were trying to put temptations in my way. Joke's on them. I was pretty much the most devoted fan these moms would ever have now. I could resist any temptation, well, resist it enough to accomplish the main goal of saving them. When I emerged again, toweling my hair, Meredi was already in bed, half sitting up with her arms behind her, head staring at the ceiling fan like it was soothing her to sleep. She looked over as I closed the door behind me. Much better, right? Yeah, who would hate being clean? I folded the towel and shirt neatly, unsure where to put them, and settled for placing them on the edge of the seat. She had in here. You can leave those on the stool if you want, Meredi murmured. You don't have to be so neat about it. It's just us. We're family. Meredi shifted to her side as I approached the bed. She lifted the blanket slightly without ceremony. Come on. I won't bite. Hey, do you have venom too? I said, trying to keep it light. She gave me a soft look. Are you calling me a snake? Tons of things have venom, and none of them I think are good, she said with a giggle. I slid in beside her, careful to stay near the edge, even though the bed was, as she said, massive, almost as big as mine. Her warmth reached me anyway. Maybe it was my overactive imagination. The lights went off, and the silence stretched. Comfy? She asked, voice already softening with sleep. Very, I said honestly. Thanks for this. Don't thank me for giving you a bed. That's the bare minimum, she murmured. Is it? I asked, hoping to glean a little more. She chuckled. Sorry, I thought it would be nice to have everyone here. I'm not complaining. I felt her shift a little, and adjust the blanket. Silence followed for a moment, and then came her voice. I'm glad you're here. I don't know what exactly is going on with you, but I won't ask. And you don't need to. Tell me. I've just got ambitions now. I said that, and more devious ambitions came to mind. If I made a move now, I must not break. Not when I haven't gotten enough signals. But then again, I was in the woman's bed. No, culture it was the culture. Are you okay? She asked. It sounds like you're grunting. Sorry, didn't know I did that? She giggled softly. I'll let you know if you do it again. Another stretch of silence came. I turned toward her, saw her exposed back, and cursed my eyes for being so amazing. I could see that muscle. Definition with unfair fidelity. I cleared my throat. Hey, Meredi, I want to be awake and out of here before Ravela notices I stayed. Why? I'm not sure how I would handle it first thing in the morning. Oh, are you worried about her teasing you? I can tell her to knock it off. I sighed. No, don't worry about it. Sorry. Good night. Meredi shifted. Her voice floated out and reached me, low and calm. You don't have to tell me, she said, but if Ravela crossed a line, I need to know. She doesn't always see where they are. I stiffened, breath caught halfway out. Meredi was looking right at me. She didn't, I replied. She didn't cross any line. Meredi didn't say anything immediately. The darkness made the silence feel heavier. I saw it when you two walked out of the back room, Meredi said, making my heart jump. She was leading. You by the hand. She thought she was slick, but I'm her older sister. Rav was excited because I had told her about Val. She was hurrying me along, just like you did. Meredi chuckled. Yeah, it made sense when I thought about it afterward, so nothing strange is going on. I don't think there's anything strange happening. Maybe you're not the best person to ask, Meredi muttered. Maybe. I agreed. Her eyes lingered on me. Meanwhile, I was honest with myself. What had I accomplished so far? I had eaten some monster parts. That was it. In the game, you could date multiple girls at once, but the MC was amazing. Master Farmer, Master Miner, Master Spawn Slayer. A level 50 MC had earned the right to be dating multiple girls. Me, I barely earned the right to dare to date Ravela. And that was that. If I wanted to reach out to Meredi to hold her hand and ask to see more of who she was, I had to earn that right. I turned onto my back with a smile. Thanks for letting me stay the night, Meredi. And thanks for looking out for me. I'll return the favor. You can count on it. Meredi was silent for a few beats before finally turning away. Good night. Tim, thanks for staying over and making my night a little better. I sighed to myself. What mattered was saving them, not loving them. Chapter 25. Experiments and an assistant. I left Meredi's home the moment the dawn leaked in and before Meredi woke up. Thankfully, the house was quiet. No telltale steps from the other rooms. No Ravela, no Valray, no Cynthia. I'd succeeded in getting up before all of them. By the time I was locking up the home's door, I had braced myself for what had to be done next. Back in my workshop, the stench hit me all over again. The Gloomspawn brains were waiting for me freshly prepared, but still foul looking despite every effort I'd made to make them more appetizing. Fortunately, or maybe annoyingly, they hadn't spoiled. All that said, I still dry heaved when I poked the first piece with a fork. My mind knew the noble cause, but my body did not want to throw itself in front of the moms like this. It was uplifting. However, I could overcome this. then I could continue to prove that to myself that I could do anything and everything for the moms. I thanked my body for this opportunity. Even when my body rebelled, I remained steadfast. For the goddesses, no amount of pride and grit could make the thing taste better, but when I finally swallowed and then sat there in the silence, waiting for some curse to surge up from my stomach or seize my lungs, nothing came. No pain, no nausea, no buzzing in the ears or claws dragging across my brain. I barely even felt full despite having to brains one after the other. It was as if I hadn't eaten anything at all. Exercising caution, I took my time, double-checking all my potions as I waited for the negative effects. An hour passed and still nothing. What a stark contrast. Understanding that this was so significantly different than the first time, I closed my eyes and investigated the thing that had me most curious. The fragmented images of being in the marshes came. I let them roll and roll. Noise, movement, oppressive atmosphere, wet stone, and distant shrieks. I pushed my awareness inward like I was forcing my head beneath water. Then it came. I found the critical scene. In front of my mind's eye was Timaeus standing in the swamp, with the merry edge in his grip. And then Timaeus vanished. A few moments later, a phantom pain in my back. And then everything went black. I opened my eyes slowly, shakily. There it is, I whispered. I'd had the hunch, but now I knew. Eating the brains gave me fragmented memories I had to sift through. Completely different than how Timaeus' memories integrated into my soul. And that wasn't all. There was something like an awareness, like knowing I had arms and legs. That was the best way I had to describe it. I was aware of 2 extra limbs, monovision and invisibility. And now that I was aware of them, truly aware, I felt something else too. A metaphorical range of motion. Like learning to wiggle each finger separately after years of only using your whole hand. I had a new hypothesis. In the first game, there was a notion that ranking up made the earlier abilities easier to use. Now, I was thinking that maybe, along with the memories, consuming the brains raised my compatibility with the powers I would gain from the gloom spawn. Thinking about it, everything was based on compatibility. I could only consume them because of the unique circumstances of Timaeus' birth, just like with the MC. I took a breath. I reached out and let my fingers close around a simple flask on the table. I held my breath and focused, getting a sense of my phantom limb. It moved, detaching from my arm and extending just a little further. It wasn't dramatic. The flask just vanished. Sweat broke out across my brow. I grinned like an idiot, panning through it. I did it. This is how I do it. I cheered. I can raise my intuitive awareness of the abilities by eating brains. And improve the weird memory inheritance, too. Yes, I can break the game. I went to my shelves of alchemical concoctions. The focus required to activate selective invisibility was sweat-inducing. But maybe I could cheat it. I pulled out a focus enhancer, drank it, and tried again. This potion would give serious tunnel vision and fixation on things the drinker managed to direct attention to. Holding the notion of making objects invisible, I experimented for the next few hours, with the brains not forcing me to knock myself out with Sleeping Beauty. The day had opened up considerably. Instead of lying in bed, I could work on my guard surveys. I cleaned the remains of my experiments, packed up my notes, slung my gear over my shoulder, and stepped out the door, only to nearly bump straight into a cloaked figure. She froze, hood drawn low, hands balled in front of her chest. Then she looked up. I could only see her chin, but I knew her instantly. My thumping heart might have realized before I did. Lady Elsbeth. She pulled her hood back slightly, enough to let me see her stormy gray eyes. "Hi, Timmy," she whispered. My stomach did something weird. Like a swirl. Not a drop, not a punch, just a warm, dizzy spiral that stole the breath from my next question. You're here?" I finally managed. She smiled nervously, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her cloak. "I didn't mean to come here. I was just walking and got lost in thought. And then, somehow, you were standing in front of me." I laughed quietly, still stunned. "You got lost in thought and ended up at my door? I guess I'm more directionally challenged than I thought," she said, cheeks reddening. "I'm honored," I said, hoping to save her some embarrassment. "Thank you." Her smile broadened just a little. "Or maybe my thoughts were just really determined," she whispered. "Please, no more." My heart and fragile mind could barely handle it. "So," she said, voice featherlight, "were you going somewhere?" "Yeah," I said, tightening the strap on my bag. "I'm hoping to get started on a pretty big project. Surveying the guards at the barracks. Nothing fancy, but the people I've talked to are happy to have me come by." Oh, her eyes lit again, but she tried to restrain them back into neutral. She wasn't great at hiding how interested she was. I hesitated, but only for a second. "Do you want to come with me? I could use an assistant." Her whole face brightened. "Really?" She had given up on restraint. "Sure, if you don't mind taking notes as I interview these people. It'll probably be loud and smelly-eyed. Understand if you didn't want to. I'd love to," she said, and her enthusiasm was so unfiltered, so pure, that it caught me off guard all over again. I smiled, unable to help it. "Great." But then I stopped, took a step back, and looked her over more carefully. She blinked. "What?" "Even with that dirty cloak, you're very beautiful still," I said. She went red. "Oh, I see, thank you. If someone's really paying attention, they'll know who you are. Or at least guess that you're someone well off." Elsbeth frowned. "Oh, I didn't really think about that. I guess I would be more in people's faces if I were to be. Your assistant. It's okay. I can help." She leaned closer. "Really?" I grinned. "Yeah, we're going to make you disgusting." Her lips parted. Her happiness faded. She blinked a few times. I love that. I opened my door again. "Follow me, assistant." She giggled. "Yes, Master Timaeus." I tripped over the threshold, and she let out a small scream. "Are you okay, Timmy?" "Yeah, totally fine," I replied, getting back up again. I didn't tell her, but her calling me master was like a missile aimed directly at the backside of my heart. I glanced at her one more time, and when she looked up at me again, cheeks still pink, eyes wide, and shimmering, I couldn't help but feel that. Same warm spiral again. But then I felt an itch in my eyes and activated Mana vision. "Ho," I mumbled. "What is it, Timmy?" she asked. "Sorry, nothing," I replied. "Come over here. The potion's in the back." Elsbeth followed me as I kept sneaking glances at her. It was just so beautiful. With Mana vision, I could see that. She was wrapped in silver and purple roars like they were heavenly sashes. Elsbeth might have been way more notable in this world than the games ever suggested. Chapter 26. Super serious survey. Name. I can't see it here, I asked, glancing down at the worn record sheet I'd highlighted into something half legible. The guard across from me shifted on the bench. "Jaren, sir." I launched my arsenal of questions and got my answers about what he was putting in his body and where he got them from. "Did you get that, assistant?" I asked without looking. Yes, Master Timaeus, came the cheerful reply. I smiled. Beside me, my assistant sat cloaked in the shadows and cloth, but already dancing across parchment. Elsbeth, city lord's wife, now hunched in a borrowed cloak and scribbling like a city scribe. It felt like I was keeping a scandalous secret, and I was all in. I reached into the bag behind me and plucked out one of the minor healing potions. Here's your thank you. It's a minor potion. You know how it works. Jaren took the vial with both hands. Thanks, alchemist. And he turned toward Elsbeth and faltered. Ma'am, he couldn't meet her eyes. Not that I blamed him. Elsbeth was absolutely disgusting now. Among the many unique mixtures Timaeus had discovered was one that dried on skin like old wax and bloomed into pustules and blisters within ours. Timaeus didn't name it, so I called it Burn Mask Sob because I had to. Call it something, and it now covered the left side of Elsbeth's face like a bloom of cruel fate. Where others saw stomach-churning hideousness, I saw excellent work and beauty hidden beneath. That makes 40, Elsbeth said, voice still soft. She marked a clean line across the page. We've still got 20 potions left. Then, I said, leaning back. Not bad. We were tucked into the corner of the barracks food hall, right by a soot-darkened hearth with broken bricks in. The back. Every guard, including the one in charge, was happy to have us here, especially when the noble Physicians Guild kept ignoring them. The next guard stepped forward, and for a moment, I was astonished. Silver hair that you'd expect from a magical noble. Blue eyes, clear and intense. A sculpted jaw, chiseled like something from a hero's tale, with skin to smooth for the city's dust. If he had a flaw, the devs hadn't been generated yet. I blinked. Your skin, I said out loud. It's fantastic. But he wasn't looking at me. He was staring at Elsbeth while she annotated her notes. Even so marred by illness, the man said, voice low but unshaken, I can see the beauty that remains. Elsbeth straightened. Her reply was courtly and clearly practiced. You're very kind, sir. May you see such beauty in all things. It was noblewoman diction I realized polished to a shine and sealed behind pain. Her tongue betrayed what her station tried to suggest. His words caught my notice. However, I activated mana vision. All around his eyes, his mana network was denser. It was vaguely reminiscent of Mava's network, in terms of where the concentration was, but nowhere as developed. Still, after understanding what Mava could see, I had to assume that the extra mana going into this man's eyes was doing something to his vision. Did he see through Elsbeth's disguise? Could he read her features through the burn mask? Did he identify people? Not through their appearance, but through some quality known only to him? Before I could spiral further, he turned to me and asked, what is this you're doing here? And for whom? I blinked. For whom? Elsbeth froze beside me. My tongue moved before I could think. For someone like her, like my assistant here. The guard tilted his head, considering my answer. He looked at me again with a judging gaze. My skin tingled. I was unsure if it was my nerves or my unique physiology reacting. He nodded. I see. Then I'd like to participate. He pulled the chair closer and sat. My name is Josiah. I clicked into gear, grabbing a fresh form. Josiah. What company? Second company. Rotational detail in the noble layers. Night patrols. I tried to hide my panic. If he was able to go all the way up there, the chances that he had seen Elsbeth in passing increased. I looked him in the eyes and saw no malice. So, they let someone from all the way down here work up. There, I've been told some find me comforting. I chuckled. And I'd love to know the secrets behind that. Supplements? He rattled them off. Boosted goat's milk. Violet barley chews. A filter tincture from a notable alchemist. Purchased personally. Skincare. He smiled faintly. Herbal scrub twice a week. Algae bomb. My sister developed the recipe. Elsbeth chuckled softly beside me, then tried to cover it with a cough. I recorded the rest dates, dosage, the rare indulgence of body wax. He was courteous, earnest, and always involved Elsbeth when he spoke. At the end, I handed him a thank you potion. Port or drink? He asked, glancing at the label. Depends how bad you want to be healed. Pretty standard usage. He nodded. I understand, thank you. Then he turned to Elsbeth. And thank you, humble assistant. Your strength is luminous. She bowed her head. Safe travels, sir. He grinned softly, but then his eyes landed on me again. I was told that you're one of the alchemists who supplies us with potions and the marsh patrollers with stimulants. I do that. Do you not remember me? We've met before. I meet a lot of people, I said, unable to recall a man so glorious. He chuckled. I suppose you do then. Keep up the good work, alchemist. We appreciate you. He left, and the silence that followed felt oddly reverent. I leaned in, glancing at Elsbeth. So, you get that often? From men with silver hair and noble diction? Not really, she said with a giggle. I grinned. He must be a nice guy to speak so nicely despite the burn mask. She shook her head. I think he saw something else. That just means that no matter how you look on the outside, what makes you amazing will never change. Elsbeth covered her mouth, and only then did I realize that I said something so flattering. We both sat there for a moment, the light from the fireplace casting shadows round us. Then I reached for the next sheet. All right, I hope someone else pops up. The more the better. Elsbeth giggled. I hope someone comes too. I rested my head on my fist and looked at my lovely assistant. Hey, is it wrong of me to think that you might be happy just to be here? Huh, she replied, hiding a bit behind her hood. I just don't think that someone could get as excited about surveys as I am. She subtly nodded. You're not wrong. I'm happy to be sitting beside someone from my childhood. Yeah, I replied, resurfacing the memory. Elsbeth and Timaeus, they grew up together. But from a young age, Timaeus didn't really care. Elsbeth was just a tag-along whom Timaeus was nice to. And then one day, she wasn't around anymore. Timaeus didn't write anything about her. But then again, she left before Timaeus was 15. From what I could tell. So, yeah, maybe there just wasn't anything to write about. Thanks for wandering by my shop. I'm happy you're here. Elsbeth let out a tiny gasp, and then fiddled with her fingers. What a cute woman with no sense of how to hide. I'm glad, she whispered. Hey, I said, turning a little more serious. She looked up. Let's give this one more hour. And then when we're done, I want to stop by somewhere. It'll be a bit of a climb. Are you okay with that? She showed me a rosy smile. I would love to walk with you, Timmy. But can I ask you something? Of course. Why are we doing these surveys? Judging from the reactions, this is very unusual, but so very important. It's simple, Elsbeth, I said with a grin. I'm trying to pack on muscle. I expected her to question that with how I set it up. But instead, she was there, with one hand holding the other, and with her lips quivering. Are you okay? Did I say something wrong? Did I mislead you? She shook her head and showed me a toothy grin. No, you just said Elsbeth without putting lady in front of it. Her grin became a little stronger. I'm just happy. Oh, I said, a warm smile on my face. This scenario was so sweet. I would have to check myself for diabetes later. Chapter 27. Super serious wish to climb. The stairs ahead of us ended at the base of a wall that loomed like a slab of judgment. It was a giant diving wall, more pristine and more maintained than anything below it. Gates, gears, runes. It was the reminder of our place. Beyond that wall were the noble layers, otherwise known as the upper layers. Elsbeth stood beside me in her dirty cloak, still hidden by the burn mask, with her shaking hands pressed together. Her eyes flicked to mine, uncertain. Why are we here? I looked back to the wall. I haven't come here this year yet, I said. Thought I'd look at it with fresh eyes. She stood quietly, breathing in through her nose. I wondered if she was trying to work out why I'd dragged her all the way up here to stand in front of the city's most unbreachable door. The city moved around us, trudging forward under gray skies that one could barely see. And here we stood too, people with so much to say to the other, momentarily in a world of our own. I kept my voice low. Nobles don't come out this way, do they? Through that gate at the top. I mean, Elsbeth shook her head. No, they have lifts. I turned to look at her. Elsbeth, how would someone like me get in? That did it. She took a step back, just one, but it created so much distance. What she asked. My eyes settled on the sight beyond this wall, to the tower at the top of the hill. I couldn't see it from here, but the Lord's mansion was at the base of that gray tower. How would someone like me get in there when I have no right to be there? Why'd she asked? The delicateness of her voice had been replaced by uncomfortable sharpness. Why would you want to do that? I didn't answer her question at first, just kept looking at the thing that obscured the path to the ideal future. Then I said it, because I would want to see you, even with the burn mask covering half her face. I saw the jolt go through her like her breath caught in her chest. Her hands, still pressed together, gradually tremble, then tightened. She looked away, out toward the haze-choked street, anywhere but me. She laughed once, a dry, brittle sound. You're lying. No, I said, I'm not. For the same reason you bumped into me at my shop, I would want to see you. No, she mumbled. Who knows? I might find myself there, taken away by my feet the moment I lose myself in thought. Her eyes met mine. So many emotions flared behind them. It felt like staring into the firebox of an engine. Rage, hope, pain, fear, regret. That last one hit me the hardest. Timaeus, stop, she whispered. Please, just abandon the thought. It made me happy, but please abandon it if it's truly something you're thinking. I won't. I let the words come softly. But I think you wanted something from me today. I did, she replied, with renewed desperation. I wanted to talk with the boy from my childhood. I wanted to see how he was after all these years. Was it good then? I asked. Did you have a good day? Her voice broke. It was an amazing day. I was happy to just be there. I nodded. And that's why I'll find a way beyond those walls. Her shoulders shook once. A tiny sound slipped out. And as I looked at her, all I could be reminded of was how heavy her first 3 lines from the game were. Seeing her here now, fully realized like this, I could see that the depths of her heart ran too deep for me to fathom. But unlike with Meredi, I knew I could stand to be bold and not jeopardize anything. I could use the knowledge of this overwhelming emotion and bring her in closer. Of the 3 women, Elsbeth was the most critical to understanding Lord Reinhold. I had to ensure her frequent visitations at least before the day was done. After that, understanding what she was doing, why she was doing it, and how she was doing it could come naturally. She let out a breath. Don't say things like that to me. Don't make me hope for something that can't happen. Why not? I can't. Her breath hitched, and her voice dropped to a whisper. Because I don't want him to see what face I'd make if you ever appeared at my door. That blocked out the city's noise. She hadn't said her husband's name. She didn't have to. He was a guillotine over my neck as much as he was. Hers, though, I was now beginning to get a glimpse of how dire the situation was. I looked at her, this woman in a ragged cloak and a burn mask, standing like a shattered statue, trying to hold her. Pose, her hand over her heart, she clutched her cloak. If you were to come, I know I wouldn't be able to hide it, because I am a stupid, loose woman. My heart stung hearing those words, and that kind of miracle isn't something for my wretched self. She raised her head and looked at me through teary eyes. So please, Timmy, let me just have this. Just me getting to pretend that I'm your assistant again. She closed her eyes and smiled. It was such a fun, unexpected day. She sucked in air. I just don't want to get you in trouble. Please don't ask me how to sneak past that wall. I wasn't an idiot. There was no questioning the affection she held toward me now. Holding onto what was a childhood crush, she sought out the person at the center of it and claimed for herself some moments of happiness. Timaeus was her escape, but that meant that she had to escape from something. With how dramatic this moment had become, I was feeling confident enough to accept that Reinhold was becoming, or already had become, the man who would plunge the city into chaos and get the moms killed. My next immediate move was clear. Bringing her here and declaring my intention was like a shortcut. That took Elsbeth to her emotional heights. Hey, Elsbeth. Now I had to do the work to catch her when she fell back down. If talking's all you want to do, would you like to come back to my shop with me? The weight on her shoulders seemed to lighten. I didn't want to upset you, and just like you, yeah, I can accept just talking if you can. She broke into a smile. We still have a few hours to sunset. That works, right? Elspeth grinned and nodded. Yes, I would much rather that than be here. Sure. Follow me. I walked on down the street, with Elspeth a step behind me. I wonder what face I managed to wear, because on the inside, I was livid. For the moms, I need to watch her suffer for just a little longer. Chapter 28, Elspeth and Ravela. I took Elspeth back to my shop. Our conversations were light, and she never once spoke about her life as the Lord's wife. It was a painful reminder of how far she wanted to push that terrifying conversation we had away. She was good at it, pulling me into her carefully curated day, telling me stories about the odd people she'd befriended. She even tied in those I knew. Always so polite and smooth. What a conversationalist. I hated it, because during those short hours, I forgot about who I was and just became someone listening to her stories, wanting to know her insights and secret opinions. It was only when she said that she would have to depart soon that I remembered my place here. A somberness had descended on us, to people still enjoying the afterglow of the hours of talk. I spoke first. Hey, what do you do when you visit this lair? Elspeth smiled faintly at my question, then looked down at her hands, folding them neatly in her lap. She hesitated, like she wasn't sure if it was something she should confess. I visit the orphanages, she said, soft enough that I had to lean in to hear her. There are a few tucked around the lower parts of the middle layers. The sisters who run them are overworked. I do what I can. I bring medicine or food when I can sneak it away. I help with the cooking or bookkeeping if they need it. They know. Me, they keep it quiet. And through them, I'm able to help just a little the poor orphanages in the lower layers and the sisters who are doing their best below us. I winced. I can't imagine trying to keep kids alive down there. It's grim, Elsbeth admitted, but you're doing something wonderful. She smiled weakly. I read to the children, mostly. It's peaceful. I think I find a little purpose there. That surprised me. It also made something ache in my chest. A strange mix of admiration and guilt. Admiration, because this was almost too good to be true. Guilt, because I couldn't believe she was coming out of this double. Life unscathed. But here she was, not complaining, sneaking away from her mansion, trying to do good in secret, carrying all that kindness alone. I was thinking of going to the temple, I said, gently. Not to worship. I want to understand more. The blessings. The saints I want to understand. How it all works. I think I could learn a lot. Her expression lit up. You'd really go. I could guide you. Sure, I said. If it means I get to see you again, then yes, absolutely. She flushed faintly and turned her face just enough to hide it. Perhaps next time I make my way down, you could join me. I'd like that, I said quickly. I'd like that a lot. We smiled at each other in that quiet way people do when they don't want to disturb a perfect moment. And then, Timaeus, the door burst open like it had been kicked. Ravela stormed in, coat swishing behind her like a whip. Her eyes locked on me instantly. There you are, she barked, pointing like an accusation. I've been crawling the city looking for your sorry ass. You slept at Meredi's? In her bed? I flinched. She told me everything. She was practically bragging about it. Then she noticed Elsbeth. The change was immediate. Ravela choked on her words and did a little double take. Her face scrunched in, confusion as she stared at Elsbeth's carefully disfigured face. Oh, Elsie, she muttered, blinking. Wait, did I interrupt something? Her gaze flicked from Elsbeth's features to mine. What's with her face? That a disguise? Tim, did you do that? Before I could speak. Elsbeth rose from her seat with elegance, so practiced it almost seemed apologetic. Not at all, she said, serene and unbothered. It's quite all right. She turned to me, smiling gently. I should go. Thank you for the chat. I loved it. She said it so gently, so sincerely, it made my throat tighten. We can walk you, I said, standing with her. She shook her head. No, it's better if I go alone. Okay, you remember how to wash that off. Yes, and I have the remaining mixture to reapply it for next time. Then, with a graceful nod to Ravela, who was now biting her tongue, Elsbeth stepped around her and moved toward the door. Farewell, she said, with warmth. It was a pleasure seeing you again, Ravela. Ravela muttered something awkward, trying to recover. Yeah, likewise. Safe travels. And then Elsbeth was gone, leaving the faint scent of perfumed oils and a much heavier silence behind. So, Ravela said, chewing on her tongue. Elsbeth, too? How lucky! All your women within arm's reach. I got up with a sigh and walked past Ravela. Hey, you not going to talk to me? Opened the door, looked outside, and saw Elsbeth vanish into the haze. And only then did I come back inside and lock the door. Oh, locking the door? Ravela asked, incensed. Bold of you to think we'll be doing anything that warrants locking the door. How long have you been helping Elsbeth sneak down here for? Ravela winced and took a step back. She growled, baring her teeth, and raised her hands, flippant. What now? I'm the villain? Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. Her voice wobbled just a little. I stared at her. I hadn't meant to speak so pointedly, but seeing Elsbeth go alone after everything she didn't say, it knotted something tight in my chest. Only the devs of that crappy prologue could get this out of me. You've been seeing her, haven't you? I said. More than I ever have. Ravela blinked, mouth parting like she'd been slapped. For a second, something like guilt flickered across her face. Then she folded her arms, scowling. She's a big girl, Tim. If she wants to come down to the gutters and lend her hand to a bunch of brats, she's got the right. You think I can stop her? Rav, you know she's helping orphans. I know what a lot of people do on my streets. Timaeus. My frustration made me shake. Do you know what that man is doing to her? A dark look came over her. She marched up to me so that we were standing a foot apart. She kept her glare, but it softened at the last minute as she averted it. I don't know anything, she said, her voice low. But you've heard things. I hear a lot of things. She crossed her arms. Whispers, mostly, about nobles, about their wives, about maids, about pigs in silk. There's a whole lot of whispers to hear. Timmy, have you heard anything bad? I asked, stepping closer. She barked a bitter laugh. They're nobles. It's all bad. Everything they do is wrapped in silk, blood, and downright strangeness. I stared at her. My mouth went dry. Is Elsbeth in trouble? Ravela's lips parted, and she didn't answer. What business is it of yours? She finally said. Did she tell you something? No, I admitted. But she didn't have to. The omissions were damning. For a long beat, she just stood there, her posture relaxing as her bluster leaked out of her. She looked older, suddenly more tired. Then I don't know what you want from me. If she's not saying anything, it's not my place to guess. Or yours. She sighed. Maybe she's fine. Maybe she's not. Maybe she doesn't want saving. I paced. My foot hit a loose tile and skidded. I didn't care. If she hasn't told me, it's because I haven't earned it. Yet, I muttered. A grunt came from Ravela. I looked up. Ravela's mouth had drawn into a line. She was watching me like I was breaking something in front of her. You're twisting yourself up, she said. You think just because you've got some feelings, that makes you her. Answer, it doesn't work like that. She smiled, I murmured, mostly to myself. She smiled like she didn't know what it meant to be treated with care anymore. And I feel for her. Really, I do. Ravela folded her arms. Tim, she lives in a different world. All we can do is be kind when she visits ours. I didn't want that. That wasn't enough. But she was right. Who I was now, that was all I could safely manage. Ravela must have seen something on my face because her expression softened. You're not responsible for her life, she said. You're one person. And worse, you're one person who only recently started noticing that there were people around you. I froze. Right. That one cut deeper than it should have. From their perspective, Timaeus had suddenly become more involved. For Ravela, seeing this must be disturbing. To some degree, I didn't answer right away. So I just stood there, trying to breathe through it, while Ravela leaned against the wall like she was holding up. More than just her weight. You want to help her, she asked. Then be her friend. Be kind. Let her come to you. But don't act like it's your job to fix her whole damn world. Ambitions be damned. You wouldn't be saying that if I could fix everything. I muttered to myself. But then I nodded for her enough. For her to see it. I know that you have a point, I said. I'm sorry for being upset. Ravela whistled and laughed. Wow, apologizing to me after you have a blow up? You must really like me. I looked over my shoulder at her. I do. I really do. Every day I see you, I realize I could like you more than I did the day before. Ravela immediately looked away. TCH, you yap a lot. Yeah, sorry. I'm going to shower to cool down a bit. Good idea, she replied, kicking off the wall. Chapter 29, Ravela Love Event. I let the shower run over me for a long moment, letting the hiss drown out my thoughts. I forgot what this was like, I said, my fingers dragging along beneath my eye. Then the door creaked open. A second later, the lid of the toilet seat clacked down. What are you doing? I asked over the water. Her voice came without hesitation. Relax. I've seen you naked before. That's not reassuring. I just figured we could keep talking. I snorted. In the bathroom? You're here. I am here. We've talked in worse places. Then came silence. And I don't feel like leaving now. I shrugged and accepted it. It made it easier to stay out of my memories of my doomed world and stay in this world that still had hope. I could hear her scratching her head a quick, awkward rasp. It made me smile. You're feeling awkward, I said. I'm not feeling awkward. You are. I can hear you scratching your head. She grunted, but didn't argue further. I didn't touch Meredi, I said, gently. We barely talked. Another pause. Then a long sigh from the other side of the curtain. Yeah, she murmured. I figured as much. She just wanted her little family portrait moment. The noble sister, the black sheep, the lovely daughters, and the adopted kid who's been warmer to her recently. I chuckled softly. I'm not trying to stop you, Tim. Not from anything, Ravela said. If you want to chase Meredi, or Elsbeth, or whoever, go for it. You're allowed to want something for yourself, especially when I cut you loose in a month or two. I pushed the curtain open. Her eyes snapped to me. I stood there, water still running down my chest, droplets clinging to my arms. Her mouth opened, then clamped shut. It's nothing you haven't seen, I said, responding to her reddening cheeks and ears. Her eyes darted down for a fraction of a second before jerking back up, like she'd touched a hot stove. Be honest with me, Rav. You came into the shop ready to lay into me. So why talk about this like you can just cut me loose just like that? She looked everywhere but at me, her jaw clenched tight. Then, quieter, she spoke. I got caught off guard. All right. It bothered me. I reacted. I waited. I'm fine, she added quickly, before I could press. It's not a big deal. I'm over it. And that's when she peeked again. Just once. Just a quick, involuntary flick of the eyes downward, like gravity, pulled them down. She saw me see it. Her cheeks turned a little pinker, and she clicked her tongue in frustration. I let the silence linger, just long enough for the weight of it to settle. Then, still standing there, I asked, you gonna stay out there while I finish? Or are you coming in? She froze. I could practically hear her thoughts scrambling for a direction. I waited. I'm not doing that. Please just get back to it. I smiled, closed the curtain, and resumed my shower. Her sigh was clearly audible. I'm glad you got to see her. I'm kind of done talking about Elsbeth for now. I want to talk about you now. Me. You know that if I thought you were in trouble, I'd get as twisted as I would for Elsbeth. She grunted and seemed to shift uncomfortably. Ravela, do you know that? Come on, man. You don't have to talk like that, she said, her voice almost a whimper. It's okay if you don't believe me. I know I haven't earned your faith. Hey. I opened the curtain and stepped out, snatching the towel from the rack. You don't have to worry about me. Rav, I said with a grin. Everything has its time. She kept eye contact with me for a few beats and then looked away. And about you cutting me loose, I hope you're still going to give me a chance to convince you to stay with me. TCH? Yeah, I told you I'm keeping an open mind. The next time I'm staying over, I'll tell you. I won't make the mistake of not telling you again. Ravela didn't move from her spot. I walked to the door and opened it. Ravela spoke up. I want to shower. Can you fetch my change of clothes? I grinned at her. Is it in the bag? Her bangs obscuring her expression, she nodded. Yeah, it is. I'll get them for you. Wait until you can hear the water running. And don't peek at me, please. Whatever you want. Rav, I said with a smile. My smile faded as soon as she couldn't see me. I got her clothes, waited until she was in the shower and the water was running, and placed the clothes on the toilet while keeping my eyes on the floor. Then I went to my bed and threw myself onto it, resting with my thoughts still swirling. After some minutes of thought, I nodded. Yeah, I know you devs aren't responsible for this world actually being real, but I rubbed my eye. I forgot what it felt like to be so worried about someone so real. I thought of Ravela and all her little quirks. I thought of Meredi and her simple desires and innocence. I thought of Elsbeth and all the flags she was raising no. Speaking about it in game terms could cause me to not be as focused as I should be. No, those emotions were deep. I had to respect these women. I grinned at the ceiling. I'm only one person, but to just you three, I'll devote everything. I activated my monovision and looked at the network in my hand. Before the brains, the network was so dim. During the reaction, the network was like lava. After all the brains, it was just a little brighter. I was nowhere near the notable people I had met so far, but I still had the year. Tim, Ravela asked, her voice quieter than normal. I looked over to see her in the doorway, hair wet, and white shirt covering her down to her thighs. She cleared her throat and smirked. About what you said if I were ever in trouble. If I were the sort who would be in trouble at my age, I would have been dead at 25. Is that how it works? Best believe, she sang back, and then her bravado faded. Can I lie down with you? You don't have to ask. Ravela climbed over me, bracing herself with a hand on the mattress before dropping to my side in a huff of breath. For a moment, she just lay there, eyes on the ceiling like she wasn't sure what to say. Then she reached out and tugged at my arm. I raised an eyebrow. What? She didn't answer, just gently pulled my arm until it was under her head. She rested there, cheek warm against my bicep. Her hair was still damp, and the scent of the herbal shampoo mingled with the remnants of steam in the room. You're going to fall asleep like that, I said. That wouldn't be bad. I need a nap. I meant you're going to drool on me. Why stop there? I might bite you too. Don't threaten me with a good time. Weirdo. Her hand drifted to my chest. She didn't say anything more. The room quieted again. The only sounds are breathing and the drips of water echoing from the bathroom. I looked down at her. She looked back up. It started with just a shift, the barest inch closer, like gravity pulled us together. My nose brushed hers. Then, our lips met. It was soft, almost cautious at first, her fingers twitching against my chest. We parted, breathed, made sure we were both real. Then we kissed again. Ravela made a sound, small and involuntary. I turned toward her, let my hand slip round her waist, pulling her. Tied to me. I guided her onto her back. She went with my motion. Then she tensed. Our lips parted, and her hands were suddenly on my chest, pushing me away. No, no, no. Stop, stop, she said, her voice cracking. Get off me. Stop, stop, Timaeus. I was off her in an instant, rolling to the side and sitting up with my hands in the air. I'm off. I'm off. I'm not touching you, I said, chest thundering. It's okay. Ravela sat up slowly, arms wrapped around herself. She was panting, wide-eyed. Her eyes weren't on me. They were locked on the bed, looking at something I couldn't see. My heart cracked. Once more, I was reminded of how real this world was. I reached out, slowly, openly. I'm here. Rav, I mouthed. My fingertips brushed her cheek, and she flinched at first, then leaned into it. I just want to know that you're okay, I said gently. Her breath hitched. Then she looked at me, not with anger, not even shame, just disbelief. Like she couldn't understand what kind of person I was pretending to be. Why are you being so nice to me? She whispered. The question stabbed me like a knife. I'm a mess, she said, trying to keep her jaw clenched. And then the tears came. They weren't loud or dramatic, just this quiet, crumbling sound from her throat as she pressed her hands to her face and curled forward. I'm sorry, she breathed. I'm so sorry. Her voice cracked. My heart cracked with it. If you want to cut me loose, I won't fight you. She wiped her eyes with trembling fingers. I swear I won't. Fight it. I blinked. Rav, what? No, no. Why would I ever do that? She couldn't look at me. I don't know. Because you're tired of how much of a difficult bitch I'm being. She shook her head violently. Meredi wouldn't give you this type of thing, she said, voice raw and shaking. I messed it up. I wanted to. I thought maybe I could, she choked. And then I just couldn't do it. What does that say about me? I'm crazy. I put my arm around her shoulders and slowly and gently pulled her. You didn't mess anything up, I said. Nothing's ruined. Not for me. She gave me the first little bit of resistance as she tried to pull away. No, don't, Tim, you're tired of me. I'm not. How? She yelled, breathing hard, eyes on me again. I grinned. I must really love you. She froze. That must be what it is. I think I really do love you, Rav. She shook her head. That doesn't make sense. Me, she asked, her voice breaking from sheer disbelief. Sure it does. When you love someone, you're able to be patient and take the brunt of their worst traits, right? Not saying that this is your worst trait. You've got others, like taking boots into the bathroom. And there it was. The spiral faltered. She knew I knew it too. She let out a breath and directed a laugh toward the ceiling. Why are you so dumb? I feel so crazy. I might just have that effect on you. She glanced at me. Yeah, maybe you do if you say it one more time. I'll believe you. I think I love you, Ravela. Hidden daggers and all. She let out a roar of frustration. Fuck, Tim, she said, half roaring, half laughing. Why are you saying this sort of stuff? Just tell me to do animate stuff I'd know how to react then. I winced. That's kind of fast, isn't it? She looked at me with a fierce, hastily made up scowl. Ha ha, you're a real jokester. I grinned back. Set the pace, Rav. Pardon, whatever you want to do. She looked away slightly, sneaking peeks at me from behind her bangs. Would that really be enough for you? No, I replied, drawing her full attention back. She looked wounded by the admission. Let me use one arm, too. Hold you. That's all I really want. I just want to cuddle you. Ravela's hands covered her mouth, and she released a small groan into them. Okay. She held the bottom of her shirt and lifted it slightly. I'm going to let you see extra, but that's it. What I do, I replied, mesmerized by the sheer beauty of this goddess. You were being too sweet, fool. Oh, hold me, fool. Why, yes, ma'am. We had a very nice cuddle. Chapter 30. Divination through cards. I didn't care what Rav would say. She was a very adorable, awkward woman way more cute than her character. In the game suggested, we ended up losing track of time, and before we knew it, we had skipped dinner. It never went beyond kissing and holding, but we were both very honest about the fact that we only did it for so long because of everything we were trying to not do. Being able to admit that to each other was refreshing. We enjoyed some late night snacks, she stayed over, and we slept through until the morning. When she left, she remembered to tell me that she would be taking me to the depths in 1 or 2 weeks. We had to time it right, for when the right people were working, apparently. I was fine with that. Ravela went on her way, and I went on mine straight to Otlin's home. Cards, a simple question comes to you, Mava said, shuffling her frayed-edged deck with a grin too wide for her small face. On the couch nearby, cranky old Otlin grunted and flipped his newspaper. I never thought I could live in a nightmare, yet here I am. Hush, you, Mava barked. Then she turned to me with a bright smile. Are you ready, dearie? I nodded. Go for it. She shuffled the cards, pulled 3, and flipped them 1 by 1. Oh ho, look at that, she said. The morning sign, the gold-eyed pup, and the unclouded sky. That's a good day if I've ever seen one. Tomorrow's gonna treat you kindly. Timaeus. I blinked. Really? She nodded, as if the cards had whispered the truth into her ears. I couldn't help it. She got a grin out of me. Otlin groaned louder from the couch. It's a load of crap. Made up gibberish from a deck of dirty cards. Mava stuck her tongue out at him. You're just mad the cards keep calling you the hollow bastard. That happened once. I shuffled twice and drew it again. I raised a brow. There's actually a card called the hollow bastard? She chuckled and turned back to me. Ignore him, dearie. I'm feeling warmed up now. Let's try a harder question. Curious, I shifted my focus and activated Mana Vision. Her entire hand looked alive, as if her circulatory system had kicked into high gear. Some sort of magic was activated entirely without Mava's knowledge. T here was no greater proof of what she was saying. I remember what you told me before. The more precise the time, the clearer the prediction. Yes, dear. The cards love precision and clarity of question. I took a breath. Can you tell me the city's fate during the last week of the year? Mava's smile faltered just a little. What a strange question. But she nodded and shuffled again with more focus. Her fingertips twitched as she murmured something under. Her breath, barely audible. She drew a single card and flipped it over. Her brow furrowed immediately. Oh, what? I leaned in. Oh, that's really on the nose. She tapped the card, a shattered tower with blackbirds circling it. This is not good. The crumbling spire. Ruin. Sudden or inevitable. Either way, not gentle. My throat tightened. I see. Destruction is usually paired with revival. In such situations, destruction is a normal part of life. That makes sense, I said. Sometimes, you have to destroy something to make something new. She nodded and drew another card. This one made her grimace. The withering crown, She said quietly, decline, not rebirth. If there's a second act, it doesn't begin here. Destruction followed by this cursed crown, whatever survives the destruction, will be met with continuous decline in the context of our city. It means the survivors will survive only to die slowly. I sat back slowly. My gut churned. That checked out with one vague piece of lore from the later games. Mava looked at me with an almost apologetic sadness. There's a third card, right? I asked. She nodded and began shuffling again. Let's give them a good mix again, she said, unnerved. Otlin hollered from her spot. Stop upsetting my wife, brat. Adi, stop. I'm doing important work here. She barked back. She smiled at me, licked her lips, and drew the card. We both stared at it. Mava, it's black. Yes, it is. Is that good? No, it's not good at all. It's finality. Drawn third. It says there is nothing else that can be seen beyond the absoluteness of the other two cards. Well shit. This is the most powerful fortune I have ever drawn. Can I ask about someone else's future? I said after a pause. Specifically, Lady Elsbeth's. Same time frame. HMM Mava scratched her cheek. I remember her well enough. Kind girl. But I'd feel more confident if she were in front of me. Drawing like this, without her, it doesn't fully connect me to the cards. I'd have to bring her round sometime. I'd have to get lucky with seeing her again. Do you think the future can be changed? I asked. You mentioned absoluteness earlier. Is this an absolute future? Mava leaned back, thoughtful. My mentor once told me this. There are frivolous futures and stubborn ones. Frivolous future might say, you'll find a gold coin by your shoe. And all it takes is a step left instead of right to change it. Or maybe something like staying home. But a stubborn future? That's like a falling star too much. Motion behind it to stop with just a wish. I looked again at the crumbling spire. That destruction card, she added, feels stubborn. The other two cards further speak to that fact. I began making connections back to the games. In the original game, you could reload a save and change things your schedule, your conversations, your choices, who you married, day-to-day events you would trigger. Those were probably frivolous futures if they were ever delivered by a fortune teller. But the ending, that was always the same. No matter how you played, Bastion Reach fell in the prologue, and the final boss would always be the same at the end. A stubborn future. Still, there was the second spin-off title. That game had 4 endings. 2 of them ended with the world worse than ever. 2 others gave faint hope. The idea that endings could diverge was what made that game special. Fans were thinking it meant that the spin-off would be the final game in the series. I always thought they meant to make the next one the final game. If this world were truly tied to those games, and those games were an accurate reflection, then maybe it was possible to change things. The second spin-off title suggested an ending could be changed within reason. I wish I could talk to God. I muttered aloud. Ask them directly if the future can be changed. Mava chuckled, but there was a twinkle in her eye. If you tried to change the future, are you wondering if the future will fight back? I glanced at her, surprised. Something like that. Do you think it would? Mava tapped a nail against her deck. Well, if you're meddling with destiny, maybe the god of destiny might notice. I straightened up. Wait, there's a god of destiny? Of course. Who do you think we diviners petition? She said, almost playfully. The gods in the cards, dear. Always watching through the cards. Always listening through the cards. Some say they live in the silence, between shuffles. I swallowed. That part about where they lived seemed a bit too fluffy. But if they were real, they would be the one to ask. So would a stubborn future fight back? I asked. Mava smiled and shuffled the cards. Why not ask? There are 6 cards I hope I will draw right now, but there is a specific version of the answer that I wish for. She winked. Want to pull? Absolutely. Chapter 31. The future told through cards. This is what I've come to believe with all my heart after all these years, Mava said, shuffling. In the face of such a grim future, I'll ask the question. I've never had a more specific query. I've never had a future I was so invested in seeing defeated. My question will be clear. The lamp crackled nearby. Atlan had been listening in silence from his seat, half in shadow. Now, slowly, he stood and walked over, his feet barely making a sound on the floor. We will know the nature of this future that awaits us. Can it be changed? Can you, Timaeus, do anything to change it? Mava didn't look at Atlan. Her focus was on the cards. There are 6 cards that would be good to draw, but I believe, she said softly, that love is the strongest force in this world, stronger than hatred, prophecy, and death. I believe it can tear open the seams of what's meant to be and stitch something new in its place. For that to be true, there are only 3 cards that could be drawn. She touched the top of the deck and nodded once. If I am right, then these are the 3 cards I will draw: the heartbound pair, the lightless oath, and the woven thread. Atlan crossed his arms. Bit ambitious, he muttered, not quite joking. If she pulls it off, though, I replied, enthralled. Mava grinned. I am often ambitious, and I am occasionally right. She closed her eyes for a moment and whispered something I couldn't catch. Then she lifted her hand. The cards are here. Our answer is here. She placed the deck in front of her with deliberate care. I didn't realize how hard my fingers were curling into the chair until I tried to flex them. I wasn't used to card readings getting to me, maybe because I half assumed they were showy guesswork or comforting lies. I mean, that's probably what they were on Earth. But here, where we're already on the threshold of what I had every reason to believe was the future we were already heading to, everything I knew about the game made this moment heavier. Mava's voice, the magic circulating in her fingers. Atlan standing to watch it all added to the weight. Mava and I locked eyes, and then she drew the first card. The heartbound pair, she said, and actually laughed from sheer relief. I pumped my fist. The first one she bet on. A card of chosen connection. Not just romance, but devotion across impossible distance. Soul bonds, not blood bonds. Truly transcendent. Atlan whistled low. Man looked like he was about to pass out from the tension. The first step, she murmured, placing it leftmost. You are not alone. I'm not alone, I muttered, fully in now. The second card followed with a gentle slide. Her voice was reverent. The lightless oath. The second one, Atlan whispered. A vow made without knowing the cost. Someone makes a promise blindly, but keeps it even when the world darkens around them. It's a card of foolish courage and unshakable, maybe even dark will. In the dark, can anyone see what the oath maker would do? I couldn't breathe. Mava stared at the card for a moment too long. Then she slowly reached for the third. I asked for the woven thread, she said, quieter now. A card of hope. It would mean fate is already being rewritten. That something is always being woven. A card suggesting that every day, new potentials are strung together. She flipped the card. Mava didn't speak right away. Atlan leaned forward, squinting. I leaned back, stomach twisting. The card was edged in gold and crimson, a spiraling pattern like a serpent eating its tail, but made of flame and lightning. I didn't know what it was called, but I didn't need to. I could already feel it in the room. Mava exhaled through her nose. The maw of continuance. Atlan swore under his breath. Mava's face stayed calm, but her voice softened, and the lilt of her earlier confidence was gone. This card is not kind. Drawn third, it represents a future that continues regardless of what we throw at it. That spiralet speaks of inevitability. All events will be drawn toward it. The ending doesn't change. I muttered. She tapped the card once. This future has weight, and it is clever. It doesn't always fight openly, but it finds a way back to the same place again and again. I didn't realize how much I was hoping until I felt it slipping through my fingers. So love isn't enough, I said. No, Mava said. Love is enough. That's what the first two cards say. Love is the best fuel and weapon to confront this future with, but this third card, she looked me in the eye. This is the face of love's opponent. Atlan frowned. Just a load of rubbish. Don't trouble yourself over this. Mava. Really, old man? I asked. She just pulled to out of 3, and you're not buying into this? My wife's had those cards for years, he replied. She knows each card by touch, even if she doesn't know she knows it. Enough, Mava said, standing up. Atlan shut up quick, his eyes wide. She went to a cabinet and returned with cards wrapped in paper and a ribbon. This is a brand new set, she said. Why do you have that? Atlan asked, almost offended. Because you, mister, are a stubborn old coot. She opened the cards, shuffled them for a little, and placed them on the table. I'm going to draw the exact 3 cards. How do I know these cards when I've never used them? How, Adi, I activated Mana Vision Pour Atlan. Those fingers were more vibrant than before. Mava went and drew the same 3 cards. Then she went and shuffled them again and drew the same 3 cards again. Is that enough, Atlan? Do you want me to bring out the other new deck I bought? What? No. Here, let me do it. It won't work. You're too focused on disproving the cards. It's going to confuse the question. He sighed. Convenient, isn't it? Timaeus, you cannot seriously believe her, can you? I crossed my arms and looked at the cards on the table. I think Mava can use some form of magic that lets her divine things, and those cards are the medium by which the magic works. Atlan sighed. Magic's in the minerals, not in the body. See, here's the thing. I know you're wrong. Whoa. Frankly, you have no leg to stand on. There's nothing you can say to me that will ever make me believe you. Over Mava on this one. Wow, you've turned into a real bold brat, haven't you? Atlan said with a defeated chuckle. Mava, however, looked at me with shades of concern. Are you all right, dear? I'm just taking this seriously. I didn't say it was hopeless, so don't look so lost, she said with a smile. Thanks? But I did say it wouldn't be easy. The path ahead wants to be walked a certain way. If you walk another, it will resent you, and it seems it will try to find a way back to its destination. I stared at the maw of continuance until the spiral seemed to move. But, Mava said, reaching out and gently placing her hand on the heart-bound pair. You're not walking alone. None of us are. And whether it be the love of 2, or the love of many, maybe even this whole city coming together, there is still a way to save this city. My eyes narrowed. Save the city? That wasn't my goal. I didn't have such a lofty fancy. No, I just needed to save 3. Mava chuckled. Is Lady Elsbeth related to the destruction of this city? I smirked. How would I know that? I did not ask about her future here. Mava kindly replied. So, if you would like some peace of mind, and you can get her here. I can draw more cards. I can draw them for anyone you bring, including whoever left that love mark on your neck. Little lover. I groaned and rubbed my neck. It's noticeable. Otlin came closer, adjusting his monocle. A love mark? This one. With who? Who would be so unlucky? Mava laughed out loud. Oh, Timaeus, if you had given me more of a hard time, I would have exposed your lover. She raised a brow. Or lovers. I see that you're caring about your appearance more. Wait, the cards can do that. Like town square gossips? Otlin asked. I want to know. Oh, hush, you nosy fool. I got up from the seat, much to Otlin's dismay. Thank you for today, Mava. It was my pleasure. If you do anything to combat this future, please feel free to come back and consult the cards. Otlin, I came here to consult you about something too, I said. The old man stood up a little straighter. I conducted surveys yesterday to learn a little more about what supplements and concoctions the guards are taking. Otlin showed a crooked grin. Finally, some logic. And so, what are you looking to find? I'm trying to identify what best promotes muscle growth. Bear's paw. And most spores when coupled with an activator though, an activator with bear's paw as the base would be preferred. I just stared at him. I did those surveys 2 decades ago. Would you like my notes? I'm sure there might be some new mixture one of our colleagues stumbled upon, but my notes are the best foundation. I nodded. Yes, please. Mava let out another laugh, like she was shaking off the tension the future was provoking. Oh good, we both got to help Timaeus today. What a lovely day. Fortunes collected, I headed out, taking the route through the market. The city might be doomed, but maybe the 3 women's fates are frivolous. If we abandon the city, we might be able to find a place to live if we can get to one of the other villages. All the protagonists got there by falling into the rivers around the city. My eyes suddenly itched, knocking me out of my mumbling. I activated Mana Vision on instinct. Holy shit, it's like a supernova, I exclaimed, my vision overwhelmed by the sight. There, walking along on the other side of the marketplace, constantly emitting these waves of golden light, was an extremely familiar person. I had to turn off Mana Vision to see him. The first protagonist. Chapter 32. First protagonist. I followed the first protagonist everywhere he went. Whenever I felt like I hadn't burned out my eyes enough, I activated Mana Vision and stared at the sun that was his body. I made mental notes after seeing each place he stopped at. But eventually, the journey sort of ended, and I was left with one conclusion. He's so ordinary, I muttered, watching him take a customer's order. Is this really the character who did so many amazing things? He stood at my table here in the outdoor patio with a cheerful posture, apron tied over a soft, farmhand style tunic. His hair was a tousled brown, the kind that looked like it had been air dried by the harsh steam of a pipe. Working too hard. A warm, honest face, slightly tanned. Just enough muscle on his frame to suggest manual labor, but not enough to make anyone nervous in a dark alley. Even his voice was easygoing like he was. Someone you trust to walk your dog or water your garden. I half expected him to pull out a watering can from his pocket. He jotted down my order with a smile and a nod, then left to deliver it to the kitchen. Even when I did odd jobs in the game, I felt cooler than this guy. I glanced around the restaurant. We were in the upper middle layer, the St. Fleur layer. I had come here with Elsbeth last time, but this time, I had more time and patience to observe everything else, and not the walls that separated us from the nobles. The walls of the establishments along this street were polished brick and heavily treated wood, rather than the soot-streaked stone and rusted piping I was used to. The light came from pearl glass globes instead of sputtering torches. Tables were spaced far enough apart that you didn't have to hear every breath of your neighbor. Restaurants were not a thing in St. Giselle. Food stalls were, or maybe a small spot running out of someone's house. More importantly, the clientele of St. Fleur was the city's bureaucratic muscle. Record keepers, tax collectors, trade officials, and regulators. There were a few merchants who worked in St. Giselle, too. If I had to describe it, St. Giselle was the layer of the trades and the crafts, and St. Fleur was the layer of producers, providers, and those who ensured production and provision continued. The professionals here were the ones most likely to be granted entry into the noble layers for work. They would be the ones most likely to rise in status, too. That was why there were more amenities here. The nobility actually came down to this layer, unlike the ones below, probably because they felt safer here among people they knew. The only place that had cleaner air was above us. Guard presence here was way more noticeable. Across the busy street, clearly visible through the stained glass windows, stood the sprawling hall of the Merchants and Salvagers Guild. The exterior was sleek but brutal, all geometric reliefs and reinforced archways, built like a statement of profit turned into a fortress. In some ways, it looked like the stronghold of a mid-boss. The guild's presence probably also contributed to why this section of St. Fleur was so dramatically different, and every few minutes, I'd catch the first protagonist sneaking glances toward it. He tried to be subtle, setting down a cup and turning his head just a touch too long, but it was obvious. His eyes always drifted back to that building, like it was calling him. Did he dream of being greater than a waiter? I wonder what got him to sign up with the guards. I exhaled and leaned back in my seat. A boy with a dream, I guess. Tim. I blinked and turned to the side. Meredi stood just a few short steps away, waving with a light smile on her face and wearing a sleeveless black leather jacket that clung to her torso. It layered over her usual fitted tank, the one that already seemed in constant struggle against her outrageous chest. The jacket, meanwhile, gave the whole look a kind of don't mess with me, unless you like your teeth shaken loose vibe. God, she looked like she belonged to a biker gang that only worked out and bench pressed debt collectors for fun. And I loved it. Oh no, no, no. Why was this doing something to me? I would have paid extra to unlock an outfit like this for her. She stepped closer. Hello, Tim. Did you drink something funny again? Apparently, I'd been gushing silently while just staring at her. I cleared my throat, straightened. Hey, sorry. Didn't see you there? You looked deep in thought. Were you thinking about potions? Thinking more about magic and how funny life is? I muttered. What brings you here? Helping with some repair work over at the guild hall. She thumbed over her shoulder toward that menacing building across the street. They called me in for a couple busted pressure lines and a gear system with bad teeth. My eyebrows lifted. You do work for the Merchants and Salvagers Guild? Off and on, she said casually. I'm on good terms with the guild master. This district's got some of the trickier, old infrastructure, so I show up here a few times a month for work. Want to sit? I asked, motioning to the other side of the table. Sure. She took a seat across from me, the leather of her jacket squeaking faintly as she relaxed. Place always. Smells good. Bit fancy for you though, isn't it? I'm branching out, I said dryly. Figured I'd take a break in civilization before returning to the soot-covered underworld I call home. She laughed. It's not that bad, but it's nice to see you outside. I looked out, beyond the guild hall and the buildings, to where the looming wall rose, marking the border between this layer and the noble layers above. What a humbling reminder, those walls. Those things could tilt and crush us if someone up there decided we weren't useful anymore. What a terrifying thought. You ever been up there? I asked. Meredi turned her head to look. Yeah, a few times. Had to work on some exotic old world contraptions. Delicate stuff, brass and crystal gears, some kind of forgotten tech. Honestly, you'd be able to understand the composition of the materials more than I could. What was it like? The layers themselves. She smiled faintly. One time, the haze had cleared just enough that I could see the blue sky. Actual blue. Not the usual sickly amber glare we get lucky enough to see in spots of St. Giselle. And the walls, they had murals. Murals of animals, she said, eyes brightening. Not like the ones in picture books. Not cartoony or stylized. They looked real, lifelike. They were the kind of thing that makes you think they were painted by someone who'd actually seen those creatures. Meredi chuckled. The images of goats and chickens were very good too. It wasn't hard to imagine, but I knew that I had an unfair advantage. I wondered if it was actually as great as Meredi described. Before I could lose myself in thought, the first protagonist returned, smiling brightly as he placed my plate in front of me, a steaming bowl of something savory and creamy, with bread on the side. Meredi peeked over and nodded in approval. That looks good. Can I order a bear's paw shake? The protagonist blinked. Of course. One moment, he gave a short bow and trotted off again. A bear's paw shake? I repeated, amused. She nodded. It's good for my body. I chuckled. Atlin said the same. I should have asked you for a supplement list. You're like living proof of muscle nutrition. What was I thinking? Not starting with you. The goddess of muscles. She leaned back, smug and a little pinker. Anything with bear's paw in it is a good start. But I believe in vegetables too. Never skip the legumes. They'll make you as hearty as they are. All that stew you cook makes a lot more sense now. And the most important part, she added, pointing a thumb to herself, is strength training. Yeah. I figured, wait, are you flexing? I want to inspire you. She grinned. Speaking of, want to come train with me? The guild's got a whole training hall. I am a member, so I can bring a guest. I blinked. You're part of the guild. MMHM? She sipped from the water cup the waiter had left. Been a member for years. Comes with benefits. And right now, I'm offering you one. Come on. Little sweat, little soreness, build some real character. I glanced at the protagonist, then back at her. I hadn't planned anything else for today. Yeah, I said, pushing back my chair. Why not? Some self-improvement might do me good. We can go after. You get your shake. And your meal, she said with a smile. I looked down. Oh, right. I forgot. She giggled. How could you forget something that smells so tasty? I took my first bite. You just take up all my attention when you come by, and there's nothing I can do about that, I nonchalantly replied. When I glanced at Meredi, she was playing with her hair. I can't be that distracting, she said, laughing it off. Ah, if only you knew, I lamented, purposefully breadcrumbing and wishing she would pick up on it. Chapter 33. Meredi and the gym. The training hall smelled like metal and sweat. Unlike the main guild hall, the gym wasn't trying to impress anyone, but it was massive. Like someone had tried to turn an old industrial furnace room into a place for physical worship. Steel plates for walls, patched pipes. Running along most surfaces, many ventilation fans were installed too, and they'd managed to cram tall mirrors, here and there, giving you distorted, wobbly reflections in some places and pristine ones in others. The flooring was something, some kind of rubberized polymer, spongy and clean, reminding me of Jim's back. On Earth before everything went to hell. Weights were lined up in organized racks along one wall. Dumbbells of black iron, bars of varying length and thickness, kettlebells shaped like monster skulls, intimidating, sure, but beautiful in their own way. There weren't traditional machines. Instead, there were mono-powered resistance devices. One guy was pushing against a gear-based resistance wall, muscles trembling as the wheel pushed back with growing strength. Another woman was strapped into a rotating rig that simulated swimming through sludge. It was like resistance, training against a whirlpool. Off to the side, there was even a roped-off sparring ring. I didn't need much thought to figure out why salvagers trained so hard. In this world, staying strong didn't just help you haul scrap or beat the slime monsters. Sometimes, you had to knock out another salvager trying to steal your haul. It's a real gritty sight, I said, putting my stuff down. Meredi tugged off her black jacket and tossed it onto a bench. Her tank was clinging to her body, hugging every curve that wasn't already outside of it. She stretched once, reminding me that her arms could probably curl me. Like a sack of flour. Start easy, she said, nodding toward a set of dumbbells. 10-pounders to warm up. I gave her a smirk and grabbed a pair of 20s. She raised a brow. Feeling ambitious, I knocked out 10 slow, controlled reps. Just trying to impress the goddess of muscles. Well, color me impressed. Since when can you do that? I grinned. I've been working out. And wow, you're actually doing it right if you can crank those out. Okay, she said, eyes sparkling with excitement. She hefted a pair of 50s like they were nothing and stood beside me, in front of one of the wider mirrors. Her stance was clean, shoulders tight, arms flexed with perfect form. I traded out for 25s and mimicked her posture. Well, I tried. Most of my attention went to studying her. Through the mirror, her biceps tensed and relaxed with each curlographic in a game could never do them. Justice. They were so giant, and the way they glistened with sweat it was like beyond high definition. Straighten up, she said. Keep an eye on me. Got it, I replied, narrowing my eyes on her form further. The veins along her forearms were visible, running like living cables beneath ember-touched skin. I got to admire her in motion, and because we were working out, it wasn't weird. I was in heaven muscle goddess heaven. Hey, Meredi, a voice called out. We both turned. A tall man approached broad, thick-chested, with skin like copper and long, braided hair. His sleeveless tunic did a lot to accentuate his traps and arms. Just behind him was a lankier, nervous guy who looked like he was trying not to trip over his own boots. Irvan, Meredi said, nodding with a smile. Didn't expect to see you today. Repair job finished early. Brought along a new recruit. Irvan clapped the scrawny man on the back, making him stumble a step. Name's Cray. Kid's got potential, but he needs a bit more oomph behind his arms. Cray gave a shy nod. This is my stepson, Timaeus, Meredi replied, casual and smooth. My soul withered a bit, but I kept smiling. Irvan laughed. Stepson, huh? poor kid's got some big shoes to fill. I am 32, I muttered. Meredi glanced my way. I think he's doing just fine. Stepson, you spot her or just watch in awe? Irvon asked, amused. He spots me, Meredi said proudly. My brain melted. I wore the stupidest grin. Don't worry, I said with fake bravado. I won't let you down. Irvon laughed again. All right, we'll leave you to it. And the two moved on. Meredi chuckled. Irvon's a good guy. My eyes narrowed, and I started pumping faster. Timaeus. I huffed through my nose. I'm going to be bigger than that guy. Meredi's smile widened. You don't need to be that big. It's a little bit too much. Don't you think? I slowed down immediately. I will be leaner than that guy. We worked through more sets squats, overhead presses, curls, pull-ups, and the pride in my chest grew with every rep. My body still ached from the last few days, but all this effort, all my waking up and working out, was really paying off. I was keeping up, and I was leaving Meredi impressed. Bench press next, Meredi said, leading me to the padded bench. She loaded up to plates on each side of the bar. 200 pounds? I asked. Isn't that a bit much? Want me to get crushed when I'm working beneath some gearbox contraption? She tossed her hair over her shoulder as she shot me a playful smirk. Never. Heck, I'd rather you not work beneath something so dangerous. Well, life isn't so kind, she replied. She lay down, set her grip, and breathed deeply. Her body tensed so much that her muscle definition increased threefold. Spot me. I stepped behind the bar. The first two sets were fine. Then, on the third set, she pushed through the first few reps. Fine, but by the 12th, she was trembling. I was concerned. Meredi, tell me I can do it. She barked. You can do it. I shouted out of reflex. Louder. You can do it. Meredi, damn right I can. She growled, voice cracking from strain. I hovered my hands under the bar, ready, but she powered through 6 more reps, face red, jaw clenched, arms bulging with effort. She made it to 18, and I helped guide the bar back into the rack the moment it dipped. She let out a deep exhale, arms falling to her sides. You did it, I whispered, holding back the urge to throw my arms around her. She raised her shaking arm and showed me a thumbs up. New record, she breathed. I grinned. That's one for the books. She reached up and tapped her knuckles against my chest. You're not so bad yourself, partner. I think I blushed, just a little. Irvon came back around, shirtless now, with a fresh sheen of sweat and looking far too proud of it. Hey, Meredi, he said, wiping his brow. You up for a quick spar? I opened my mouth to decline on her behalf, but Meredi had already lit up. Sure, she said brightly, cracking her knuckles. Just let me grab gloves. My mouth stayed open, the air caught somewhere between a wait and a why. And how about this? Irvon added, smiling. After our match, our rookies go at it. Cray and Timaeus. What? No, I didn't want to do that. Yes, Meredi grinned, slapping her fist into her palm. I've been dying to see Tim in the ring. He's way tougher than he looks. Did you know that? Meredi turned to me, her eyes sparkling. You hear that, Tim? You're going in the ring. I couldn't speak. I was just so overwhelmed by her. I'm going in the ring, I finally managed to say, and then, as if it was a blessing, she gripped my hand, a mighty clap rumbling the air, and you're going to win, she proclaimed. Yeah, I was going to die from adorability overload. Before I could blink, I was standing ringside, my arms crossed, watching Meredi tug on a pair of combat gloves, fingerless leather wraps, padded across the knuckles with woven stitching and metal clasps. She rolled her neck, then slipped in her mouth guard. It was then that I realized that, wait, no, this was horrifying. Then Irvan stepped into the ring shirtless. With his shirt off, he looked huge, like an angry demigod. His chest was wider than most doors. His shoulders looked like they had backup shoulders on standby. Veins ran like tree roots across his arms and seemed to be engorging in real time. Compared to Meredi, who was plenty built in her own right, he looked like a Goliath. They met in the middle of the mat, touched gloves, smirked at each other. "You sure you're ready?" he asked, tightening the cloth band around his wrist. "Try not to cry when I flip you," she said with a grin, bouncing on her heels. "Regular rules," he said. My sense returned to me. I raised a hand in protest. "Hey, wait, is this fair?" That guy's got like 100 pounds on her. Cheers erupted. Other guild members had gathered to watch the friendly match. I wasn't cheering. The match started with a quick exchange of finds, and then Meredi lunged in for a low grapple. Irvan didn't even flinch. He countered by sweeping her sideways and guiding her down onto her hands and knees. He got one knee pressed behind her thigh and his arms wrapped around her stomach. He had his sweaty chest pressed against her toned back. From behind, full body contact. I felt my soul vibrate. I nearly jumped the ropes. I never thought I could hate someone more than the devs, or the original Timaeus, or the city lord. But Irvan, this grinning bastard, had ascended to a new tier of loathing. I could practically feel his arm against her ribcage, his torso against her back, that smug little smile, his breath on her neck. "I will destroy you," I thought. "I will alchemize your face into a sock puppet, even if that's not possible in this world." Irvan suddenly had her in a headlock. Meredi kicked twice and then tapped. "Who you?" Irvan breathed, releasing her. Meredi flopped onto her back, chest heaving. "Is it obvious I'm not a fighter?" she groaned, tugging out her mouth guard. "You're still one of the strongest people I know," Irvan said, laughing with her. She grinned. "Thanks for the compliment." I glared so hard the ring ropes could start vibrating from the intensity. My time came sooner than I expected. While Meredi slipped on my gloves, I stared into the middle distance with all the calm of a man who had just witnessed a war crime. "You okay?" she asked, tugging a strap snug. "Your face looks kind of." "I'm focused," I said, voice more gravely than I ever thought I could sound. She grinned, completely misreading me. "Good. Have fun. I'm rooting for you." I walked away. "I'm earning my stew today." A slight gasp sounded behind me, but it might have been my imagination. I stepped into the ring like a demon in a rage. Crave visibly paled. The poor guy looked like a candle in the rain. "Don't worry, Cray," Irvan called from the sidelines. "You've got this. Just remember what I said. Stay loose. Keep moving. Don't let the alchemist explode your head." Cray turned. "He can explode heads." "I'm joking," Irvan said with a wave and a rosy chuckle. "Right, Meredi? Crush him, Tim," Meredi shouted, cupping her hands round her mouth. "Break his flimsy stance. Tear him apart." I had to turn to look at her. She looked so wild. Holy shit. I looked at Cray. "I'm going to annihilate you," I whispered. He paled harder. I waved to Irvan. "Rules." Irvan chuckled. "Anything goes, within reason. Just avoid the groin. This is about adapting to the chaos of combat." Cray shivered. I cracked my neck. "Cool. Just letting you know I'm insane." Meredi's shout exploded from behind me. "Cray, you're going down. Punk. Did you get that, Irvon? I asked. My warning. Irvon laughed. I hope so. Let's see some creativity. This is to prep Cray for field encounters. Then he walked back over to Meredi's side. They stood shoulder to shoulder. What a bastard. You know, Meredi said, Tim survived a trip to the marshes. Alone. Irvon raised a brow. That so? I even gave him the sword. Told me he even fought a gloomspawn. She was gushing. I loved it. I would kill 100 gloomspawn if it meant seeing Meredi gush. Irvon turned, and our eyes met. He studied me, then nodded slowly like he realized what I was in his quest to. Put hands on Meredi. All right, Tim, if it's clear you're winning, ease off. This isn't about punishment. It's about experience. Let Cray feel the pressure, not the healer's bill. I nodded. Meredi, unaware of the fire burning inside me, waved him off with a teasing tone. You getting scared, Irvon? Worried my little alchemist's gonna beat your protege. Irvon chuckled. No, more scared that if that look in his eyes any sign you might be blind. Meredi. He gave me a nod. Kid looks like a wrathful paladin about to smite evil. Huh, Meredi asked. What are you talking about? He's my cute little stepson. My whole body twitched. I pulled my mouth guard into place and cracked my neck. This soul's got over 20 years of bad living packed into it. I muttered. Chapter 34. Fight for Meredi. Cray stood across from me like a man already preparing to lie on his deathbed. His gloves trembled. I didn't need mana vision to see the fear leaking off him like steam from a cracked valve. I could practically see the prayers tumbling from his lips behind his mouth guard. From behind me, Meredi cupped her hands and roared, Get him, Tim. Take his legs. Take his dignity. Take his will to live. I flexed my fingers. With a woman like that roaring for me, how could I ever calm down? Begin, Irvon called out. I blitzed forward. One clean, dramatic haymaker telegraphed enough to be a stage performance. Cray was an even lower difficulty encounter than I thought. He flinched, closed his eyes, tucked in, and raised his guard. Idiot! I dipped low and swept him off his feet. He went down as easily as a child would, limbs flying out, and hit the mat with a thump. I followed instantly. One knee on his chest, my fist cocked and aimed for his nose. His eyes bugged out, his whole body locked. Meredi shrieked from the side. Finish him, Tim. Do it. Absolute dominance. My fist flew. Cray whimpered, and then it stopped a few inches from his nose. I looked up and over my shoulder at Irvon. He needs work, I said, loud enough for the room to hear. Doesn't matter how crazy I am if this guy's going to. Shut his eyes and miss it. Irvon's brow lifted. You saying you're done? I stood and extended a hand to Cray while still looking at Irvon. I'm saying I want to spar with you. That startled more than just Cray. Meredi let out an audible huh. Irvon chuckled. You want me, big boy. Never been more sure of anything in my life. He studied me silently, then nodded. All right, you catch your breath. Get some water. I'll get ready. I helped Cray to his feet. You did fine, I muttered. Next time, don't flinch. I limped off to the edge of the gym, toward my bag. The crowd buzzed behind me. I crouched, unzipped the side, and palmed to vials. One translucent blue, the other a flickering red gold. Focus, formula, reflex surge, both high potency, custom mixes, and a little unstable when used together. I kept them, in case a random event popped up. If my body didn't handle it well, I'd either be puking a few hours from now, or suffering from a terrible migraine. With just intention and a held breath, the vials vanished. I drank the contents, anything for the muscle goddess, and went and drank water to wash down the taste. Heat bloomed inside my chest. Muscles tightened. My eyes felt like they could track lightning. I instantly understood why a migraine could be one of the after effects. Meredi was waiting at the ropes. Tim, her voice was quieter this time. Irvan's no joke. He might come at you seeking revenge for how badly you whooped his rookie. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? No shame in. Tapping. I gave her a nod, slipping past. Tim, I don't want you to get hurt, she said. But I was still ticked off, and now my focus was trained on that irritation. Irvan had gotten close to her, touched her, used sparring as an excuse. He smiled too much, stood too close, and talked to her like they were in on something, and that was a disgusting abuse of the holy gym. Of course, I did something similar when we were working out. I had no right to judge. Did that stop me? Absolutely not. I knew what I was about, and that was the Momma goddesses. I climbed into the ring. Irvan was waiting with that grin that said, yeah, I touched her. What you gonna do about it? Beanpole. We squared off in the center, raised our gloves. You sure? He asked. Still time to change your mind. Never gonna change, I said, sliding the mouth guard in. He smirked. I know what you're about. I glared. What? He leaned closer. Meredi. I blinked. What? He didn't clarify further. Just bumped gloves. The match started before I could process it. Irvan held his ground, gesturing for me to come at him. I didn't. I watched. Fine, he muttered. I'll lead this dance. Then he rushed me, arms extended, palms out. What a strange approach. It could only mean one thing. He wanted to make a point. We met. I responded instinctively, locking my palms against his. It was a pure pushing contest. Teeth bared, feet sliding, arms burning. He grinned inches from my face. I know you're not fond of the whole stepson thing, he whispered. I kept my face calm. Who says that? Your eyes, he said. You're not subtle, he added. You look at her like a man starved for affection. My arms pushed harder. My heart pounded. I gave a cocky smile. You think I'll admit that? To me, he was the rival. The guy who'd wrapped himself around Meredi without hesitation. The guy who had the size, the confidence, the laugh. I wanted half of everything he had. Then I could convince Meredi to take a chance on me. Want a hand? He whispered. My brain faltered. What? You know, advice. A nudge in the right direction from a concerned onlooker. I can give you some tips. Timaeus, he said with a wink. I stared. I don't understand your game. No game, he said. I just like seeing the sparks fly. I'm a sucker for true love that knows no bounds. And I love matchmaking. I opened my mouth, then closed it. What the hell is wrong with you? Behind me, Meredi cheered again, her voice radiant. Push him back, Tim. You're doing so good. Don't give up. There's a ton of stew for you at the end of this. My heart thumped. Irvan chuckled. Bet that gets under your skin. Huh? Is she cheering for her little alchemist stepson? Or for you as someone in a different dimension? I grit my teeth. Shut up. I see your winces. You wear your doubt like I wear my heart. He leaned in closer, voice soft. You don't know where you stand with her, but you know better not to hope. And you probably won't ask. Heh, you a diviner or something. I activated mana vision on instinct. No unusual flux. Just a normal circulatory pattern. Not a person with weird abilities like Mava or that soldier. Just freakishly perceptive. He smiled. Nope, just observant. I believe that, unfortunately. If you can surprise me, he said, really land a blow, I'll back you up. You want to pursue Meredi? I'll help. I raised a brow. Why? He grinned. Because I think she'd be happier if she were loved properly. That and I'm a fan of hers. I groaned, irritation reignited. I'm her #1 fan. Haha, and I think I'm going to end up being your #1 fan. His smile widened. You gonna take me on. All right, I said. I'm gonna surprise you. Great, he replied. Show me what you've got. Then he grabbed me and lifted me over his goddamn head. What the fuck? I blurted. The whole gym gasped. I saw the rafters, then the blur of motion as he tossed me across the ring. I hit the ropes and rebounded hard, hitting the ground and rolling. I sucked in a breath. My ribs ached. Timaeus, Meredi screamed. Get up! Get up! Don't let him stomp you. Come on, kid, Irvon bellowed. Show me what you've got. Let the beast out. I surged up and ran at him full speed. Another telegraphed punch like I'd done with Cray. He braced. I dropped low again. It was predictable. He kicked, expecting the sweep. But I twisted, pushed sideways harder than I thought possible. My ankle flared in pain. Something strained. Didn't matter. For the moms, with all my borrowed speed, I ran up the ropes. 1, 2, 3, jumped off them, twisted, and came down with a fist-turned falling star. His eyes screamed ho. My fist slammed into the crown of his head with a crack. He stumbled and bent forward, his head lowering. I spun on my heel, pivoting with everything I had. All that momentum landed right on the head, a critical blow. Like no other. It's nice having a body that listens again. But I struck him with the ball of my foot, not the heel. I didn't want to mess the guy up that much after what he proposed. He reeled back, arms wide, and fell against the ropes. He barely held himself up. Silence claimed the gym. Then Meredi exploded. Finish him, Tim, Meredi screamed, manic and delighted. Finish him off. No mercy. I could have died happy right there. But no, this was not the time. I trained my eyes on Irvon. He stood up on his own 2 feet, chuckling and holding his head. Then he smiled too, blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes bright with interest. That one really rattled the old brain, he said. Cray, did you see that? That's the sort of craziness you've got to expect. He laughed once more. I give, Timaeus. You got a good couple of blows on me, he proclaimed, causing the hall to explode into cheers and applause. Above all that noise was Meredi's cheer. Tim, she screamed, pumping both fists in the air. Who says alchemists are puny? You kicked his entire soul out of his body. I'm so proud I could punch a wall. My vision was still overtuned. My ribs throbbed. And I was pretty sure one of my molars had shifted from the fall. But God's help me, I smiled. I staggered toward the ropes and slipped off the ring. A few folks clapped my shoulder and someone yelled, "Holy crap, alchemist's deadly." But all blurred under the sunbeam of Meredi charging toward me. You destroyed him, she said, breathless and grinning. That was so cool. Like that one move. You jumped off the ropes and just let him have it. How long have you been able to do that? She reached me and full body shook me by the shoulders. I nearly fell over. I'm serious. She grinned. That was so cool. Tim, you want stew. You're getting stew. The best stew. Like, Champion stew. I thank you. I coughed. You're gonna give me a concussion at this rate. She backed off with a laugh, eyes dancing with energy. Stool fix that too. I rubbed the back of my neck. Hey, just hold that thought. I need to check on Irvan. Sure, she beamed. We're all friends here. Go on, go on. Go talk to your new friend. I nodded and peeled off toward Irvan, while feeling the sting of how Meredi just made me feel like I was a kid. In grade school, he was holding his temple, still dizzy, still laughing like a man who'd just been brutalized by a squirrel. A part of me winced. I didn't want to hurt him that bad, even if he'd been sparring with Meredi with impure intentions. But I was still justified in my reaction. Yup. MHM. Just as I opened my mouth to say something, I heard thumping. For some reason, the image of a charging bull formed in my mind. Then I saw him. Chapter 35. Battle Bunny! A massive man, bald as a cannonball, with biceps that looked like they had abs of their own, and a glorious, curled mustache that seemed to glisten with oil and power. He wore a lavender tank top to sizes too small and pants that were just holding on for dear life. Irvan, the man bellowed, charging like a juggernaut. Oh, no. Irvan braced a moment too late as the muscle mountain scooped him up into a spinning bear hug. The man's voice boomed with all the panic of a stage actor during a tragedy. Irvi, my sweet battle. Bunny, are you okay? I stared in dawning horror. Irvan looked up and smiled. Hey, muscle cake. I'm fine, promise. The giant man swept him into a crushing hug, lifting Irvan's feet off the ground. My tender cinnamon bun, you weren't okay. That strike was so powerful. I'll suplex that twig when I find him. That was me, I said, meekly. He slowly turned. We locked eyes. His were so blue. Oh, he said, blinking. Well, you've got lovely form, sweetie. Irvan wheezed. Valo, I'm okay. I stared, mouth slightly open, brain buffering. He's gay, I whispered. Fuck, he's gay. Velo turned back to Irvan. Baby, talk to me. You're bleeding. Velo gasped and dabbed at Irvan's lip with the hem of his tank. Is it bad? Do we need to go to the emergency hot springs? I raised a brow. There are hot springs? Are they gay too? I've had worse stubbing my toe, Irvan said, pushing Velo's face back with one hand. It's fine. Don't you downplay this, Valo cried. Your beautiful brain was rattled. My soul left my body briefly. Irvan turned to me from Valo's arms. Timaeus, this is Valo, my husband. Hey, I managed. Valo looked me over, then beamed. Oh, but you're so adorable. How can I stay mad at a little guy like you? I looked down at my arms. I'm a little guy, I whispered, totally consumed by the shadow of this behemoth. Valo, Irvan sighed fondly, stop scaring him. He's here for advice. Valo quieted down and bent down a little. Advice? You don't need advice with moves like that, little guy. I'm 32, I whispered, unwilling to look this guy in the eyes. Irvan coughed politely. He wants advice about Meredi. You mean, Valo whispered. That sort of advice? Oh my gods, I love this. Valo clapped his giant hands. Okay, I am here. I am present. I am emotionally ready. Irvan patted Valo's chest. Let's let him talk. I swallowed the sudden embarrassment I was feeling. I know I'm not much right now, I admitted. She's amazing. I've been thinking if I were at least half your size, maybe she'd notice me and give me a chance to make her happy. Oh, sweetie, Valo said. You don't need glorious biceps to be worthy of love. Irvan's smile didn't waver. That's noble. But I don't think Meredi's swayed by bulk as much as you think. You fixated on the wrong thing, Timaeus. I met Irvan's kind gaze and Valo's encouraging smile. You think so? I asked. Irvan smiled warmly. Meredi's pretty straightforward. Tim, if you want her to see you differently, you'll have to say it. Be direct. You can trust us on this. Just this straightforward approach? I asked, only now realizing how much the prospect made me nervous. Yeah, Irvan nodded. She's honest. You should be too. Meredi's like a bowl of stew, Valo said sagely. Warm, hearty, and exactly what she looks like on the surface. I blinked. That's actually kinda profound, I said. I am profound, Valo said. I looked down. I feel like I'd be appealing to luck I don't have if I tried to reach for Meredi. I really do think. She needs someone spectacular. And I'm not there yet. Valo placed a hand on his heart and let out a kind awe. Irvan leaned in. Then start with what you can do. But don't wait forever. Also, spar with her, Valo chimed in. Just casually. At home. She won't read into it. Irvan nodded. Good idea. It's close contact. It's trust-based. If nothing romantic happens, it's still quality. Time. And if something does spark, well, you'll both feel it. Your grappling for her heart will speak what your mouth cannot. Valo pointed a finger. She might not pick up on the vibes right away, though. Be prepared for her to just get really into the workout. I flushed. God, I'm nervous already. How embarrassing. Love usually is, Irvan said. And hey, if muscles help you feel confident, then I'll train you. I'll help too, Valo added, striking a dramatic flex. We'll have you strong in body and heart. I laughed despite myself. Okay, but you both gotta tell me about your diet and supplements. I want the whole routine. They both laughed. I suddenly realized I liked them. Getting to put this into words reminded me just how invested I was becoming. Every day, I was learning how deep my fondness could go. Chapter 36. Looking to the future, I had gotten accustomed to the smell of metal shavings, old wood, and something bubbling in a pot that always seemed to fill Meredi's house. Today, I also smelled incredible pride. Cynthia had come home early, unfastening her high collar as she walked through the door and shot me a look of disbelief like she had already heard about my time at the gym. Valray followed soon after, dropping a duffel bag by the door and hugging Meredi with one arm, saying she'd be staying the night since she'd be going on a long patrol within a month. She wanted to get as much time in with family before then. Meredi hugged her back so hard I worried about Vol's spine breaking and secretly wished it was me. Ravela was the last to show. She looked like she came in ready to yell at me, but the second she saw Valray seated at the table, she lit up like we lived in a paradise free from worries and not this Mana Haze-choked place. So yeah, a full house, the thing that always made Meredi so happy. I stayed over that night, but I didn't do anything. Just went to sleep. I had the whole year, right? I could take my time. The days rolled on by as I waited for Ravela to tell me when we would be going to the depths. It wasn't so bad. The days were filled with memories I would treasure. Going to the gym early in the morning and receiving Irvan's guidance. It definitely gave more structure to what I was doing. Going to Meredi's for dinner every night was fun, even with Cynthia there glaring at me. I'd stay over, sometimes too, but nothing hair-raising like what I had seen the night of the spar happened. That was fine. Things needed time to breathe. Ravela had been staying over at my place some days. Actually, it was guaranteed that she would stay over the day after I had stayed at Meredi's. To me, it seemed like she was hellbent on overwriting the memory of the woman I sleep beside and ensuring it was her I always remembered. I never once dared share my theory with her. I hadn't seen Elsbeth, which was a little surprising. Ravela would occasionally mention seeing her around the lair and would note that she was still wearing the burn mask, but she would always stop short of asking if I had reapplied it for her. It was a little harder for me to be okay with my progress with Elsbeth being at a standstill. But what could I do when I was still so weak? If Elsbeth hadn't arrived, it was because her doubts were squashing the confidence I was instilling in her. Meredi and Elsbeth ultimately felt like my progress with these two was slow. But then again, maybe it was just because I had gotten lucky with Ravela. Self-improvement wise, I had never stopped. I had made a lot of good progress so far. My body was improving. My alchemy was good. I had to new powers thanks to the gloom spawn. I still wasn't at the level of overpoweredness I needed to be at. However, the path of the salvager, the longer I spent in my more humble paths, the more I realized I was hoping for something amazing to happen if I went below the city, which was to say, I hoped Ravela would come and whisk me away to the depths soon. Then, on one day, as we were approaching the end of the 2-week period that Ravela had asked that I wait, someone knocked on my door. There weren't many people on the street anymore. The lamps behind me were warm and flickering. But as I walked further along this path, that comfort faded. The stones underfoot felt older here. The lack of pipes for steam and mana to leak from made the air here colder. Even the sound of my boots scuffing the ground seemed too loud, echoing off the nearby walls like the city was, desperately trying to keep itself alive with sound as its fuel. Buildings here were built taller, but lurched a little more. Many were boarded up. Iron bars were on almost every ground level window, and above them, crooked windows stared down like curious eyes. I was still well within the St. Giselle layer, but the road I was on curled close to the massive wall that divided it from the lower layers. The city's age was showing here. This was, for all intents and purposes, the oldest part of the St. Giselle layer, the part where, many centuries ago, the nobility lived. There were many ghost stories associated with this place, as if that could explain the lack of activity here, but actually seeing it with my own eyes was making me a believer. Something was just spooky here. Thankfully, I wasn't alone. I really am happy to be walking along this road with you, Elsbeth said. She walked beside me with her usual quiet grace, both hands folded in front of her cloak, her long hair hidden beneath a scarf and hood. Her voice was delicate, a soft, haunting sound that seemed to have always belonged to this district. I should have come sooner, she continued, her eyes downcast. I thought about it so many times, but I felt silly going back to you without securing our visit, and I didn't want the sisters to feel ambushed. Ambushed? I asked, glancing over. Even through the burn mask, she was beautiful. That alchemical scarring clung to half of her face so reliably. That rough, dry coating meant to deter attention was doing such a good job that the people we passed never once looked at us. It was just a ratty-looking alchemist in his old clothes and his disfigured assistant. I loved it. Only I knew how bright with delight her eyes were. Only I knew her cheeks were dusted pink with either cold or embarrassment. This Elsbeth, who walked beside me, was like a secret kept between me and her. Elsbeth nodded slowly. You're a stranger who has no connection to the faith. Even if I trust you, They need time to prepare themselves. There are faithful our saints most devoted, yet they're here doing thankless jobs, being given the bare minimum. Someone like you, Timaeus, who lives well enough but doesn't assist. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm sure you and your family have your own hardships. It's just the way some of the sisters see the situation men also cause many problems. So there is a little bit of a bias. Is this temple also like a shelter for women? Elsbeth coughed suddenly and then tried to chuckle. Oh, no, we don't have any of that, she said, noticeably more nervous than before. I studied her for a moment, inwardly gushing over how terrible she was at lying, and then nodded. I find it interesting, I said, the way this city treats the servants of the faith. It makes me wonder how we got here. It pains me to say, but I was never so interested in learning about it. I know a little, Elsbeth replied. It's mostly because the saints never returned. Can you give me a lesson before I walk in there? Elsbeth giggled. Sure, I'll do my best. The sisters won't be laughing at you. So, as the tales go, there was the great god. They vested in 10 humans their power and their knowledge. Using the knowledge, the saints revived the technology of the lost age, and using the power, they repelled the hordes of Gloomspawn to establish this place, humanity's last stronghold. But alas, time passed. The saints perished, and in their place, humanity stepped forward. The builders learned to maintain the ancient technology. The scholars learned how to find sources of mana. The fighters learned how to repel Gloomspawn. The merchants learned how to motivate all the others. Humanity grew apart from the saints and their great deeds. Now, Elsbeth looked to the nearby wall. Those walls are all that's left of the saints. When we look at them, we look at the reason why the saints haven't been totally forgotten. How sad, I replied. The saints' faith was strange to me from my perspective as a player. It was not mentioned at all in the prologue. The people of the villages had never heard of it. They only had their local traditions. Maybe this great god had been referenced, but in that case, they would be a being above the land gods that players could revive. The city having such a developed faith system made me wonder how much of it coincided with what the devs planned and how much was exclusive to this fleshed out world. So I said, if the faith is largely being forgotten, what is life like for the faithful? Harder. Some nobles still worship the saints and the great god, and they help fund the temples. But there is limited money, and the lower one goes down the layers, the more help is needed. The lowest layer, in particular, is a truly dangerous place, and the devoted who go there to help are true heroes. But they are also some of the most, well, I haven't been told about the rifts that exist with the faction of devoted, who live in the dark down. They're only the paladins are allowed to engage with them. Paladins, Ravela thinks they're annoying. What do they do? The paladins, as I understand, are where the majority of the military power of the faith is centered. In this city of nobles and merchants, they are the third force who act in service of ensuring that nothing falls short of the saints' original goal. Wait, do they police the nobles? But how can a dying faith police the nobles? The rumor I've heard is that they actually wield relics that once belonged to the saints. Elsbeth smiled as if hope had been breathed into her soul. The paladins are a large part behind why the nobility hasn't killed the citizens of the lower layers. With the last embers of power, they make sure that the blessings of the saints still reach the most unfortunate among us. Power, water, supplies the lower layers have not been cut off because of the paladins. I see, I replied. The saints claimed the entirety of this grand hill for humanity. This entire hill is sacred, not just the top where the nobility lives. The paladins ensure that remains true. Elsbeth spoke like the paladins were heroes, but I couldn't help but wonder if what she was telling me was the idealized version then again. Ravela mentioned the paladins were passionate and annoying. With that sort of characterization, maybe the paladins were all the right kind of zealots. If their moral system was based on an extreme adherence to the spirit of what the saints did, then I could see the setting making sense. But it required the paladins to be a truly awe-inspiring force. If they actually wielded relics, I'd love to see what their relics look like, I said. Me too, Elsbeth happily replied. I think every temple has relics, but the sisters haven't confirmed that. Elsbeth laughed, her smile unburdened. Why would they? Right. If a relic is enough to keep the nobility behaving, then they must surely be amazing, right? I'd wager they're game-breaking. AWW, the way you laugh so quietly is so charming, Elsbeth said. And there it is, up ahead, just past the curve of the road and nestled against the Great Wall. The temple came into view. I'd imagined it before some stereotypical Gothic temple made of stone. But now, standing before it, I underestimated the sense of awe it would invoke. It looked like it had been built into the wall itself. Huge stone bricks, corroded and stained by smog, made the walls and were shaped into arches and spires. The entrance was framed by statues, one crumbled, one whole both of a robed woman reaching downward, arms outstretched as if offering sanctuary. The windows had seen better days. I couldn't tell if they were cracked or just dirty. The building was so massive, and those windows reached so high there was no way for them to maintain them with normal means. Old pipes ran around the perimeter. They weren't hissing from steam escaping them or anything like that. A downright strange thing anywhere in these parts. Hey, is it going to be okay for me to go in there? I asked, feeling more unnerved the longer I looked at the statues. I spoke with Sister Eleska and Sister Loon, and even the old sister who tends to the archive. I think she's the strictest. You know, they were happy to let you in, as long as I vouch for you. And I do, she added, quick and sure. I do. I vouch for you completely. I smiled and tapped the strap of my bag. Well, I brought enough potions to supply a siege, so hopefully that'll endear them to me. That made her laugh a tiny sound, like a bell in the haze. Is that going to be okay? She asked. The potions? Why wouldn't it be? No, I mean, is that not going to impact your finances negatively? I'm very good at mass producing these things. Oh well, in that case, thank you, Timmy. I'm sure the sisters will appreciate the gesture of goodwill. Elsbeth stifled a giggle. The children always seem to turn up with cuts and bruises. Do you want to know an alchemist's secret? Before we go in there, her eyes lit up and she looked at me with puckered lips. Then she pulled back slightly. I mean, if you want to share. Well, I guess you are an alchemist's assistant. Elsbeth nodded repeatedly. I am. That I am. Well, you see, I said, leaning over. She walked closer. Me and a bunch of other alchemists are in this feud with another faction of alchemists. Elsbeth gasped. Feuds? Between alchemists? I didn't know. Keep it down, I said, gesturing with my hand. Oh, sorry, she said, her voice like a mouse's squeak. Anyway, these other alchemists, they take a long time making their stuff. But we've got this arrangement. Between us, you see. Yes. Is that so? My faction does not flood the market with the compounds that we make faster. Elsbeth gasped. See, Elsbeth, if we flood the market, the price would go down, she whispered, channeling the knowledge the daughter of a merchant would have. That's right. So, you see, my faction pretends to have the same production rate as the other. This way, we keep the bigger faction from lynching us, keep them in the dark about our true production rate, and keep the price of potions where it should be. Oh my, how scandalous. I grinned at her. And now you're part of the secret too, I whispered. She placed a hand on her heart. Oh no. I leaned closer. Can you handle that secret? Her gulp was audible. Yes, sir, she whispered, sending tingles down my spine. I won't betray you. You can. Trust me. I cleared my throat and pulled away, surprised by how her words hit. I knew you had the makings of an excellent assistant, Elsbeth. Chapter 37. And V. We reached the temple's heavy stone doors both shut, with a thick crust of filth caked at the threshold like they hadn't been opened in months. Follow me, Timaeus. We need to use one of the side entrances. We stepped inside through a creaking side door that Elsbeth unlocked with a thin iron key. I hope you don't mind, she said, already tugging her hood off. The main hall still has its charm, but we mostly use the kitchens and study rooms now. A shy giggle escaped her. And the big doors are too heavy and the hinges too rusted to push. I shook my head. I'm not here to judge. She smiled at that, walking ahead to push open the wooden inner door. Everything on this layer has seen better days after all, I said. The air inside was thick with incense and old stone. The rows of benches were weathered but orderly, and the vaulted ceiling above us was like a painted sky. Light filtered through the dust and shafts, and all the lit mana lanterns gave the cathedral a warm but eerie glow. The shadows the lights cast seemed deeper than usual, and made me chide myself for letting it unnerve me. Wow, I said, taking another step into the hall. You never were the judgmental type. I glanced at her, and then our eyes met. Don't get too cozy, I said with a smirk. I'm practically a new person. Oh, you have to get to know me again. Elsbeth's lips parted, and then she nodded. I would love to. Timmy, she whispered. A trio of robed sisters approached from one of the side doors across the way. Elsbeth bowed her head. Good day, sisters. This is Timaeus the alchemist I spoke of. He even brought potions. For us. He's donating. Two of the sisters nodded politely, though their eyes skimmed over me with cautious neutrality. There was nothing that stood out about them. Their attire was that of an everyday market goer, with maybe the sash of white on their waists being the only thing that denoted their association to the faith. The third, however, held my gaze. She was older, maybe a little older than Meredi, and taller than the others. And though her gray robes were plain, she wore them with obvious pride. Her figure had the firm grace of someone long past youth, but in full command of herself, mature, poised, and ready to scold. There was a trace of silver through her near black hair, braided close to her scalp, and her face was sharp-boned. A faint scar curved at the corner of her lips, subtle, enough to wonder if it was a trick of the light. Her eyes didn't soften when she looked at me. I felt her disapproval. Hey, Elsbeth, am I really welcome here? I asked, leaning closer to her ear. She giggled like an innocent girl. Of course. They told me you could come. The stern sister growled with uncanny timing, and Elsbeth just kept smiling as if she hadn't heard it. Instead, she introduced me to the sisters. The two NPC-like sisters were Eleska and Loon. The third was Sister Envy, and she was still staring me down. Okay, well, I'm going to help with preparing lunch for the kids, Elsbeth said. her voice like a bell. What? I asked. We'll just be over there, okay? She said, standing with Loon and Aleska. I looked at Permascal Envy and then at Elsbeth. You're just leaving me with her? Elsbeth giggled. Yes, of course. Envy's the best teacher for a curious alchemist. My mouth dropped. Elsbeth waved, all smiles, and disappeared into one of the side rooms. I just stared for a few seconds. Then Envy broke the silence with a scoff. I feel unwelcome, I said, forcing a polite smile. She said nothing at first. Then, with a tilt of her chin and a voice low and even, you reek of lust. It was like she had thrown a dagger at me. Excuse me. She folded her arms and shook her head. Lust. Her tone was flat. Men like you always bring it in with them. Hidden under civility. Behind smiles and gifts, her eyes narrowed. But I can see it your designs on women. My brow lifted. I had never been offended. For your information, I am the embodiment of restraint, I said, straightening. I'm practically a monk. I have withstood things, sister. You'd feel like a fool if you knew how strict I have been with myself. Her lips twisted with disgust. Then why do you wear your guilt like a cloak? She asked, raising one brow. If you had no lust, you would not struggle. If you had no lust, you would not agonize over it. She took a step closer until I was reflected in. Silvery blue eyes. You know your nature, and you know it is perverse. I feigned a smirk. Does my restraint count for nothing? Restraint is just the inevitable being delayed. I activated Mana Vision and kept my face from reacting. Anvi's Mana network was developed around her eyes, with a cluster being right where you'd expect the stereotypical Eastern third eye to open. I checked her fingers, but they were normal, unlike Mava's. Why are you looking at my fingers? Our eyes met again? Should I just leave? I asked. Silence came again. Then she shook her head and began walking down the center aisle toward the altar at the other end of the hall. Learning while in the presence of the departed saints may do you some good. I followed her quietly. You seek knowledge, she asked. Elsbeth told me you wish to understand something. Could you be more precise? Yes, certainly, ho. It stole my breath. This portion of the ceiling that was directly above us, between the ribs of the vaulted stone, were frescoes that bled vibrant color even through the dimness. Robed figures, vibrant plains, vibrant skies. Beams of light like auroras all circling a central image that stretched over the peak of the ceiling's arc. Calling it an image may not have been correct. Part of it was a statue. Its body came out from the roof by a few feet, its outstretched arms extending just a little further. It was a figure cloaked in robes painted to be radiant and heavenly. Their face was obscured by a swirl of clouds and gold light, as though even the artists hadn't dared to paint them clearly. But what drew my attention was the robes themselves. They parted at the torso. The navel was exposed. It wasn't erotic in any sense of the word. It seemed as natural as the tastefully nude ancient statues of Earth. I've never seen something like this, I said, stepping forward slowly. That is the first saint, Envy said. They were the one who received the original inheritance and passed it to the other 9. The depiction is older than the noble layers. So it's not the great god? No, the great god has no form. The first saint, on the other hand, was a human from whom light poured out and illuminated the world around them. I stopped directly beneath the statue, right when my eyes began to itch. Curious, I activated Mana Vision. I almost gasped. From the navel, mana poured out like it was magma escaping from the bowels of the earth. Bright, vigorous, and fading before it could descend upon mere mortals, it reminded me of the first protagonists. Outrageous mana. Envy cleared her throat, and suddenly, I could feel her gaze on me. I turned my head slightly and confirmed she had stopped to and was staring right at me. Her brow furrowed deeper. Do not look upon the first saint with such greedy eyes. I'm not greedy, I calmly replied. Her eyes narrowed. Her head then tilted slightly. So it seems my apologies. She gestured for me to sit at the bench right in front of the altar. As soon as I did, she sat one cushion space away from me. You were mystified by our art. Envy began. What do you wish to learn? What's the theory on magic? What do humans have to do to wield it? Or maybe massage it? The saints had magic, right? Not just monocrystal powered weapons, right? So you wish to know about power and not grace? She replied, obviously judging me. I sighed. If you would rather not, I won't be offended. I opened my bag and placed the potions between us. You can take these either way. No, I will share with you. But I intend to also explain why the saints were worthy of the power they inherited. I am totally fine with that. Sister Envy. Chapter 38. Elsbeth's drama. Elsbeth's voice was soft and cheerful as she approached. Timmy, are you ready to leave? I blinked, looking up from my notes. Elsbeth stood in the aisle just a few steps away, her hands folded neatly over the sash of her plain dress, a small tilt to her head as she studied my expression. You looked very engrossed, she added with a more cautious tone, her eyes dipping to the ink-stained pages. In my lap? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I smiled and shut the notebook with a soft clap. No interruption at all. I'm ready. Sister Envy gave no farewell. She stood up and quietly neared the altar, hands clasped, posture straight. Her expression, while not warmed, exuded satisfaction. Come on, Sister Envy. Haven't you warmed up to me a bit? I asked, rising. I thought we were getting along. Her brow twitched. I mean, look at this. I continued, holding up the notebook, filled to the brim. You can't say you hated it. I think I even saw you smile. She exhaled through her nose. You were attentive. I'll give you that. But that does not excuse the rest of you. The rest of me? I asked. Her expression darkened like thunderclouds were forming. You're still a man, even if Lady Elsbeth and Ravela vouch for you. I squinted. Wait, what does Ravela have to do with anything? Envy turned her sharp gaze to Elsbeth. You shouldn't be alone with him. Elsbeth's smile faltered. He reeks of withheld temptation. Envy continued. He may be charming, but that's what makes him dangerous. She turned to me again. I am even more certain of it now. I opened my mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. I am, again, insulted, and also confused. I thought we were doing pretty well. Envy's eyes narrowed. You are a good student. Perhaps that was to be expected given your profession. That is all I am willing to concede. Your guilt has not changed. She turned and walked back toward the inner rooms, steps quiet against the stone floor. I glanced over at Elsbeth, whose expression was now unreadable beneath her lowered hood. We walked in silence for a while after leaving the temple. The streets were even quieter now, a couple of hours from dusk. It was surprising. The more ordinary areas would be filling with relieved laughter right around now. The sound of Elsbeth's boots clicking gently along the uneven stone path as we moved together was the most comforting thing. I thought Envy was nice, I finally said. Behind the intensity, Elsbeth nodded, eyes still cast downward. But she spoke to you for a long time. I am glad. Did you learn what you hoped to? I did, I said. I turned to her with a grin. I learned that people have auras. Elsbeth lifted her head, curiosity twinkling faintly. Auras. Yeah. The aura is the special space where magic happens, the space where your mana is allowed to influence the world outside your body. If it's large enough, your magic reaches farther. That's why the saints were so amazing. Their auras were enormous. Their magic could reach any corner of this city. That she shook her head slowly, voice low in awe. That's incredible, Timmy. I looked at her carefully. Did you know yours is bright? Elsbeth blinked. Is that so? Her voice was light, but her fingers curled slightly beneath her cloak. Her steps grew just a little more cautious. She didn't look comfortable at all. Still, I smiled to myself. Through mana vision, I had seen the roar-like veils that surrounded her body. She had the second most powerful mana network I had ever seen just beneath the first protagonists. And yet, Anvi had a surprising description of it. And your aura stays close to your body, I said. Anvi kept calling you pure. I chuckled. I don't need auras to see that. Elsbeth said nothing to that. Her expression was unreadable, but she kept her head slightly lowered. We walked for a few more steps before she gently said, I still have a few hours before I return. If it's all right, I'd like to spend them with you. I stopped walking, then smiled broad and unable to hide it. I'd like that too. Meredi's special away from home stew was simple and hearty, with soft bread to mop up the thick broth. The backroom of my workshop had the faint smell of alchemical salts and synthetic fumes, but the stew's scent masked it better than any freshener could. Meredi's stew, I feel like I'm a child again, Elsbeth said, setting her spoon down. I see her smiling whenever I catch the scent. I'm glad she still smiles as much as I remembered. She does, I said. Her happiness is contagious. Elsbeth giggled. She wiped the corner of her mouth, a little more relaxed now, though her hood still hung near her shoulders. Her scarf was undone. Her hair had fallen slightly out of its braid. She looked comfortable. If there were a single scene that I wanted repeated toward infinity, it would be this one. Timmy, my pulse quickened just a bit. Thank you for today, she said, looking at me, not past me, not at the wall, but straight into my eyes. I nodded. I should be the one thanking you. You pulled me out of my home. Silence stretched for a few minutes. I didn't think I'd get as much out of it as I did, I said, leaning back in my chair. I'm glad you took me along. With you? Elsbeth tucked a stray lock behind her ear. It was a very good day. I'm glad you still wanted to spend time with me. That was the only thing I was a little sad about. I thought we were going to receive that lecture together. Oh, her fingers lingered at her cheek, her expression softening, then darting away again, as if embarrassed by the thought. Silence returned. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I felt the mood was shifting. I could feel it in my stomach. May I use your restroom? She asked. Yeah, of course. I led her up the stairs, showed her the door to the bathroom, and then sat in my bedroom. Sister Envy's warning came to mind. I huffed and pulled out my notebook. I'm the embodiment of restraint, I muttered. People wish they had my restraint. My notes were excellent. I was such a good note taker. All my questions were answered, and now I had new info I could reference in the future. Timmy, Elsbeth said, standing at the doorway. She showed me a smile and looked around. This is your bedroom. I put my notebook on the nightstand. The one and only. Not very exciting. I gestured to the desk and Charon, the coroner. Please take a seat if you want. She smiled again and shyly stepped inside. It was only when she looked around with childlike whimsy that I remembered that she was the city lord's wife. I thanked my deep-seated anger that, at this rate, only grew hotter and brighter with every passing day. I didn't care about that lord at all, or the sanctity of his doomed marriage at all. When I was a girl, I always wanted to see what your room looked like. Really? I asked, mesmerized by the sight of her standing there like she was me when I stepped into the temple. Yes, I tried to smile, but I was sad. Elsbeth's presence in Timaeus' memories was fleeting. She was never really a focal point, just the annoying tag-along who followed Timaeus places, while he was trying to collect things for his experiments. Standing here now, she said, her words trailing off. She looked at me with a bashful smile. It's a little bit unreal. Her eyes went to the empty space beside me. May I sit there? Would that be okay? Go ahead, I replied. She sat, smiling once before fully committing. I can't imagine this room is better than yours, I joked. It's warmer, she whispered back. Could you please remove the burn mask? Our eyes met. I'd rather you not look at me and see this the thing I must do to hide. Sure, let me get some water and a rag. I collected what I needed and came back. Elsbeth presented her face and I gently began dissolving and removing the mask. Tell me if it hurts. A gentle smile curled her lips and her pale cheeks reddened. Of course, she replied. I wiped the last of the burn mask from her cheek, careful not to press too hard. The pale skin beneath it was sensitive, still pink from where the alchemical seal had clung to her. There was a quietness in the air now. Elsbeth exhaled slowly through her nose, lips slightly parted, eyes not quite meeting mine, but not pulling away either. She sat close enough that the edges of our knees brushed. The fabric of her cloak caught beneath my thigh. You're better at removing it than I am, she said, her voice quieter now. You have a long way to go, assistant. She smiled again, but it wavered. A breath left her slowly, one of those breaths people let out without realizing. And she shifted just slightly, as though caught between rising and staying still. I placed the rag in the bowl and glanced at her. There was tension in her shoulders and a slight pinch to her brow. I suspected the heat beneath her cheeks had nothing to do with embarrassment. I realized then that my own body had gone still in response, as though afraid to interrupt the atmosphere forming between us. Are you okay? I asked. Her lips parted. Her gaze darted toward me, then away, and then she pulled herself back just barely, like she'd been seated too close to a fire. I mustn't, she said quietly, and then louder, like a woman willing herself back from a cliff. I mustn't. Her head bowed lower. She gripped the fabric of her dress at the knees, knuckles pale. She didn't move, didn't even breathe for a heartbeat or two. Just sat there, trembling with some invisible force trying to tear her apart. From the inside, I blinked. There was nothing subtle about it. She looked like someone whose soul was locked in a cage made of vows. And every moment spent near me made the bars creak. I leaned back slightly and stared. She really was just sitting there. But then it clicked. She is dramatic. Of course, she was like this. Elsbeth was dramatic, bigger than life. She wasn't just a childhood friend archetype. She was the childhood friend who only had 3 lines of dialogue. 3 lines that were absolutely packed with subtext and clearly alluding to how miserable and tragic her life was. That was her character. That was what the devs highlighted. And now I was seeing what happened when a woman like that was given a body, a mind, a past, and a real, desperate longing. Heck, this had already happened when I declared I wanted to go to the noble lairs. She was. So dramatic then, but I got so much out of that event. And then a thought came to me. What would happen if I leaned into this? Elsbeth, I said, tone suddenly rich, theatric, even breathless. I can hold back no longer. The truth wishes to. Break free. Her head whipped toward me with such speed that it startled me. Her eyes were enormous, glinting like moonlit crystal, full of panic and trembling hope, and I swear, if the room had a curtain, she'd have flung herself into it. She gasped. She brought a hand to her mouth. Her body turned toward me entirely, as though she were magnetized, as though something in her couldn't resist facing me now that the veil had teased that it could be lifted. You shouldn't say things like that, she whispered, though she leaned closer even as she said it. You might make someone think something that could never be. I know, I replied, slowly reaching for her hand. But I have been holding it in for so long. It hurts, Elsbeth. All I want is to speak it and give it form. She didn't pull away. Her fingers curled slightly against mine. Her breathing was louder now, shaking. She looked at our joined hands like they were a sin incarnate. I swore I would be good, she said. I swore I would be strong. You are strong, I replied. You come all this way, hidden by shadows. You go and you help those kids and the sisters. How could you be anything less than mighty? She shook her head like she was shaking off the imp's called temptation clinging to her hair. You shouldn't say such things, she breathed. Not to me. But I must, I replied, matching her theatrics. You've bewitched me, Elsbeth. I cannot go another moment, pretending to be indifferent. I am married, she whispered, as though it were a curse. And I am damned, I said, for I am enamored with you anyway. Timmy! Her eyes glistened. Her lips parted just slightly. We were close, ridiculously close now. A breath away. Her whole frame leaned ever so slightly toward mine like a branch overburdened by rain. The light from the desk lamp flickered across her skin, catching every tremble. I dramatically pulled away. Maybe, Timmy? She asked, reaching for me. Maybe you're right. I'm sorry. Damn it, Elsbeth. I am sorry, I yelled. No, but I adore you. Oh no, I thought it would not be possible. But every minute I spend with you, I become more sure of it, Elsbeth. I will save you from the darkness that imprisons you. She pulled on my shoulder and forced me to confront her eyes as they searched mine. Please tell me that again. Elsbeth gulped. Could you find the strength to tell me that again? I gripped her shaking, gentle, soft, fragile hand. I am going to save you, Lady Elsbeth. Her eyes widened, and she closed her eyes as her bared teeth clamped together. She let out a groan of frustration. Timmy! And she gave me a passionate kiss. I didn't think it would happen. But just like that, I hit a milestone. Chapter 39. The Assistant's Plight. I couldn't help but think that the reason I came to this world was because of my status. As the undisputed number one fan of the Momma goddesses, my amazing memory was both a blessing and a curse. Oh, there's already a world you resonate with. Great! We won't have to drag you to our world. That line from the winged woman, I replayed it in my head every now and again. There were other worlds out there, but I got to go to the one that I still held dear to myself. How lucky! It really was a fan's dream come true. And I got to come here because of the 3 moms. So that was definitely a sign. I was brought here because of them. So it was only natural that I make good on my feelings and save them. That was why I was able to come to this world. But in the back of my head, this was still a game. I was just someone getting to change the worst part of a game, one, really enjoyed. But as the days passed, the reality settled further on my shoulders, and I was slowly realizing that I was sinking further into the muck that was this world. And now, Elsbeth had kissed me. What a dream come true. Getting to play the part of a devoted borderline maniacal fin living out a fantasy was fine, and all. And it definitely gave me a giggle and reminds me to greet every day with a smile of appreciation sincerely. Thank you, universe and winged lady, for letting me live out a dream. Shit. I would have preferred Elsbeth just be someone tired with noble living who got wrapped up in a foolish husband scheme. Not this mess where she has such an impassioned moment with me. This whatever was going on was cruel. Maybe I really should just throw caution to the wind and get rid of the city lord. Timmy! Elsbeth's voice brought me back to reality. She was composed again and standing in front of me. Her dress had been straightened, her scarf retied, her hood ready to be pulled back up. But her face was still of a woman rendered vulnerable. I should be going home, she said quietly. I stood. If you want, I can walk you. She shook her head. No, I've already done so much. It's better this way. We walked down to the front of the workshop together. Neither of us spoke at first. The lamp above the front desk flickered just a little, catching in the curves of glass beakers and brass tubing. The warm scent of the stew had reached out here. I prayed it soothed her. Elsbeth turned toward me once we reached the front door. Thank you, she said, for obliging me. Her hand reached for the latch, but she didn't pull it. Instead, she looked at me again. And I'm sorry. No, my voice was firmer than I expected. I stepped closer. Don't apologize for the kiss. I want you. Her eyes widened, and something delicate inside her seemed to lift ever so slightly. She stepped away from the door and toward me. You want me? She asked, voice faint and scared. Really? You're not joking. Even if this is messy, even if it's something I shouldn't do, I feel strongly about you, Elsbeth. I'm never going to lie and tell you otherwise. Every second I spend with you, that truth becomes more concrete. She covered her mouth, overwhelmed. Her other hand gripped her scarf like it was the only thing anchoring her. I'll try to tell you everything. Just not today. I'm still not strong enough, she whispered. I'll wait, I said. But can I tell you something that might change your opinion of me? She looked up at me again, her eyes filled with something close to wonder. Please, I inhaled. It would be cruel not to be honest now. If I really meant to love her, I had to respect the desire that brought me here in the first place. And she had to know it. There are 3 women who've claimed my heart, I said. And you're one of them. For a moment, I thought I saw her flinch, but then something else happened. Her shoulders relaxed. Something unreadable passed through her expression, and I realized she was relieved. I see, she whispered, a smile tugging at her lips. I don't want to live with secrets or pretend. I continued. In my ideal life, I'd be with all 3 of you. I'd be seeing this world with the 3 of you for a really long time. If I could be so lucky, it would be a romantic life. But if I fell short, then I would settle for just having you 3 around for a very long time. Elsbeth's hand drifted over her chest. She pressed it lightly there, and her lips trembled into a small smile. Okay, she whispered. I stepped closer to her. Then can you say it? I asked her. Tell me to take you away from your misery. She swallowed, eyes wet again. Try, she said, voice cracking, barely audible. Try to take me away. It broke my heart. I'm going to try, I promised. But I need time. and I might need your help. I could see her nodding before I finished. Inwardly, I was already making a checklist. Elsbeth's cooperation could open all kinds of doors. If she helped, I could learn more about the city lord, his habits, his activities, his personality. It would make getting her in front of Momma much easier too. Knowing in greater detail what Elsbeth was facing was guaranteed to save her. Okay, she said again, softer now. But listen, if it ever gets too dangerous, don't do anything. Don't take any risks for me. And if there ever comes a time when you feel like you can't come here. She looked like she might stop breathing. Don't worry, I'll still be here. I'll wait. You could be gone for 5 months, I would still wait and hug you and do whatever else you want when you walk through my door. She laughed, a weak, sweet thing, and wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. Ugh, crying again. You cry beautifully if it's any consolation, I said. She laughed again, and then looked at me with quivering lips. But am I worth the effort, Timmy? I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward and took both her hands. You, even if you were in your most basic, stripped down, diminished form, you, Elsbeth, are one of the women who forever changed the course of my life. She gasped, and then I leaned in. We kissed. It was sweet. No hunger, no desperation, just warmth. All I felt was the warmth that raw hope and a wish could provoke. When we parted, I looked into her eyes and said it. I'll make you mine. She flushed and then smiled, truly smiled, so wide it squeezed tears from her eyes. She wrapped her arms round me, burying her face in my chest. I already am, she whispered. Reality just needs to catch up. It was perfect. But then, loud bangs came from the door. They were so powerful that they rattled my glassware. Elsbeth jumped, her hands clutching my coat. No one would have followed me, no one. She was already backing behind me, panic rising. Her hood was up in a blink. She was shaking. Calm down, I whispered. I'll check. She didn't stop trembling, but she nodded, curling behind the counter as I moved slowly to the door. I placed a hand against the latch, heart pounding, undid the locks, and opened it just a crack. Nothing. I squinted and leaned my head a little further out to check both ways. Then I looked down. That's when I saw it. Oh, motherfucker. Is everything okay? Yeah, remember that faction thing I told you about earlier in the day? I held up a slaughtered chicken. Damn traditionalists and their seemingly endless supply of poultry. They do this like once a month, apparently. Then I stepped out and examined my door. Damn it! They smeared chicken blood all over. Elsbeth came closer, evidently much calmer. She stepped out with her hood up and stood beside me as I stared at my defaced door. My word, so this is the life of an alchemist. I looked at her with a grin. Hey, you're still sort of my assistant. If you can still spare a little bit of time, do. You want to help me with something? Green pellets soared through open windows like tiny avian missiles. Moments later, the entire second floor of the alchemist's workshop let out a series of tortured screams. Gah, the fumes? Who left the windows open? IT smells like a corpse dunked in fermented onion piss. The stink bombs had detonated beautifully. A sulfurous fog immediately filled the workshop, curling out of the windows like some foul spirit of mischievous smoke. Several alchemists ran across windows, coughing and gagging, their robes flapping wildly. From the street, I shouted at them while pelting another handful of pellets. Good luck smelling when your shit's cooked, fuckers. A few gasps of realization echoed from inside. Wait, was that? It's Timaeus, that damned ferret-faced bastard. I threw another pellet. I'm handsome now, ugga. Skincare regimen courtesy of the most handsome guard I've ever seen. He's retaliating, one yelled. I turned on my heel and bolted. Good to see you, boys. Tools and glass clattering echoed from the workshop, along with unmistakable sounds of them hacking up their lungs. They'd be barreling out of their doors soon. Unfortunately, one person wasn't keeping up with the situation. Timaeus. I looked back. Elsbeth was still standing in the street like a confused cat, clutching the canvas bag of stink. Bombs to her chest. Her expression caught somewhere between horror and awe. Assistant, I yelled, almost skidding into a trash pile. What are you doing standing there? Throw the bag and move. How? Move, move, move. I don't know if. A door slammed open. Two alchemists staggered out, coughing, their goggles fogged, and hair frizzed from panic. One of them pointed directly at her. Hey, that's Timaeus' disfigured assistant. The ugly one. They're still there. Grab her before she throws. Elsbeth shrieked and chucked the whole bag down with surprising power and a squeaky war cry. Stop hurting my Timmy. It flew right over their heads and straight into their workshop. A half second later, boom, a thick, greasy smoke burst from the door like a bomb of rotted cabbage, sewer gas, and boiling vinegar. The screams that followed were somewhere between agony and a pathetic, mucus-choked chorus. Elsbeth sprinted finally and caught up with me just as another small explosion boomed behind us and sent up a cloud of chemical dust. I couldn't help it, I howled. Was it supposed to explode like that? Elsbeth wheezed beside me, keeping up marvelously. Not unless you threw it directly into a live vat. You really messed them up now. They're totally going to retaliate now. I'm screwed. They are. I beamed at her. That was incredible. Assistant, you have one heck of an arm. Elsbeth stared at me in horror. Then she laughed. First a breathless giggle, then a wide-eyed, slightly delirious laugh that doubled her over as we ran. I laughed with her, feeling unbelievably light. We darted through alleyways until we were 4 streets down, hidden in a narrow corridor between crooked buildings. We leaned against the wall, breathless. There was soot on Elsbeth's cloak. Her scarf had come loose. Her eyes still shimmered faintly from crying earlier, but she looked alive now. That was crazy, she said. And you do that every month? Well, it's the first time I've done it this month. She let out another giggle and looked down at her hands. For a moment, we stood there quietly, catching our breath. The sound of the city settled around us, the creak of shutters, the distant splash of something falling into a puddle, the low rattle of carts being pushed through narrow lanes. Then Elsbeth spoke quietly. Would you walk me? I glanced at her. You sure? She nodded. Not the whole way. Just to the checkpoint. Checkpoint. You'll see. We slipped back into the alleys, ducking past shanties and old shop fronts. The streets narrower and darker than before. She led the way, quietly, calmly, until we reached a lopsided house squashed between two taller brick buildings. It was plain, its door warped and patched with iron staples. The roof sagged. There were no lanterns lit in the windows. This, she said, as she stepped up to the door, is where I need to go. I blinked. This? She nodded, already fiddling with the latch. Thank you for everything today, Timmy. She didn't meet my eyes, but her voice was soft with something more than gratitude. It was intoxicating, and it made parting so much more painful than it had any right to be. She opened the door. A familiar voice came out in response. Finally, Elsie, I was waiting there, Standing on the other side of that open door was Ravela. Her eyes locked with mine, and her hand went to the back of her head. Fuck. Elsbeth hadn't noticed the face Ravela was wearing. Oh, Ravela, so you're the one escorting me tonight? My, thanks? HMM, is something the matter? I do so apologize for being a tad late, but I swear this is still within the acceptable window. Elsbeth stepped into the house and looked at Ravela with a noticeable degree of bewilderment. Ravela, meanwhile, hadn't moved and was looking down at her feet. I nodded and took a step forward. When her head went up, mine went down. Timaeus, Ravela, thank you for taking care of Elsbeth in your own way, I declared. I don't mind. I continued. So, don't feel bad. I raised my head so that she could see my grin. If you didn't tell me, it's because you were probably trying to respect Elsbeth's wishes and because you were probably in a tough spot too, right? Ravela let out a sigh and then smiled. I heard the sound of a relieved sigh leaving her lips. Her smile widened into a smirk, and she playfully shoved her hand into my face. Come on, stop that. You're being too nice. She applied some more pressure until I stepped back a few steps. We've got to hurry to get Elsbeth to the next checkpoint, all right? I nodded. Got it. Elsbeth, stay safe, okay? Elsbeth seemed to swallow the feelings that suddenly built in her and nodded. I hope to see you again. Timmy. Ravela nodded and began to close the door. And Timaeus, tomorrow, we will go to the depths. Get some rest. Okay. I saluted her. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time and consideration. Ravela shared a giggle with Elsbeth. What a goof of a man. The door shut and many locks clicked. I lingered in the area for a little bit longer before finally walking away. And going home. What an eventful day. It was the sort of day that made me feel like I could actually succeed in the end. Chapter 40. Midnight Invasion. Midnight. In Ravela's ideal world, I would be asleep in my bed, resting up for my first day of salvaging. But this wasn't her ideal world. This was the world where she was still fated to die. And in this world, I was crouched in front of the temple we had visited earlier in the day, dressed in my total stealth and infiltration costume, which, to be clear, was just a black cloak, black gloves, boots with rubber-wrapped soles, a black respirator, and a snug little cap I made from an old stocking and some earthly knitting. Skills. I eyed the outer wall of the temple, get past the first few feet of piping, and then there were no handholds, no obvious seams, no convenient ladder, just stone and architectural magnificence. No matter. I had alchemy. I reached into my belt pouch and unscrewed the cap on compound to 7A an alchemical gel with adhesive. Qualities described in Timau's notes as slightly useless. I applied this to the palms of my gloves and the tips of my boots. It would stick to me for about 2 to 3 hours. Then came the real genius, compound to 8B, slathered on top of to 7A. It formed a tacky outer film that could adhere to almost anything except air, water, or itself. With 2-8B, my hands would stick to the wall. It also had a quirk. Applying pressure to it would cause it to unstick with a pop, allowing re-sticking. The compound had a life of between 500 to 700 pops before it would start to flake. I clapped both hands against the temple wall. They stuck beautifully. I gave a test tug, and the wall held me like it loved me and never wanted to let me go. Why, the only thing more powerful than this wall's adhesion was my admiration for the moms. Nice, I whispered. Then I lifted a foot pressed it in, popped the opposite hand, and began to climb. I'm a goddamn gecko, I muttered to myself. Sweat, some corrosive compounds, and 1 saw later, I was in the attic. It was more open than I expected. Furniture stood along the walls, shrouded in ghostly white sheets like there was an expectation that they would see the light of day once again. There wasn't really much of anything else. The only light was moonlight seeping in from the saw hole above and the round stained glass window. On the street-facing side, I activated Mana Vision. 98% of the room stayed the same. The other 2%, in the far left corner, a candlestick glowed with a soft, unfamiliar pulse. It wasn't like it was spewing mana, but rather that mana was clinging to it. And then, the window, one of the segments of glass, was infused with mana. It was brighter than the rest. I tiptoed toward the candlestick with a grace that Ravela would surely award a passing grade to. When I reached the candlestick, I carefully plucked it from its holder. It did nothing in my hand, but the mana was still enveloping it. There was nothing overtly magical about it either. I could only guess that it must have been made of some naturally mana-holding material. I slipped it into my pack and contemplated the glass. No, breaking glass was way too much. The candlestick would suffice. I scanned the room again. There was a door along the interior wall, almost flush with the beams. I pried it open, dust puffing into my face, and stepped inside. The staircase was narrow and stone, descending in a gentle spiral. It didn't feel like a tower stair. It wrapped around something central, and as I descended, the air began to cool. Definitely peculiar. Each step gave a faint echo, and each echo mocked me and my attempts at stealth. What was up with the acoustics here? Was the place trying to dissuade me? But I'd already broken in. I'd already sweated, already made the world one reliable saw, poorer, and already had a brand new candlestick. I was into deep. Damn it. For the moms, I would do anything, even damn myself to whatever hell equivalent this world has. I descended quietly, cloak tucked close, breathing shallow. There was a faint light at the bottom of the stairs. Looked like lantern light. The place did have a ton of lanterns sitting around. Exercising caution, I held my breath and poked my head out from the stairwell. It was perplexing. Sister Envy was kneeled in front of the altar, praying. Was this just what she did? It was. Midnight. Who does this? No matter. I came prepared. I pulled a pellet from my satchel, crushed it once, and then threw it into the space. The little thing was powerful. After being activated, it would emit sleep-inducing colorless vapors. Sister Envy would be asleep within a few minutes, and then I would be free to scale the wall and pluck that source of vibrant mana. I just had to take my time and wait. Step out from the shadows. A chill went down my spine. I peered out and saw Envy standing, facing my direction. There was no way she could see me. You may be shrouded by darkness, but your aura is bright. Holy crap, the damn aura-seeing power. Of course, my invisibility extends to objects because they're inside my aura, and my aura is what determines the area of effect. But since the aura is the container, it probably doesn't become invisible. That's good to know, as miserable an encounter as this is. Are you a cowardly thief, too? Unwilling to face a humble servant? I gulped. Step out from the shadows, she roared. Fine. Teach me, Envy. Teach me the limits of my power and the heights of yours. I stepped out, still invisible. So, you found your courage. Spirit, hold on. The shift in her tone was abrupt. Alchemist? No way. How did she wait? Was she able to identify people by aura? That sickly aura of lust and perversion. Oh, come on. I couldn't be that bad. It's you, Alchemist Timaeus. Her scowl formed, but it was pulled further and broader by the rage that was making her veins throb on her face. You foul man. You invade this temple, this home. I stayed still and did not deactivate my invisibility. Anvi shook her head. No, you will not do as you please. You will not defile the women of this temple with your perverse powers wherever you may have plucked them from. Ah, she almost got a retort out of me, but I bit my tongue. Heh, you will not do me the honor of showing me your face? You're a coward after all, I can hardly believe. You have any relation to Ravela? Again, she mentioned Ravela. No matter. I stayed silent. Anvi let out a dry, empty chuckle. Very well then. She reached under the altar and swiftly pulled a staff out. My mana vision on, I saw the trails of mana leaking from the gem lodged in the pointed at me. A staff! A real staff! I ran, hiding behind a stone beam, narrowly avoiding a blast of blue fire. The flames exploded against the wall and faded. The staff-type weapons had their own source of mana, so the people here had them too. You hide, alchemist, Anvi shouted. Face the fury of the saints like a man. Another blast of blue fire flew and splashed against the wall, once more even from a few feet away. I could feel the strange chill from that flame. Anvi's steps reached my ears. She was repositioning. I had to decide what I wanted to do. The staff-type weapons in the game gave the players long-ranged, elemental-type attacks. Staffs only had one spell they could cast, but they always looked cool. Fireballs, water lasers, lava spouts spreading from Eureli. I was lucky she had the standard fireball spell. That said, I couldn't just stand here. I ran from behind the pillar. I see you scurry, alchemist, Anvi roared, launching another fireball. I jumped and dived behind a row of pews and watched the fireball fly overhead. I sucked in air, and my invisibility came undone. Your aura does not reveal you to be a rat, but I'm not surprised that you hide like one, alchemist. Anvi called. I focused on my breathing. Nymph's bane wasn't made to be coupled with hair-raising, sweat-inducing activity. With how this was going, I would only be able to hold my breath for half as long. And then a new voice came. Sister Envy, what are you doing? I went invisible immediately and ran out. No, you fool, Envy screamed. The alchemist is seeking your flesh. Envy fired another fireball at me, the other sister's scream echoing in the background. I ducked easily, happy. That Envy didn't have the best aim. Envy, what are you doing? The sister, one of the girls I saw earlier today, screamed. I got behind her immediately and pumped my fist. Eleska, get away from there. That perverted alchemist is behind you. What? Elseka asked, looking around. The look of confusion, slowly turning into concern, was one of the most beautiful transitions my eyes had ever seen. Envy, there's nothing there. No, move. Anvi yelled, pointing the staff at Eleska. He's right behind you. Sister, Eleska screamed. Eleska put her hands up immediately, and then another scream erupted from the side. The other sister had walked out, and she had walked out with two drowsy kids. No, hide the children, Anvi cried, rattling her staff. You fools! The alchemist will take you. Anvi! Calm yourself, Eleska shouted. There's no one here. No, he's right behind you. Envy. Envy took a step forward. He's there. Ugh. She finally stumbled. The sisters went silent. Envy jammed her staff into the floor and tried to keep herself standing. Her eyes filled with rage landed on me. He's there, he's going to defile you all. She fell to her knees, her face perfectly expressing her fight to stay awake. That perverse man. Envy collapsed. The sleep pellet had finally brought her down. Eleska called Envy's name and ran toward her. I was already a few steps ahead of her, running for the pellet. The last thing I wanted was for Eleska to fall unconscious as well. I picked up the pellet, stowed it, and then stuck to the wall like a shadow, praying that Eleska would leave. Quickly, thankfully, the girls were quick. They lifted and carried Envy off, Eleska repeatedly describing madness. Gripping Envy. It was unfortunate for Envy, but I was glad I managed to resolve the encounter without getting injured. Now, to scale the wall and get out of here. I was practically a pro now, climbing up the wall with gecko-like ability. Hanging upside down was a bit nerve-wracking, but it went as planned. Worried about something going wrong with the paint on the ceiling, I was careful to stick to the ribs of the ceiling and breathe a sigh of relief when I got to the stonework of the hanging statue. The mana was so bright that I couldn't see what I was going for when I had mana vision on. Without mana vision, all that was there was an unassuming, dust-covered, palm-sized gem. I had a bar to pry this thing with, but I was surprised to find that with some strength and a turn, I could unscrew this thing. I was there for a bit more than 6 minutes, just turning this gem and revealing more of its length, until I finally got to the drill portion at its end. Another 3 minutes, and I had a long red, roughly octagonal prism that ended in 8 inches worth of a drill. That drill portion was of the same material, meaning someone had worked this thing into that shape. It would be better to say that I was holding a cumbersome dagger, rather than some gem suited to being an art piece. By the time I dropped back to the temple floor, I was sweaty, dusty, and with the strange gem sticking out of my satchel, but I felt great. Aside from the Envy encounter, this went perfectly. I had thought I was going overboard with my prep, but it was better to be equipped than sorry. Good mission. Now, I just needed to get back. Congratulations. When I was a child, I would not listen to my parents. I would stay up later than I should, watching scary movies that I shouldn't have. Then, I would go to the bathroom, scared out of my mind, and I would brush my teeth while keeping my eyes closed. And then, I would race to my bed, scared out of my mind over whatever ghost or demon could be lurking in the dark. Tonight, I became a child again. I heard a woman's voice, and it sounded in my mind so clearly, but there was no one there. No, I was a child again, and I raced back up those steps, never once looking back, going in and out of. Invisibility. I climbed out of the hole I made, almost forgot to put adhesive to seal the replaced tile, and nearly rolled down the roof in my haste. I refused to ever come back to this cursed temple. Chapter 41. The Day of Descent. Ravela scowled. Hey, did you not get any sleep? You look like more of a mess than usual. I said, groaning from the other side of my doorway. Ravela had come knocking on my door very early. Only the bakers were awake at this time. Hey, I said, are ghosts real? PFT. What? She tried so hard not to laugh, but her huffs were slipping past her clamped lips. And she was already starting to hug her stomach. You're laughing at me because ghosts aren't real, right? Because I'm being stupid, right? Heck if I know. Timaeus. I mean, I've seen Gloomspawn before. Never seen a ghost, and saints know there are plenty of people who'd want to see us if they could. So ghosts aren't real here, I said, reassuring myself. In truth, the game had a few ghost-looking enemies, but those were like spectral monsters or land spirits that had been corrupted. They weren't like bona fide ghosts with human-level intelligence. The strongest ones were also level 20, which was hardly a threat. So, you have nightmares. Timmy, need little old Ravela to sleep in your bed with you? Yeah, actually, I said, totally serious. That'd be great. Ravela's mouth dropped, and her cheeks reddened. Her scowl then returned, even fiercer than before. Don't just say stuff like that out loud. And why aren't you ready yet? She pulled a scroll out and shoved it in my face. Please grab these compounds if you have them. I read through the list quickly and nodded. Right? Anti-slime monster stuff. Right. Yeah, I'll grab that. It was that rare time when the layers felt peaceful. No shouting merchants, no drunkards yelling down staircases, no coughing steam grates. Just us, the gentle creak of old signage swaying in the breeze, and the faint, rhythmic hiss of steam escaping pipes. Heck, even the pipes seemed sleepier than usual. Me and Ravela didn't say much as we walked. She stayed sharp, though. Her head moved constantly, windows, corners, rooftops. I didn't think there'd actually be someone on the rooftops, but I actually preferred her to be this vigilant as opposed to the alternative. It brought me some peace in a way, and then some irritation when I realized it meant life was so dangerous it warranted this sort of vigilance. Ravela still wore her coat, but beneath it, I could spot a black sleeveless corset top high-necked. A kind of turtleneck, actually, with the cleavage modestly covered. A rare look on her, but it made sense. No need to leave your chest exposed to whatever danger we were going to encounter down there. I didn't comment on it. It felt like the kind of thing where if I did, she'd smirk and tease me for wanting her to be pleasing to my eyes. The route we took was unfamiliar to me. The Saint Gomori lair, between Saint Fleur and Saint Giselle, was supposed to be a slightly better off lair. But this path had the same vibe as Saint Giselle's trades, trash, and artisan-ruled streets. Eventually, we reached a tall, metal, warehouse-like building with a significant guard. Presence? This is it, Ravela said. From the outside, it looked like nothing special, just another forgotten building sunken into a street that hadn't been cleaned in a year. But when she pushed the heavy doors open, its true nature was revealed. The housing for one of the largest shafts in the city. A massive central shaft dominated the room, metal framing and fencing surrounding it. Steel cables ran from the shaft to the walls and ceiling, connecting to huge monopower gears and brake engines on either side. The air was colder here, tinged with oil and glowing dust. Ravela glanced over her shoulder, then back at the shaft. We'll wait for the next lift. Yeah, I said, watching the guards standing at the gates to the lift. Other salvager types were drifting in. Some wore patchwork armor and tool belts. Others looked like gritty fantasy mercenaries. There was some chatter between acquaintances and friends, but it didn't really last too long. It was like a morning shift at some cursed factory. I tightened the strap on my satchel and readjusted the merry edge on my back. I had every compound Ravela requested. I even threw in a few experimental ones, just in case we needed to dissolve something stubborn. I also had the temple's drill gem in my pack, just in case. The lift came without fanfare. People got on after registering with the guards, and when the lift had a solid 70 people loaded, its descent began. Ravela took me to the back end of the lift and rested against the framing. The walls of the shaft were earthen, but something about them was strange. Mana vision revealed traces of mana. It was like the walls had veins. I couldn't help but think the veins were keeping these walls contained. All right, Ravela said. It'll be about 20 minutes till we get to the bottom. You remember everything I've told you? I stood beside her and crossed my arms. Yeah, I'm excited. Ravela clicked her tongue. Listen, I'm going to take you round so that you can see the depths for yourself, but you have to make sure you listen to me. Got it, Timaeus? I understand. You're the captain, boss. Please take this seriously. I am, but I'm also happy we're doing this. Thank you. Ravela eyed me and then chuckled. Yeah, no problem. I want to stay over today, so please don't annoy me so badly that I go to Meredi's. Oh, but then you'll get the soup. She slapped my shoulder swiftly. Don't think about my stomach. Think about me and not annoying me. 100%. You're all I have in my mind. That's so lucky me. Hey, Rav. Actually, I'd like to tell you something. Yeah, go ahead. Elsie was in my room yesterday. Her face stayed stoic, hardly reacting to the statement. That's so lucky you. Yeah, I didn't think it would happen, but we kissed. Woo, she dryly said. You put your tongue in a dangerous place. Huh? You must have been jumping for joy. She was still stoic. Maybe her grip on the framing was tighter. I shook my head. Hard to jump for joy when the girl looks like she's a few kinds words from bawling her eyes out. Ravela was silent for a beat and then looked at her feet. Yeah, I wanted you to know, I said. I told her that I'm going after 3 women. That's probably the most daring thing about you. You think you can just tell someone that and get away with it. I think I can only do it if I'm honest. And we resign ourselves to our fates. That reply hit something in me. No, I replied, looking at her. You don't have to resign yourselves to anything. She glanced at me. Okay, calm down. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. Why? You're just doing what you said you would do, she said, crossing her arms. You're a man of your word. People can say all sorts of things about you, but they will never take that away from you. I didn't want you to step into my room tonight without knowing what happened. I really appreciate that, Ravela said, scratching her head. Really, I do. In my heart, you and Elsbeth are equal. Really? Even though she leaped into your arms, just like that? Of course. I'm not measuring anyone against her. You 3 are precious in your own unique ways. All those different ways make you equal in my greedy heart. What a nice thought. I mean it. But it's okay if you don't believe it. Ravela sighed and then smiled at me a soft, fragile smile. I already knew, Ravela said. You did. Did Elsie tell you? She didn't have to. The girl was so happy on our walk back. It was easy to guess. I thought maybe the 2 of you had kissed, but I prepared myself for it having escalated. Right. Ravela nodded as she chewed on her lip. That's why if you hadn't told me by the end of today and my back touched your bed, I would have been so angry at you. She lightly punched my shoulder. You fucking prick. Yeah, that would have been pretty slimy of me. Ravela took 1 step closer, her shoulder touching mine, and almost let her head rest on my shoulder. But you told me, and as soon as it looked like you had finally woken up, I really hoped the prospect of telling me hadn't been the thing keeping you up last night. I groaned. Not at all. I just let my imagination get the better of me. Aw, poor guy, but a nice guy, she said, her smile a little warmer. If we weren't in public, I think I would hug you. I blinked. I can create a smoke screen. A laugh escaped her. Come on. Stop joking. She looked away, but I caught a shy glance from her. My hugs can't be that great. I would hug you all the time if I could, I replied, sparing no second. Ravela covered her face and her smile with a hand. Just being honest. Hey, she said, drawing my attention again. She was looking straight at me. Listen up, lover boy when. We're down there. If it looks like I'm in trouble and you want to help, don't. I know what I'm doing. You don't. Don't worry about me when you should be worrying about yourself. Ravela clicked her tongue. Her lips twisting. I don't want you hurting yourself just because I'm worth your emotional energy. I nodded, studying her expression for a few seconds. I knew what I wanted to say. Listen, Rav, if I get in trouble, but you can cover me without imperiling yourself. Then please help me. She glanced at me, a smile she was trying to restrain tugging at her lips. Is that okay? I asked. She scratched her head and rolled her eyes while letting out the cutest chuckle. Of course, she said with a shrug. Isn't it obvious that I would help? I've already cleaned you up before when you sat in a puddle of your piss. Saving your sorry ass from some moving slime is nothing. I'm never going to live that one down. Ravela pressed against my shoulder a little more. Hey, what do you think it says about the woman kissing you? Up every time she's in your bed? That she's a kind, merciful, bountiful goddess? Okay then, doofus. She could call me all the names she wanted. That giggle of hers was the sort of sound that would inspire an honest man to become a tyrant if it meant getting her the world's greatest treasure. And then she licked her lips and let out a soft breath. Hey, if I get in trouble and you can cover me without getting hurt, and I've made it obvious that I need the help, then please save me from the trouble. Miss, I'll wipe that trouble from the face of the world if you give me the chance. Ooh, so confident. Be careful there. I might just hop on you right now. Don't tease, you cruel mistress. I'm supposed to be focused on the adventure, not your luscious lips. Ravela let out a laugh. Stop. You're not focused at all. I almost fell to my knees. Why do the gods expect miracles from mortal man? I dramatically asked. Stop. You're going to draw stares. Then let them look upon the man failing the goddess. Let them learn the lesson my sorry body teaches. Ravela rolled her eyes. Alrighty then. Chapter 42. The Underground. 3 factions controlled the 4 lifts that ferried people from the surface to the depths. The government, speaking for the nobles. The merchant and salvager guild, for the economy. The paladins, for the civilization as a whole. These 3 factions watched and kept the peace of the landing zone, and they did so with incredible effectiveness. They also controlled what came out of the depths. In the government's exit line, you will hand over half of the weight of your salvage to the government, generally on top of any items they deem illegal. The benefit of going in this line is that you can sell the salvage yourself later, and if you're clever, you can offload the worthless weight on them. In the guild line, you have to sell all of your stuff to the guild merchants. You get money right then and there, and don't have to worry about dealing with the government, regulations, and selling the stuff yourself. The paladins and their staff would be around to help you in the case of a dispute with the government's dogs or some greedy merchant. Stop being so happy, Tim. It's going to offend the career salvagers. Oops. I put on a scowl that was my best imitation of Ravela's. Got it. She sighed. All right, so we're going to travel for about an hour, okay? We're going to find a nice, secluded spot. And we're going to dig round, okay? Got it. We're staying away from people for our own safety, right? Absolutely. All kinds of things can happen in the dark down here. Best we not be near anyone and risk them. Acting on a thought that would never see the light of day. I am a complete fan of that caution. Good. I'd hate it if you complained about being too cautious. The cavern had to exit tunnels, so to speak. We passed many guards before finally reaching a wall of scrap at the end of the tunnel. We registered our names on the ledger and then walked out through a heavily bolted and reinforced door. Ho, I said, my eyes barely making out the shapes in the dark. Yeah, welcome to the depths, Timaeus. I had never experienced such an overwhelming, stale darkness. At first, I thought I was staring at the vague shapes of rock formations. But no, it was scrap. All of it. The world. Beyond that heavy door was a sea of twisted, rusted ruin piled high and uneven like hills molded from garbage. All those erratic shapes sticking out from the piles there was just so much. I was almost in disbelief that there was enough garbage in the world to fill this underground world. And the hills of garbage stretched endlessly in all directions. We stood on one of the rare patches of real stone flat and cold, maybe 50 feet wide. It looked like someone had cleared this area ages ago, probably back when someone thought this zone would become a staging ground. There was even a lamppost to one side, flickering weakly, casting blue light that didn't do much past a few feet. The lanterns mounted to the wall behind us burned with the same faint magic blue, giving a hazy glow to the tunnel mouth Wood just emerged from. In the distance, there were a handful of blue lights, flickering like ancient stars. Those blue lights, I said. They're like this lamppost here, right? The waypoints you told me about. Yup, Ravela replied, pulling out her respirator. All right, you got enough of the stale air down here. Respirator. On. I put on my own respirator and passed her a few more vials for hers. Good to have extra. Thanks, she said, stowing them in one of her coat's inner pockets. Still, the darkness down here was overwhelming. I now understood why she told me to bring a few pocket lanterns. With so many jagged surfaces and valleys between mounds, light was essential to avoiding stupid injuries and catching a glimpse of the thing aiming to attack you. Ravela picked a direction and walked. Stick close, Timaeus. So these mounds move? Yeah, she replied. Her boots clunked as she stepped onto a metal sheet embedded in the floor. It creaked under her weight, but held. They settled 3 days ago, so we'll be fine. What makes these mountains of junk move? I can't imagine. No idea, she replied, hopping down and crunching layers of metal. Maybe an ocean of slime beneath it or something. I tried stepping on a bunch of loose junk only for it to sink and force out muddy liquid. Slime and yeah, slime monsters. How ready do I have to be for those? Their numbers have been pretty low for the past week. I'd estimate we're only going to run into 3 or 4 an hour. Wow. I chuckled loud enough for her to hear it. You were really keeping an eye on the conditions down here for me. Huh? Obviously, she replied. You think I want you getting hurt down here? You're an annoying hunk sometimes, but I do want to set you up for success. Chapter 43, Underground Adventure. 1 hour in. Things were not going the way Ravela envisioned. Another living slime? Seriously, it's the 20th one. But I was having a great time. Have at thee, I yelled, cutting the slime in half. Split. It lost its form and turned into a sticky puddle. Again, Ravela said, a step behind me. How are you killing these things in one stroke? I turned, brought Ravela close, almost hugging her, and stabbed the slime that was rising a few steps behind her. Call it the instincts of an alchemist, I said. Ravela let out an audible breath, and I looked down at her. It's okay. You can say I'm amazing. She sighed and then parted from me. I'll tell you how amazing you are when we're out of here. Truth was, I was killing slimes in one strike because they had this cluster of mana in their bodies. Damaging the cluster essentially killed the slime, just like in certain stories. Mana vision on, I looked around and confirmed there were no more slimes. Okay, I don't even want to try going further than this with how often we're being attacked now. Ravela said, walking over to a mound illuminated by an old lamppost sitting on top of a peculiar rock formation. With mana vision, I spotted one of many mana plumes. I went to Ravela, took her hand. Hey, I don't want to do any lovey-dovey stuff when we're being surrounded by slimes. And moved her over to where the mana plume was. Can you please help me search here? I asked, why here and not there? I think there might be something more interesting here. Ravela sighed. Alchemist instinct? I grinned with my eyes. Yes, please help me. Okay, I'll look. Can you please keep an eye out? Ravela started digging through the trash carefully. We're being attacked like crazy, but you're even crazier with how good at killing those slimes you are. It must be beginner's luck that, or one of my test compounds gave me anti-slime properties. If you ever figure out which one did it, please give me a dose. I looked around and confirmed no approaching mana signatures. So, what sort of stuff do you tend to look for? When you're down here, meddle with those mana pathways like what your sword has. That sort of stuff is more valuable as you can. Imagine, do you try to sneak it through the lines? Sometimes, the bureaucrats sometimes aren't very good at discerning good metal covered in mud and grime from scrap metal covered in mud and grime. So, if you get lucky with the staff rotation, you can leave them with the junk and take the actual good stuff. The nobility thinks that the best metal has to be big, but you get the small chunks, and someone like Meredi can work miracles with it. So, we're exploiting the lack of expertise that the nobility has. Ravela chuckled. Helps that the guild isn't in a hurry to correct their misunderstanding the most noble, if you were to ask me, is the one who works as a merchant. They're the ones really winning in the game of life. Oh, just caught a glimpse of an approaching slime. Ravela chuckled. I trust you. You've earned it. I winked at her, ran toward the approaching slime, and in one stroke, slayed it. Then, after making sure it was the only one, I walked back to Ravela. You're really pulling junk out, I said, inspecting a weird pipe. It's just so weird. What? The pipe? No, one usually comes across a slime. But this? It's like they're coming directly to us. Ravela shot me a skeptical look. Did you spray some slime attractor on yourself this morning? Or something? What? No, I don't have any of that HMM, actually. Ravela's eyes widened, and her voice deepened. Timaeus, did you spray a slime attractor onto yourself? No, I don't have any of that, but maybe something else is attracting them? The first thing that came to mind was the awesome source of mana in my satchel. But I wasn't going to tell her that. I have a lot of new compounds. One might be a slime attractor, I suggested. Yeah, but don't you seal those real nice and tight to keep them from activating or whatever? Ah, you know my ways, I said with a smirk. I listen to you sometimes. I savored the moment. You don't need to say that, but I'm so happy that you did. Yeah, how? I crouched down beside her. Did you find something cool? In her gloved hand was a dented disc of metal, oddly shaped like it had once been part of a larger mechanism. Despite the grime and corrosion, it was clearly touched by human hands. And embedded near one end, almost, like an eye in a warped face, was a small mana crystal green and cloudy. The crystal was the source of the mana plume. Ravela turned the thing in her hand, brushing more grime off it with a scrap of cloth. How did you even know? To look here. Actually striking treasure just like that? I shrugged. Just got a tingle on my skin. Like with old man Otlin's ingredients. Huh? I'm guessing you've taken to that compound? It hasn't failed me yet. And after today, I might never stop using it. She stuffed the metal into her pack. Her mood visibly lifted. All right, Tingles, can you do that again? I confirmed more plumes. Definitely. And how certain are you that you can keep killing slimes in one strike? I'm a slime killing machine right now, I said, stepping to the side and stabbing the slime that had been creeping up on us. See, I've got slime sense because of my tingles. My plan was to get lucky and find something good after a few hours of searching. But now, she patted her backpack. We've already got something really good, and I wasn't even searching that long. My backpack and pockets are still empty. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm talking this through, see? We need to ultimately go in that direction, she said, pointing at the blue light of a lantern in the distance. My plan was to search a lit area and then head over there. But if you can find us the good stuff and save us the effort, yeah, let's do it. We can work our way to where you want to go, and we can pick up stuff along the way. Sounds good to me. Glee flashed across Ravela's eyes before she became stoic again. Okay, but if we're going to be stopping to search, we're probably going to keep seeing slimes. So you have to tell me when you're tired. As soon as you say the word, we walk straight to the destination. We already found something amazing. We don't need to be greedy. I stood at attention and saluted her. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your concern, ma'am. Ravela nodded with a chuckle and set off at a steady pace. I followed behind her, watching the way her backpack shifted metal clinked faintly inside. You have more than just treasure? Of course, she said without turning. I saw a few good pieces of metal while digging. Couldn't leave all of its stuff that people like Meredi could work with. I scanned the mounds as I followed her. The level of technology wasn't anything I could